Section 24 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3. The Popes about the middle of the 16th century, Part 1. Paul III, Section 1. The 16th century is distinguished from all others by the number of religious systems produced in its course. Even to the present day, these are affecting us. The various opinions taking their birth at that period have formed the medium in which we still live, move, and have our being. If we seek to ascertain the precise moment when the separation between Catholics and Protestants was completed, we shall find that it was not strictly coincident with the first appearance of the Reformers, for opinions did not immediately assume a fixed character, and for a certain time there was a rational ground of hope that a compromise between the conflicting doctrines might be effected. It was not until the year 1552 that all prospect of this kind was utterly destroyed, and that the three great forms of Christianity in the West were separated forever. Now indeed did the wide divergence of all become apparent. Lutheranism assumed a severity, an exclusiveness, an asceticism hitherto unknown to its habits. The Calvinists departed from it in the most essential doctrines, though Calvin himself had in earlier times been considered a Lutheran, while in hostile contrast to both, Catholicism invested herself with those forms that still distinguish her practice. Each of these theological systems sought eagerly to establish itself in the position it had assumed. Each labored to displace its rivals and to subjugate the world. On the first glance it might seem that Catholicism, seeking only to renew existing institutions, would have found less difficulty than its opponents in pressing forward and securing the ascendancy. But the advantage it possessed was in a manner rendered nugatory by many opposing influences. No less than its rivals had Catholicism to contend with the various impulses then affecting the world: eagerness for temporal advancement, profane learning, and heterodox opinions in religion. It was not unlike a principle of fermentation, of which it might still be questioned whether it would seize and assimilate the elements surrounding it, or itself be overmastered by them. The first important obstacle was presented by the popes themselves, their personal character and the policy they pursued. It will have become obvious to the reader that a temper of mind in direct contrast with their spiritual character had taken firm hold on the heads of the Church, and had elicited that opposition from which Protestantism had received so mighty an impetus. The question now was, whether the zeal for ecclesiastical innovation just arisen in the Church would overcome and transform this temper, and to what extent. To me it appears that the antagonism of these two principles, the conflict between the policy, whether active or passive, hitherto prevailing and now become inveterate, and the necessity for a complete internal reform, is that which constitutes the paramount interest in the history of the popes next following. Section 1. Paul III. It is an error prevalent in our times that we attach undue importance to the purposes and influence of governments, princes, and other eminent persons. Their memory is frequently loaded with the sins of the multitude, as frequently they have credit for performing what in fact proceeded from the general effort of the community. The Catholic movement, considered in the preceding book, took its rise under Paul III. But it would be a mistake to ascribe its origin to that pope. He perceived its importance to the Roman See, and not only permitted it to take its course, but in many ways promoted its success. Still, we may declare without hesitation that his own feelings were at no time in sympathy with the earnest sincerity of its spirit. Alexander Farnese, this was the name of Paul III, was quite as worldly in character as any of his predecessors. Born in 1468, his education was completed within the 15th century. He studied under Pomponio Leto at Rome, and in the gardens of Lorenzo de' Medici at Florence. Thus imbued with the love of art and elegant literature proper to his period, he did not escape the contagion of its morals. His mother found it needful on a certain occasion to keep him a prisoner in the castle of St. Angelo. The future pontiff seized a moment when the attention of his guard was attracted by the procession of the Corpus Christi, and lowering himself from the walls by a rope, succeeded in making his escape. He acknowledged a son and a daughter, both illegitimate, but no great offence was taken at such affairs in that day, and they were not suffered to impede his fortunes. We thus find him a cardinal while still very young. His hereditary estates were situated at Bolsena, and he there constructed a villa so inviting to the elegant tastes of Pope Leo X that he honoured the cardinal by more than one visit to it. The Farnese Palace also, one of the finest in Rome, was commenced during his cardinalate. But these occupations were by no means the principal interests in his life. He had much higher ambitions, and from the first had fixed his thoughts on the supreme dignity. It is entirely characteristic of Farnese that he sought to attain this eminence by means of a complete neutrality. The French and imperial factions then divided Italy, Rome, and the College of Cardinals. He conducted himself with so deliberate a caution, with so fortunate a circumspection, that no one could say to which of these parties he most inclined. He was on the point of being elected pope even at the death of Leo X, and again at that of Adrian, and he could not live in charity with the memory of Clement VII, whom he accused of occupying the papal chair for 12 years, during which it ought to have been his own. At length, in October 1534, in the 40th year of his cardinalate and the 67th of his life, he attained the end so long desired and ascended the papal throne. He was now to feel all the weight of those contentions so profoundly agitating the world, the strife of those two great parties between which he was himself to hold so important a place, the necessity of opposing the Protestants, at the same time that he was drawn into secret connection with them by their political position, the wish he could not but feel, from the situation of his Italian principality, to weaken the preponderance of Spain, and the great danger involved in every attempt to do so, the pressing need of reform, and the mortifying restrictions with which this seemed to threaten the papal power. The mode in which his character develops itself in the turmoil of these contradictory demands is well worthy of notice. The habits of Paul III were easy, magnificent, and liberal. Rarely has a pope been so much beloved in Rome as he was. There was an elevation of mind in the way in which he elected distinguished men for the sacred college, even without their knowledge. How well does this contrast with the petty personal considerations by which such appointments had usually been determined. Nor was he content with merely appointing them. He granted to all an unwonted degree of liberty, he endured contradiction in the consistory, and encouraged unrestricted discussion. But thus leaving due liberty to others, and according to every man the advantages incident to his position, he would allow no one of his prerogatives to fall into disuse or be neglected. Certain remonstrances being addressed to him by the emperor on his having advanced two of his grandsons to the cardinalate at too early an age, he replied that he would do as his predecessors had done, that examples might be cited of infants in the cradle becoming cardinals. The partiality he displayed for his family was beyond what had been customary even in the head of the Church, and his resolution to raise his house to the princely dignity, as other popes had done, was early made manifest. Not that he sacrificed every other consideration to this purpose, as did Alexander VI. This could not be alleged against him. He laboured earnestly, on the contrary, for the promotion of peace between France and Spain, and for the suppression of the Protestants. He strove anxiously to subjugate the Turks, and to advance the reformation of the Church. But also, and together with all these cares, he had it much at heart to exalt his own house. Proposing to himself so many conflicting purposes, whether for the public service or his own private affairs, this pontiff was necessarily forced on a policy in the utmost degree circumspect, watchful, and temporizing. So much always depended on the favourable moment, the happy combination of circumstances. These he was compelled to prepare and mature by degrees most cautiously calculated, and when the decisive moment had arrived, it was to be seized with the utmost promptitude and made to yield the largest possible amount of profit. The various ambassadors found it difficult to treat with him. They were surprised to see that, though betraying no want of courage, he was ever reluctant to decide. His object was to entangle others, and to gain some promise that should fetter them, some assurance that could not be recalled. But never would he utter a word that could pledge himself. This disposition was obvious, even in minor affairs. He was disinclined either to refuse or to promise anything, but seemed always anxious to keep his hands free up to the last moment. How much more then in circumstances of difficulty? It would occasionally happen that he would himself suggest some means of escape from an evil, some expedient against a danger. But if anyone sought to act on this, the Pope at once drew back. He desired to remain always master of his own proceedings. Paul III belonged, as we have said, to the classic school of which we have spoken before, and was studious of elegance and expression as well in Latin as Italian. His words were selected and weighed, with reference to their form as well as import, and they were then delivered in low tones and with the most cautious deliberation. It was not easy for a man to be sure of the terms on which he stood with Pope Paul. Many people thought it safer to infer the very opposite from what his words would imply, but this was not perhaps always advisable. Those who observed him most nearly remarked that when his hopes of any project were at the highest, he usually abstained from all mention of the subject or of any person or thing that could lead to it. Thus much was manifest to all, that he never abandoned a purpose when once he had fixed his mind on it. He trusted to carry all his undertakings to a prosperous issue, if not immediately, yet at some future time, by some change of measures or under altered circumstances. It was perfectly consistent with the habits of a mind so constituted, with forethought so closely calculated, with a disposition so warily to guard all points, and secretly to ponder on all purposes, that Paul should take heavenly as well as earthly influences into his reckoning. The influence of the stars on human actions was rarely questioned in those times, and this pontiff held no important sitting of his consistory, undertook no journey, without selecting that day when the aspect of the constellations was most favourable. An alliance with France was impeded by the weighty fact that no conformity could be discovered between the nativity of her monarch and that of the Pope. Paul would seem to have felt himself to be surrounded by mutually opposing agencies, not only of this world below, but also of that above, whose part in his affairs he sought to ascertain from the configurations of the stars. His hope was to propitiate both, to mitigate their evil influences, to derive profit from their favourable conjunctures, and dexterously to steer his bark to port between the rocks that menaced him from every side. Let us see by what means he sought this end, whether he found them adequate to his purposes or not, whether he did indeed raise himself above the conflicting forces of the world, or whether he was swallowed up in the vortex. In the early part of his pontificate he did, in effect, succeed in forming an alliance with Charles V and the Venetians against the Turks. With great earnestness he exhorted the Venetians to this enterprise, and hopes were again felt that the boundaries of Christendom might be extended to Constantinople. There was nevertheless a formidable obstacle to this undertaking in the war that had again been declared between Charles V and Francis I. The Pope made every possible effort to bring about a reconciliation. The conference held between these two sovereigns at Nice was entirely of his arrangement, he himself proceeding to join it, and the Venetian ambassador, who was present, can find no words sufficiently strong for the eulogy of his zeal and of the patience he displayed on that occasion. It was not, however, without the utmost assiduity on his part that a truce was arranged. The last moment was approaching, for he had threatened to depart, when at length the princes came to an understanding which seemed afterwards to grow into a sort of intimacy. Thus actively employed for the public welfare, the Pope did not forget his own concerns. Men observed that, if possible, he always combined the two interests and made the one advance the other. Thus, from the Turkish war he took occasion to appropriate Camerino. It was on the point of being incorporated with Urbino. The last, Vorana, heiress of Camerino, having married Guidobaldo II, who had entered on the government of Urbino in the year 1538. The Pope, however, declared that Camerino could not descend in the female line. The Venetians were in justice bound to support the Duke, whose ancestors had constantly lived under their protection and served in their armies, and they made an urgent and spirited appeal in his behalf, but were deterred from doing more by the fear of war. They reflected that if the Pope should call the Emperor to his aid, that monarch would have so much the less power to make head against the Turks, or if France came to his assistance, the peace of Italy would be endangered, and their own position become more isolated and less advantageous. These things all considered, they left the Duke to his fate, and he was compelled to resign Camerino, which the Pope conferred on his grandson Ottavio. Already the house of Farnese was advancing in splendour and power. The conference at Nice had been very advantageous to Paul. Even while it was yet in progress, his son Per Luigi obtained Novara, with its territories, from the Emperor, who also gave his solemn promise to marry his natural daughter Margaret, on the death of Alessandro de' Medici, to Ottavio Farnese. The Pope may be fully believed when he affirms that he did not on that account ally himself exclusively with the imperial party. On the contrary, he desired to form an equally close connection with Francis I. Nor did the French king seem averse to this proposal, but promised him the hand of a prince of the blood, the Duke of Vendôme, for his granddaughter Vittoria. In this relationship to the two most exalted houses of the world, Paul found extreme satisfaction. He was fully sensible of the honour he derived from it, and even alluded to it in the consistory. The position of peacemaker, too, that he now occupied between those great powers was equally flattering to his ambition as spiritual chief of the Church. End of section 24. Section 25 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 1, Paul III, Section 2. But the further progress of these affairs was not altogether so fortunate. No advantage whatever could be gained over the Ottomans. On the contrary, it was Venice which was compelled to accept a peace on very unfavourable terms. The promise given by Francis at Nice was afterwards recalled, and though Paul did not abandon the hope of eventually effecting a family alliance with the house of Valois, the negotiations were tediously protracted. It is true that the good understanding brought about by the Pope between the Emperor and the King seemed for some time to become even more perfect, insomuch indeed that Paul had well nigh felt his jealousy awakened, and complained that they neglected him who had been the cause of this concord. But this state of affairs did not long endure. Contests ensued, the war was recommenced, and the Pope then raised his thoughts to new designs. In earlier times he had openly asserted among his friends, and even declared to the Emperor, that Milan belonged to the French, and ought of right to be restored to them. Gradually, however, this opinion was abandoned, and we presently meet with a proposal from Cardinal Carpi, who was more in his confidence than any other member of the Sacred College, to Charles V, of which the purport was altogether of a different character, and pointed to opposite conclusions. The Emperor, he now declares, should not think of being either Count, Duke, or Prince. He should be Emperor only. He should not possess numerous provinces, but rather great vassals. His prosperity has decreased since he took possession of Milan. Not that we counsel him to restore it to Francis, whose thirst for territorial acquisitions this would only serve to stimulate, but neither is it advisable that he should retain it. If the Emperor has enemies, it is because he is suspected of a desire to appropriate foreign dominions. Let him remove this suspicion. Let him place Milan in the rule of some duke of its own, and Francis will then find no more adherents. The Emperor, on the contrary, will have all Germany and Italy on his part. He may carry his banners among the most remote nations, and will associate his name, this is the expression, with immortality. But if Charles must neither keep the duchy nor resign it to the French, to whom then must he transfer it? Paul thought the dilemma might be well escaped by according it to his grandson, and the son-in-law of the Emperor, Ottavio Farnese. This he had already hinted in earlier missions. At a new conference held with Charles at Busseto in 1543, he proposed it in form. The Pope's schemes were very far-seeing, if it is true that he thought of marrying his niece to the heir of Piedmont and Savoy, so that his nephews would have ruled on both sides of the Po and both sides of the Alps. Negotiations on the subject of Milan proceeded to some extent, and the Pontiff entertained the most lively hopes. The Marchese del Vasto, governor of Milan, whom Paul had gained to his wishes, being somewhat credulous and fond of display, appeared one day with well-prepared words to conduct Margaret as his future sovereign to Milan. I find, however, that the negotiation was broken off in consequence of certain exorbitant demands on the part of the Emperor. It is nevertheless difficult to believe that any consideration, however tempting, could induce Charles to resign a principality so important and so well situated to any foreign influence. The house of Farnese was indeed becoming sufficiently formidable to the emperor, even without this addition to their power and importance. Of the Italian provinces over which Charles governed, or wherein he held the ascendancy, there was not one in which the existing government had not been founded, or at least maintained by force. Throughout the land, from Milan to Naples, at Florence, at Genoa, at Siena, everywhere, in short, were to be found numbers of disaffected persons belonging to different vanquished parties. Rome and Venice were full of emigrants. The Farnese were not prevented by their close connection with the emperor from allying themselves with these parties, subdued indeed, but still formidable from the importance of their chiefs, their wealth, and numbers. At the head of the victors stood the emperor. The vanquished sought refuge with the pope. These last were bound together by ties innumerable. They were always closely connected with France, either openly or secretly, and were incessantly occupied with new plans and undertakings. These sometimes related to Siena, sometimes to Genoa, at other times to Lucca. How eagerly did Paul seek to obtain footing in Florence! But in the young Duke Cosimo he met the very man best fitted to oppose him. With a proud self-reliance does Cosimo express himself on this subject. "The Pope," says he, "who has succeeded in so many undertakings, has now no wish more eager than that of doing something in Florence as well. He would fain estrange this city from the emperor, but this is a hope that he shall carry with him into his grave." The emperor and pope still stood opposed to each other in a certain point of view, as heads of rival factions. If Charles had married his daughter into the family of the pope, this was only to keep the latter in check, and, as he has said himself, to maintain the existing state of things in Italy. Paul, on his side, desired to avail himself of his alliance with the emperor to abstract, if possible, some portion of the imperial power to himself. He would fain have derived advantage from the protection of the emperor, and at the same time have exalted his house by aid of the emperor's opponents. There was still a Guelphic and a Ghibelline party, in fact, if not in name, the last, as usual, adhering to the emperor, and the first to the pope. Notwithstanding these elements of discord, we find amicable relations existing between the two leaders in the year 1545. Margaret, having the hope of soon presenting a descendant of the Caesar to the family of Paul, the feelings of the Farnese were again turned toward the emperor. Cardinal Alessandro Farnese repaired to meet Charles at Worms, and this was one of the most important embassies ever dispatched by Paul III. The cardinal once more succeeded in appeasing the emperor's displeasure. In regard to some of the charges brought against his brothers and himself, he set up a sufficient justification. For others he begged forgiveness, and promised that all would conduct themselves in future as became obedient servants and sons of his Majesty. To this Charles replied that on their doing so, he would treat them as his own children. This being settled, they next proceeded to the discussion of more important matters. They talked of the war with the Protestants, and decided on the immediate convocation of the council. Should the emperor resolve to take up arms against the Protestants, the pope would engage to support him with all the power he could muster, bring all his treasures to aid, and even were it necessary, his very crown should be sold in the service. And in effect, the council was opened in that same year, 1545, a circumstance of which we first find a satisfactory explanation in the arrangements just described. In 1546, war also commenced. The Pope and the Emperor united their power to annul the League of Schmalkalden, which was equally hostile to the temporal claims of the one and to the spiritual authority of the other. Paul contributed on this occasion both troops and money. It was the Emperor's purpose to carry on warlike measures at the same time that he employed peaceful negotiations. While he punished and curbed the disobedience of the Protestants by war, he desired that the council should determine ecclesiastical disputes, and should above all establish such reforms as might render submission in some degree possible on the part of the Protestants. The success of the warlike operations exceeded all anticipation. The position of the Emperor seemed at first utterly desperate, but under the most perilous circumstances he maintained his firmness, and the autumn of 1546 saw North Germany entirely at his mercy. Cities and princes now emulously proffered submission. The moment seemed to have come when the Protestant party in Germany, being entirely subjugated, the whole north of Europe might again be made Catholic. In this crisis, what was the conduct of the Pope? He recalled his troops from the imperial army, and transferred the council, now on the point of completing its mission and exercising its powers of pacification, from Trent, where at the request of the Germans it was established, to his own second capital, Bologna, alleging as the pretext for this step that some contagious disease had broken out in the former city. There is no doubt as to his motives for these proceedings. The ecclesiastical duties of the papacy were again in direct collision with its political interests. That the whole of Protestant Germany should be really subjugated by the Emperor and entirely obedient to his behests seemed by no means desirable to the Pope. His astute calculations had taught him to look for something wholly different. That Charles might gain certain successes, whence advantage would accrue to the Catholic Church, this he had hoped and expected. But he also believed, as he admits himself, that the Emperor would fall into difficulties innumerable, and be surrounded by such perplexities as would leave him, Paul, at perfect liberty for the pursuance of his own projects. Fortune mocked at all these deeply pondered plans. He had now to fear, and France pointed out the fact to his notice, that the imperial predominance would be extended to Italy also, and make itself felt both in spiritual and temporal affairs. Nor was this all. The council also occasioned him increasing anxiety. It had long oppressed him, and he had more than once bethought him of means by which to dissolve it. The victories of Charles were constantly adding to the boldness of the imperialist bishops, who now proposed measures of unusual audacity. Under the title of censurae, the Spanish prelates brought forward certain articles tending in their collective form to a circumscription of the papal dignity. The Reformation which Rome had so long dreaded seemed now indeed to have become inevitable. Strangely do the words sound that relate the following facts, yet are they perfectly true. At the moment when all North Germany was trembling at the prospect of restoration to the papal authority, at that moment the Pope was and felt himself an ally of the Protestants. His joy at the progress made by the Elector John Frederick against Duke Maurice was manifest. He wished nothing more ardently than that the former might be equally able to hold out against the Emperor. Francis I was at this time using his utmost efforts to combine the whole world in a league against Charles, and the Pope exhorted him earnestly to succour those who are still holding out against the Emperor and were not yet overborne. Once more it seemed probable to him that Charles might fall upon still greater difficulties, and have his hands occupied for a long time. He believes this, says the ambassador of France, because he wishes it. But his hopes were again disappointed. The emperor's good fortune baffled all his calculations. Charles was victorious at Mühlberg and carried off the two Protestant leaders prisoners. He could now direct his attention more closely than ever to his Italian designs. It will be readily understood that the emperor was deeply irritated by the proceedings of Paul. He saw through their motives most clearly. "The purpose of His Holiness," he writes to his ambassador, "has from the first been to entangle us in this enterprise, and then to leave us in our embarrassment." That the Pope should recall his troops was a matter of no great moment. Irregularly paid, and therefore undisciplined and disorderly, they were good for very little. But the transfer of the council was indeed of importance. And here we cannot but remark how wonderfully the Protestants were aided on this occasion, as before, by those dissensions between the Papacy and the Empire, arising from the political position of the former. By this council the means were presented of compelling the Protestants to submission, but the council itself had divided, the imperialist prelates remaining at Trent. Thus, no decrees of universally binding validity being any longer possible, it was manifest that no recusant could be forced to give in his adhesion. The emperor had to endure that the most essential part of his purpose should be rendered nugatory by the defection of his ally. Not only did he continue to insist on the recall of the council to Trent, but even gave it to be understood that he would repair to Rome and hold the council there himself. In this emergency, Paul at once resolved on his path. "The emperor is mighty," he remarked, "but we also can effect something, and have still some friends." The long talked of connection with France was now formed by the affiancing of Orazio Farnese to a natural daughter of Henry II. Great efforts were made to include the Venetians in a general league. The exiles of the different countries at once aroused themselves to action. Disturbances broke out in Naples precisely at this critical moment, and a Neapolitan delegate presented himself to implore the pontiff's protection for his vassals in that country, while more than one of the cardinals recommended his acceding to their prayer. And now again the Italian factions stood face to face, and with hostility all the more declared and decided from the fact that their respective leaders were openly at variance. On the one side were the governors of Milan and Naples, the Medici in Florence, the House of Doria in Genoa. The centre of this party may be found in Don Diego Mendoza, imperial ambassador to the Roman court. On the other side were the Pope and the Farnese, the exiles and the malcontents, with the newly organized Orsini party, the adherents of France. That portion of the council remaining in Trent took part with the imperialists, while the members who had withdrawn to Bologna held fast to the pontiff. The hatred borne by each of these parties toward the other was suddenly manifested by a deed of violence. The close intimacy at one time subsisting between the Pope and the Emperor had emboldened Paul to invest his son, Pier Luigi, with the cities of Parma and Piacenza, to be held as a dukedom in fief of the Holy See. Not that he could proceed to this step with the reckless boldness of an Alexander or a Leo. He offered compensation to the Church by the cession of Camerino and Nepi, seeking to prove that the Camera Apostolica would suffer no loss by that transaction. To this effect he calculated the cost of defending those frontier towns, the sums to be disbursed by Pier Luigi in this behalf, and the revenue to be derived by the Church from her newly annexed territory. It was, however, only while in private conference with each cardinal that he could bring any one of them to this opinion. Even then he totally failed with many. Some remonstrated openly, others purposely abstained from attending the consistory called to arrange the affair, and Carafa, in particular, was seen on that day to make a solemn visit to the 7 churches. The emperor also was dissatisfied with this project of exchange, or if the dukedom was to be transferred, he would have preferred to see it in the hands of his son-in-law, Ottavio, to whom Camerino also belonged. He permitted the transfer to proceed because the friendship of the Pope was at that moment needful to him. But he never concurred in it heartily. He knew Pier Luigi too well. All the cords of those secret associations which constituted the opposing power so formidable to the emperor's ascendancy in Italy were held by this son of the Pope. There was no doubt of his being aware of Fiesco's conspiracy. It was he who was believed to have saved Pietro Strozzi, the powerful chief of the Florentine exiles, by facilitating his escape across the Po, after an unsuccessful attack on Milan, and when the life of Strozzi hung on the turn of the moment, he was even suspected of a long-meditated intention of seizing the Milanese for himself. One day the Pope, who still believed that he was in the guardianship of favouring stars, and hoping to conjure whatever storms were threatening, repaired to the audience with feelings more than commonly cheerful. He enumerated the prosperous events of his life, and compared himself with the Emperor Tiberius. On that same day, his son, the possessor of his acquisitions and the heir of his good fortune, fell a victim to the violence of their common enemies. Pier Luigi was attacked by conspirators at Piacenza and assassinated. The Duke, who ruled his people with all the despotism characteristic of those times, and who sought more particularly to keep the nobles in subjection, had rendered himself obnoxious to the Ghibellines of Piacenza by various acts of violence. It was by them that his assassination was perpetrated. But there can be no doubt that the general belief of the day was well founded, which accused Ferrante Gonzaga, governor of Milan, of participation in the deed. Gonzaga's biographer at that time, his confidential secretary, and who seeks to exculpate him from his charge, declares that the intention was not to kill Pier Luigi, but to take him prisoner. I find in certain manuscripts intimations yet more significant of the emperor himself having been in the secret of this design. I am reluctant to believe this without further evidence, but this much is certain. The imperial troops at once took possession of Piacenza, asserting the rights of the empire to that city as its fief. This was a kind of retaliation on the Pope for his defection in the War of Schmalkalden. End of section 25. Section 26 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 1, Paul III, Section 3. There is no parallel for the state of affairs that now ensued. An expression was reported as proceeding from Cardinal Alessandro Farnese to the effect that he could free himself from his difficulties only by the death of certain imperial ministers, that he could not bring this about by force, and must have recourse to stratagem. Thus warned, the persons threatened were seeking to secure themselves from poison, when 2 or 3 Corsican bravos were arrested in Milan, and these men, whether with truth or falsely I do not determine, confessed that they were hired by the connections of Paul to assassinate Ferrante Gonzaga. Be that as it may, Gonzaga was exasperated anew.
he declared that he must secure his own life as best he might, that nothing remained to him but to rid himself of some 2 or 3 of his enemies, either by his own hand or that of another. Mendoza believes that there was a purpose entertained in Rome of destroying all the Spaniards found there. The populace were to be secretly incited to this, and when the deed was done, it was to be excused on the plea that their fury could not be controlled. No means of reconciliation seemed to present themselves. There had been a wish to employ the daughter of the Emperor as mediatrix, but Margaret had never cordially attached herself to the Farnese family. Her husband, who was much younger than herself, she utterly contemned, and exposed his evil qualities to the ambassadors without reserve. She declared herself ready rather to cut off her child's head than to ask anything of her father that might be displeasing to him. The correspondence of Mendoza with his court lies before me. It would be difficult to find anything that might be fairly compared with these letters, for the deeply rooted hatred they display, felt alike on both sides, each seeking to conceal his feelings from the other, but neither succeeding. One perceives in each a sense of superiority that has steeped itself in bitterness, a contempt that is yet on its guard, a mistrust such as men feel towards some notoriously inveterate malefactor. If the Pope sought aid or refuge in this state of things, there was no country whence he could hope to find either save France alone. We find him accordingly employed through long hours with Cardinals Guise and Farnese and the French ambassador, discussing the relations of the Papal See to France. He had read in old books, he said, and heard from others during his cardinalate, that the Holy See was always preeminent in might and prosperity while attached to France, but on the contrary, it ever sustained losses when this alliance had ceased. He had made experience of that truth since his own accession to the papal throne, and he could not forgive his predecessors Leo and Clement. He could not forgive himself for the favour that had been shown to the Emperor. Now, at all events, he was fully determined to unite himself for ever with France. He hoped yet to live till he saw the papal court devotedly attached to the French king, whom he would seek to make the greatest prince in the world. His own house should be connected with that of France by indissoluble ties. His intention was to form a league with France, Switzerland, and Venice, at first defensive only, but of which he remarked himself that it was the door to an offensive alliance. The French calculated that their friends, once united, would secure to them as important a territory in Italy as that possessed by the Emperor. The whole Orsini party was again ready to devote itself with life and property to the King of France. The Farnese thought that in the Milanese they could at least count on Cremona and Pavia. The Neapolitan exiles promised to bring 15,000 men into the field, and at once to deliver up Aversa and Naples. Into all these plans the Pope entered with great eagerness. He was himself the first to inform the French ambassador of a design upon Genoa. To make himself master of Naples, he would not have shrunk from a league with Algiers or the Grand Turk himself. Edward VI had just ascended the throne of England, and in that country the helm of state was directed by a government decidedly Protestant. None the less did Paul advise Henry II to make peace with England, that he might be at liberty, says the Pope, to accomplish other designs for the interests of Christendom. But violent as was the Pope's hostility to the Emperor, close as was his connection with France, and important as were the plans he proposed to adopt, yet the treaty was never completed, nor could he bring himself to resolve on taking the final step. The Venetians were utterly astounded. The Pope, say they, is assailed in his dignity, injured in his nearest kindred, the best possessions of his house are torn from his grasp. It should be his part to seize on every alliance and on all terms, yet after so many offences and insults we still see him irresolute and wavering. Great personal injuries for the most part rouse men to extreme resolves. There are nevertheless certain natures which still deliberate, however deeply offended, not because they are less prone to avenge themselves than others, but because, though the desire for vengeance is strong, the consciousness that their opponent is the more powerful is yet stronger. The prudence that weighs all consequence overpowers their resentment. Great reverses do not stimulate such men. On the contrary, they render them spiritless, feeble, and vacillating. The emperor was too powerful to feel any serious apprehension of the Farnese. He went on his way without giving himself further trouble concerning them. He protested solemnly against the sittings of the council in Bologna, declaring beforehand that every act which might be passed there was null and void. In the year 1548 he published the Interim in Germany. Paul found it intolerable, as was natural, that the emperor should prescribe a rule of faith, but however earnestly he complained of this, or of church property being left in the hands of its present Protestant possessors, the emperor remained utterly immovable, though Cardinal Farnese declared that in the interim he could point out some 7 or 8 heresies. In the affair of Piacenza, again, Charles would abate no hair's breadth of his pretensions. The Pope demanded immediate restitution of that city. The emperor maintained his claim to it in the right of the empire. Paul appealed to the treaty of 1521, wherein Piacenza was guaranteed to the papal chair. The emperor drew attention to the word investiture, by which he declared that the empire had reserved its sovereign rights. Paul replied that the word was not used in its feudal import on that occasion. The emperor did not continue the discussion of rights, but declared that his conscience would not permit him to resign the city. Very willingly would the Pope have taken up arms at that moment. Gladly would he have united himself with France and called his adherents into action. The intrigues of these last did indeed make themselves felt at Naples, Genoa, Siena, Piacenza, and even in Orbitello. Fain would Paul have revenged himself by some unexpected onslaught. But on the other hand, there ever arose before him the formidable power of the emperor, whose influence he dreaded, more especially in ecclesiastical affairs. He was even beset by apprehensions lest a council should be called, not only inimical to his interests, but that might even proceed to his deposition. We are assured by Mendoza that the attempted assassination of Ferrante Gonzaga by those Corsican bravos before named had alarmed him to excess. Whatever may have been the truth as regards these things, it is certain that he remained inactive and concealed his rage. The Farnese were not altogether dissatisfied at seeing Charles take possession of Siena. They hoped to have it ceded to themselves in compensation for their losses. The most singular proposals were made respecting this city. If the emperor agrees to this, said they to Mendoza, the Pope must re-establish the council in Trent, and not only proceed in other respects according to the emperor's desires, as, for example, by acknowledging his right to Burgundy, but also declare Charles his successor on the papal throne. For, say they, the climate of Germany is cold, that of Italy is warm, and for a man who suffers from the gout, as the emperor does, warm countries are more healthful. I will not maintain that these absurdities were uttered in earnest, for the old pope was firmly persuaded that he should outlive the emperor. But all this serves to show on how doubtful a path the policy of the Farnese was conducting them, how widely they were departing from the established order of things. The French, meanwhile, did not fail to perceive these movements and the papal negotiations with the emperor. A letter is extant from the Constable Montmorency, wherein he speaks with the utmost indignation of their practices, using the most unqualified terms as to the dissimulations, lies, and villainous tricks practised in Rome against the King of France. At length, that he might not lose all his labour, but might gain at least one firm point in the midst of these struggles, the Pope resolved, since Piacenza was refused, not to the claims of his house only, but to those of the Church as well, that the duchy should at once be restored to the latter. It was the first time that Paul had conceived any project adverse to the interests of his grandsons, but he felt no doubt of their acquiescence, having always believed himself to exercise an absolute authority over them, and frequently alluding in terms of praise and self-gratulation to their ready obedience. There was, however, a material change of circumstances on this occasion, for whereas he had hitherto been acting constantly with a view to their obvious interests, he was now proposing a measure directly at variance with them. In the first instance, they attempted to divert him from his purpose. They caused it to be notified to His Holiness that the day fixed for holding the consistory was an unlucky one, being St. Roch's Day. Next, they represented that the exchange he contemplated of Camerino for Piacenza would not result to the advantage of the Church. These efforts failing, they retorted on him the arguments he had himself used on a former occasion, but with all this they could not prevent the fulfilment of his purpose, and at best effected but a short delay. The governor of Parma, Camillo Orsini, was finally commanded by Paul III to hold that city in the name of the Church, and to deliver it to no other hands. After this declaration, which left no room for doubt or hope, the Farnese constrained themselves no longer. They would on no consideration permit themselves to be despoiled of a dukedom which placed them on a level with the independent sovereigns of Italy. In despite of the pontiff, Ottavio made an attempt to get Parma into his hands by force or stratagem. The prudence and determination of Camillo defeated his purpose, but how painful must have been the feelings of Paul when this attempt was reported to him. That it should be reserved for him in his old age to see his grandsons rebelling against him, that those toward whom he had felt so partial an affection, and on whose account he had incurred the reproaches of the world, should now become his enemies, this was bitter indeed. Even the failure of his enterprise did not deter Ottavio from his purpose. He wrote in plain terms to the Pope that if Parma were not given into his possession, he would conclude a peace with Ferrante Gonzaga, and seek to make himself master of it by aid of the imperial troops, and in effect his negotiations with that mortal enemy of his house had already proceeded to some extent. A courier had been dispatched with definite proposals to the emperor. Loudly did the Pope complain that he was betrayed by his own kindred, whose conduct was such as must bring him to his grave. Above all, he was most deeply wounded by a report which prevailed to the effect that he had himself a secret understanding with Ottavio, in whose enterprise he was taking a part directly opposed to the spirit of his professions. To the Cardinal d'Este he declared that no event of his life had given him so much pain as this, not even the seizure of Piacenza, not even the death of his son Pier Luigi, but that he would not leave the world any doubt as to his real sentiments. His only consolation was that at least the Cardinal Alessandro Farnese was innocent and devoted to his interests. Gradually he awoke to the conviction that he also, the man in whom he trusted implicitly, and to whose hands was committed the whole conduct of affairs, was but too well acquainted with these transactions, and but too readily consenting to them. This discovery broke his heart. On the day of All Souls, November 2nd, 1549, he made it known to the Venetian ambassador in bitter grief of heart. The day following, seeking relief for his troubled thoughts, he went to his vigna on Monte Cavallo, but the repose he hoped for was not to be found. He caused the Cardinal Alessandro to be summoned to his presence. One word led to another till the Pontiff became violently enraged. He tore his nephew's cap from his hand and dashed it to the ground. The court was already anticipating a change, and it was generally believed that the cardinal would be removed from the administration. But the event terminated differently. So violent an agitation of mind at the advanced age of 83 proved fatal to the Pope himself. He fell ill immediately and expired in a few days, on the 10th of November, 1549. All classes of the people crowded to pay respect to his remains and to kiss the foot of their departed sovereign. He was as much beloved as his grandsons were hated. The manner of his death also, which was manifestly caused by those for whose welfare he had been so constantly solicitous, awakened universal compassion. This pontiff was distinguished by many and varied talents. He possessed extraordinary sagacity. His position was one of supreme elevation. But how impotent, how insignificant does even the most exalted of mortals appear when placed in contrast with the grand and ceaseless course of events. In all that he proposes or can effect, he is limited and held back by the span of time, which bounds his view, and which yet, with its transitory interests, is to him as the weight of eternity. He is besides fettered by the personal considerations incident to his position. These occupy his every hour, occasionally perhaps to his comfort and enjoyment, but more frequently to his sorrow and regret. Thus is he but too often overborne by his cares. He departs, but the destinies of humanity make no pause. They move on to their completion. End of section 26. Section 27 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 2, Julius III Marcellus II. A group of cardinals had assembled around the altar of the chapel during the conclave. They were talking of the difficulties that presented themselves in the choice of a pope. "Take me," said one of the number, "Cardinal Monte, and the next day I will choose you for my favourites and intimates from the whole college of cardinals." "What say you? Shall we really elect him?" inquired another, Sfondrato, as they were about to separate. Monte was considered irascible and impetuous. In many other respects, too, he was an unlikely choice. Few bets would be taken on his chance, says a writer of the day. It nevertheless did so happen that he was elected on the 7th of February, 1550. He had formerly been chamberlain to Julius II, and in his memory he took the name of Julius III. Duke Cosimo had largely contributed to this election, and when it became known at the imperial court, every face was lighted up with joy. For to the high preeminence of power and fortune to which the emperor had attained was now to be added the ascent of the papal throne by a man whom he might firmly calculate on finding devoted to his interests. It seemed probable that public affairs would now take another course. The emperor still adhered firmly to his wish for the re-establishment of the council at Trent. still hoping to compel the attendance of the Protestants and their submission to its authority. The new Pope assented cordially to this proposal. He set forth the difficulties that were in fact inseparable from the whole affair, but was extremely solicitous to prevent his caution from being considered a mere subterfuge. He made repeated declarations that this was not the case, and affirmed that, having acted through his whole life without dissimulation, he would continue to do so. He decreed the reassemblage of the Council of Trent, and fixed the period in the spring of 1551, intimating that he did so without compact or condition. The assent of the Pope was then fully secured, but there was still much to be achieved. At the instance of Julius, a decree of the Sacred College had reinstated Ottavio Farnese in the possession of Parma. The Emperor was not averse to this. Negotiations had been for some time in progress, and there was good hope of a fair understanding between them. But Charles could not resolve on resigning Piacenza also, and even retained such places as Gonzaga had seized in the territory of Parma. Thus Ottavio continued to maintain himself in the attitude of war. So many injuries had been committed, so many offences offered by each to the other, that return to mutual confidence was impossible. The death of Paul had doubtless deprived his grandsons of an important support, but it had also given them freedom. No longer compelled to act in accordance with the general interest or with that of the Church, their measures might now be calculated exclusively with regard to their own advantage. We still find Ottavio possessed by feelings of bitter hatred. He insists that his enemies are seeking to force Parma from his grasp, and even to rid their hands of his own life, but he declares that they shall succeed neither in the one nor the other. It was in this conviction and in such temper that he turned himself to King Henry II of France. It was a moment when he might expect the greatest success. Italy and Germany were filled with malcontents. What the Emperor had already effected, whether in religious or political affairs, with what it was still expected he would do, had raised him up innumerable enemies. Henry II determined to carry forward the anti-Austrian purposes of his father. He gave truce to his wars with England, formed an alliance with Ottavio, and took the garrison of Parma into his pay. French troops soon appeared in Mirandola also, and the banners of France were seen to wave in the very heart of Italy. Pope Julius adhered steadily to the Emperor in this new complication of affairs. He thought it intolerable that a miserable worm, Ottavio Farnese, should presume to contend with an emperor and a pope. "It is our will," he declares to his nuncio, "to embark in the same ship with his imperial majesty, and to entrust ourselves to the same fortune. We leave to him who has the power and the wisdom the determination of the course." The desire of the emperor was that measures should be adopted for the immediate and forcible expulsion of the French and their adherents. The imperial and papal troops united soon took the field. An important fortress of the Parmigiano fell into their hands. They laid the whole region in ruins and invested Mirandola on all sides. It was not, however, in these partial hostilities that the power could be found to suppress the agitations that had indeed originated here, but were now felt throughout Europe. Troops were in action on every frontier where the dominions of France met those of the Emperor. War had broken out by land and sea. The German Protestants had at length allied themselves with the French, and the weight they cast into the scale was something very different from that of the Italians. From this union there resulted an assault more determined than any that Charles had ever before sustained. The French were in force on the Rhine, the Elector Maurice appeared in the Tyrol, the veteran conqueror who had taken up his position on the mountain region between Italy and Germany for the purpose of holding both in allegiance, suddenly found his post one of the utmost jeopardy. His enemies were victorious, and himself on the point of becoming a prisoner. The affairs of Italy were instantly affected by this state of things. "Never could we have believed," said the Pope, "that God would so visit us." He was compelled to make a truce with his enemies in April 1552. Mischances sometimes occur that seem not wholly unwelcome to the man they affect. They give pause to a course of action no longer in harmony with his inclinations. They provide him with a legitimate cause, or at the least afford an obvious excuse for departing from it. It would almost appear that Julius felt his tribulation to be of this character. The sight of his states filled with troops and his treasury drained of its resources had already become oppressive and painful to him. Nor did he always think himself well treated by the imperial ministers. The council, too, was presenting him with matter for serious uneasiness. Since the appearance of the German deputies, to whom promises of reformation had been given, the proceedings had assumed a bolder aspect. Even so early as January 1552, Pope Julius complained that efforts were being made to rob him of his authority. The Spanish bishops sought to reduce the chapters to a state of servile subjection on the one hand, while they desired to deprive the Holy See of the presentation to benefices on the other. But he affirmed his resolve to endure no invasion of his rights. Under the title of an abuse, he would not permit those prerogatives to be torn from him that were no abuse, but an essential attribute of his legitimate power. Affairs standing thus, the attack of the Protestants, by which the council was broken up, could not have been altogether displeasing to the Pope. He lost no time in decreeing the suspension of the assembly, and thus freed himself from disputes and pretensions innumerable. From that time Julius III never applied himself earnestly to political affairs. It is true that the people of Siena, whose townsman he was by the mother's side, accused him of supporting Duke Cosimo in his attacks on their freedom, but the falsehood of this accusation was proved by a subsequent judicial inquiry. It was rather Cosimo who had cause for complaint, the Pope having taken no steps to prevent the Florentine exiles, the most inveterate enemies of this his ally, from assembling and arming themselves within the States of the Church. The villa of Papa Giulio at the Porta del Popolo is still visited by the stranger. Restored to the presence of those times, he ascends the spacious steps to the gallery, whence he overlooks the whole extent of Rome from Monte Mario, with all the windings of the Tiber. The building of this palace, the laying out of these gardens, was the daily occupation and continual delight of Pope Julius. The plan was designed by himself, but was never completed. Every day brought with it some new suggestion or caprice, which the architects must at once set themselves to realize. Here the pontiff passed his days, forgetting all the rest of the world. He had promoted the advancement of his connections to a very fair extent. Duke Cosimo had conferred on them the domains of Monte Sansovino, which was the cradle of their race. The emperor had invested them with Novara, and he had himself bestowed on them the dignities of the ecclesiastical states and Camerino. A certain favourite he had made cardinal in fulfilment of a promise. This was a young man who had caught the Pope's attention in Parma, when, being but a child, he was seized by an ape, and displayed so much courage that Julius, pleased with his conduct, adopted and brought him up, always showing him great affection, but unhappily this constituted his only merit. The pontiff desired to forward the interests of his family and those of his favourite, but he was not inclined to involve himself in dangerous perplexities on their account. The pleasant and blameless life of his villa was that which, as we have said, was best suited to him. He gave entertainments which he enlivened with proverbial and other modes of expression, that sometimes mingled blushes with the smiles of his guests. In the important affairs of the Church and State he took no other share than was absolutely inevitable. Under such circumstances it is manifest that neither Church nor State could greatly prosper. The discord between the two great Catholic powers became ever more and more dangerous and threatening. The German Protestants had recovered themselves effectually from their defeat of 1547, and now displayed a more imposing aspect than they had ever before assumed. Of the Catholic Reformation so often looked for, there could now be no further hope. The fact would not permit concealment. The prospects of the Roman Church were in all directions ambiguous and gloomy. But if, as we have seen, there had arisen in the bosom of that Church a more severe spirit of action, a feeling intensely reprobating the whole life and conduct of so many of her chiefs, would not this at length affect the choice of the pontiff? So much was always dependent on the personal character of the Pope. For this cause it was that the supreme dignity was made elective, since thus it might be hoped that a man truly representing the prevalent spirit of the Church would be placed at the head of her government. The more strict religious party possessed no preponderating influence in the Church until after the death of Julius III. The pontiff had frequently felt himself restrained and his undignified demeanour reproved by the presence of Cardinal Marcello Cervini. It was on this prelate that the choice fell. He ascended the papal seat on the 11th of April, 1555, as Marcellus II. The whole life of the new pontiff had been active and free from the shadow of reproach. That reform in the Church of which others only talked, he had exemplified in his own person. "I had prayed," says a contemporary, "that a pope might be granted to us by whom those words of fair import, Church, Council, Reform, might be raised from the contempt into which they had fallen. By this election my hopes received fulfilment. My wish seemed to have become a reality." The opinion, says another, entertained of this pope's worth and incomparable wisdom, inspired the world with hope. If ever it be possible for the Church to extinguish heresy, to reform abuse, and compel purity of life, to heal its divisions and once again be united, it is by Marcellus that this will be brought about. Thus it was that Marcellus commenced his reign. All his acts were in the same spirit. He would not permit his kindred to approach the capital. He made various retrenchments in the expenditure of the court, and is said to have prepared a memorial of the different ameliorations that he proposed to effect in the ecclesiastical institutions. His first effort was to restore divine worship to its due solemnity. All his thoughts were of reform, and the council needful to that effect. In political affairs he determined on a neutrality, by which the emperor was perfectly satisfied. But the world, as his contemporaries remark, was not worthy of him. They applied to the pontiff those words of Virgil, relating to another Marcellus: "Fate permitted the world to have sight of him only." On the 22nd day of his pontificate he died. We can say nothing of the results produced by so short an administration. But even this commencement, this election even, suffices to show the spirit that was beginning to prevail. It continued predominant in the next conclave, and was exemplified in the choice of the most rigid among all the cardinals. Giovanni Pietro Caraffa came forth from that assembly as pope on the 23rd of May, 1555. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 3, Paul IV, Section 1. Frequent mention has already been made of this pontiff, who is the same Carafa, the founder of the Theatins, the restorer of the Inquisition, and the speaker who so essentially contributed to the confirmation of the ancient doctrines in the Council of Trent. If there were a party whose purpose it was to reinstate Catholicism in all its strictness, not only was it a member of that party, but its founder-in-chief, who now ascended the papal throne. Paul IV had already completed his 79th year, but his deep-set eyes still retained all the fire of youth. He was extremely tall and thin, walked with rapid steps, and seemed all nerve and muscle. His personal habits were subjected to no rule or order. Frequently he passed the night in study and slept in the day. Woe then to the servant who should enter the apartment before his bell had rung. In all things it was his custom to follow the impulse of the moment, but this impulse was regulated by a mood of mind formed in the practice of a long life and become a second nature. He seemed to acknowledge no other duty, no other occupation than the restoration of the Catholic faith to all its primitive authority. Characters of this description arise from time to time, and are occasionally to be seen even in the present day. Their perceptions of life in the world are gained from a single point of view. The peculiar disposition of their mind is so powerful that all their opinions are tinctured and governed by it. Indefatigable speakers, their manner derives a certain freshness from the earnestness of their souls and the system of thought that, as by a kind of fatality, informs and rules their whole being, is poured forth in a stream inexhaustible. How powerfully do such act act on all around them, when placed in a position wherein their activity is in perfect harmony with their views and sentiments, wherein the power to act is associated with the will. What might men not expect from Paul IV, whose views and opinions had never endured either concession or compromise, but were ever carried out eagerly to their utmost consequences, now that he was raised to the supreme dignity? It will be readily believed that his character did not secure the approbation of all the world. Aretino's Capitolo al Re di Francia describes him thus: Carafa, ipocrita, infingardo, che tien per coscienza spirituale, quando si mette de pepe in su cardo. Carafa, the lazy hypocrite, who makes a matter of conscience about peppering a thistle. He was himself amazed at having reached this point. He, who had in no manner conciliated a single member of the conclave, and from whom nothing was to be expected but the extreme of severity. He believed that his election had been determined, not by the cardinals, but by God himself, who had chosen him for the accomplishment of his own purposes. "We do promise and swear," says he in the bull that he published on his accession to the Holy See, "to make it our first care that the reform of the universal Church and of the Roman court be at once entered on." The day of his coronation was signalized by the promulgation of edicts respecting monasteries and the religious orders. He sent 2 monks from Monte Cassino into Spain, with command to re-establish the discipline of the convents, which had become lax and neglected. He appointed a congregation for the promotion of reforms in general. This consisted of 3 classes, in each of which were 8 cardinals, 15 prelates, and 50 learned men of differing ranks. The articles to be discussed by them, in relation to the appointments to clerical offices and collation to benefices, were submitted to the universities. It is manifest
that the new pope proceeded with great earnestness in the work of reform. The spiritual tendency, which had hitherto affected the lower ranks of the hierarchy only, now seemed to gain possession of the papal throne itself, and promised to assume the exclusive guidance of all affairs during the pontificate of Paul IV. But now came the question of what part he would take in relation to the general movements of the political world. The principal direction once given to a government and gradually become identified with its very existence is not readily susceptible of change. A desire to deliver themselves from the heavy preponderance of Spain must ever have been uppermost in the minds of the popes, and at the accession of Paul the moment seemed to have come when this wish appeared to be within the possibility of realization. The war, proceeding, as we have seen, from the movements of the Farnese, was the most unfortunate one ever undertaken by Charles V. He was closely pressed in the Netherlands. Germany had deserted his interests. Italy was no longer faithful to him. He could not rely even on the houses of Este and Gonzaga. He was himself ill and weary of life. I question whether any pontiff, not immediately attached to the imperial party, could have found strength to withstand the temptations presented by this state of things. In the case of Paul IV, they were more than commonly powerful. Born in the year 1476, he had seen his native Italy in all the unrestrained freedom of her 15th century, and his very soul clung to this remembrance. He would sometimes compare the Italy of that period to a well-tuned instrument of 4 strings, these last being formed by Naples, Milan, Venice, and the States of the Church. He would then utter maledictions on the memory of Alfonso and Lodovico il Moro, lost and unhallowed souls, as he said, whose discords had disturbed that harmony. That from their time the Spaniard should have become master in the land was a thought that he could in no way learn to bear. The house of Carafa, whence he derived his birth, was attached to the French party, and had frequently taken arms against the Castilians and Catalonians. In 1528 they again joined the French, and it was Giovanni Pietro Carafa who advised Paul III to seize Naples in 1547. To this party spirit came other causes in aid. Carafa had constantly affirmed that Charles favoured the Protestants from jealousy of the Pope, and that the successes of those heretics were attributable to no other than the Emperor. Charles knew Carafa well. He once expelled him from the council formed for the administration of affairs in Naples, and would never permit him to hold peaceful possession of his ecclesiastical employments within that kingdom. He had, moreover, made earnest remonstrance against Carafa's declamations in the consistory. All these things, as may readily be supposed, did but increase the virulence of the Pope's enmity. He detested the Emperor as Neapolitan and as Italian, as Catholic and as Pope. There existed in his soul no other passions than that for reform of the Church and his hatred of Charles. The first act of Paul was to lighten various imposts and to permit the importation of corn. A statue was erected to him for these benefits, and it was not without a certain sense of self-complacency that he viewed this, while in the midst of his splendid court, and surrounded by a glittering body of Neapolitan nobles, proffering him the most obsequious obedience, he received the homage of ambassadors who came crowding from all countries to his presence. But scarcely had he felt himself well seated on the pontifical chair than he commenced a series of disputes with the Emperor. That monarch had complained to the cardinals of his party that a pope so inimical to himself had been chosen. His adherents held suspicious meetings. Some of them even carried off certain ships from Civitavecchia that had previously been taken from them by the French. The Pope, at once breathed fire and flames. Such of his vassals and the cardinals as were imperialists he arrested instantly, confiscating the whole property of those who fled. Nor was this enough. The alliance with France, which Paul III never could resolve on completing, was entered into with little hesitation by Paul IV. He declared that the emperor designed to finish him by a sort of mental fever, but that he, Paul, was determined on open fight. With the help of France, he would yet free this poor Italy from the tyrannies of Spain, and did not despair of seeing 2 French princes ruling in Naples and Milan. He would sit for long hours over the black, thick, fiery wine of Naples, called mangiaguera, his usual drink, and pour forth torrents of stormy eloquence against those schismatics and heretics, those accursed of God, that evil generation of Jews and Moors, that scum of the world, and other titles equally complimentary, bestowed with unsparing liberality on everything Spanish. But he consoled himself with the promise, "Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder. The young lion and the dragon shalt thou trample under foot." The time was now come when the Emperor Charles and King Philip should receive the punishment due to their iniquities. He, the Pope, would inflict it, and would free Italy from their grasp. If others would not listen to nor support him, the future world should at least have to tell how an old Italian, so near to his grave, and who should rather have been employed in preparing for it, had entertained these lofty purposes. We shall not enter into the details of the negotiations which he carried on under the influence of these feelings. When the French concluded a truce with Spain, unmindful of an agreement that they had entered into with himself, he sent his nephew, Carlo Caraffa, to France, where the different parties contending for power in that country were gradually gained over to his interests. The Montmorencys and the Guises, the wife of the French king and his mistress, were equally won to aid the pontiff in promoting a new outbreak of hostilities. Paul secured a vigorous Italian ally also in the person of the Duke of Ferrara. Nothing less was talked of than completely revolutionizing Italy. Neapolitan and Florentine exiles filled the Curia. Their restoration to their homes seemed now approaching. The papal fiscal instituted a legal process against the Emperor Charles and King Philip, in which the excommunication of those princes and the release of their subjects from their oath of allegiance was roundly threatened. The Florentines always declared that they held positive evidence of a design to include the house of Medici in the downfall of the Spanish power. Active preparations were everywhere made for war, and the whole character of the century seemed about to suffer change and become matter of question. But meanwhile, how different a position was this Pontificate assuming from that which it had been expected to take up. All purposes of reform were set aside for the struggles of war, and these last entailed consequences of a totally opposite character. The pontiff, who as cardinal had most sternly opposed the abuses of nepotism and had denounced them even to his own peril, was now seen to abandon himself entirely to this weakness. His nephew Carlo Caraffa, who had passed his whole life amidst the excesses and license of camps, was now raised to the rank of cardinal, though Paul himself had often declared of him that his arm was dyed in blood to the elbow. Carlo had found means to gain over the feeble old man. He contrived to be occasionally surprised by him in seeming prayer before the crucifix, and apparently suffered agonies of remorse. But still further was the uncle propitiated by the virulent enmity of his nephew to the Spaniards. This was their true bond of union. Carlo Caraffa had taken military service with the emperor in Germany, but complained that he had met with neglect only as his reward. A prisoner from whom he expected a large ransom had been taken from him, nor had he been suffered to hold possession of a priory belonging to the order of Malta, to which he had been nominated. All these things had awakened his hatred and made him thirst for vengeance. This state of feeling Paul allowed to stand in the place of all the virtues Carlo wanted. He could find no words eloquent enough to praise him, declaring that the papal seat had never possessed a more efficient servant. He made over to him the greater part, not only of the civil, but even of the ecclesiastical administration, and was perfectly satisfied that he should be regarded as the author of whatever acts of favour were received from the court. On his other nephews the pontiff would not for some time bestow a glance of kindness. It was not until they had evinced their participation in his anti-Spanish mania that they were received to his grace. Never could anyone have anticipated what he next did. Declaring that the Colonna, those incorrigible rebels against God and the Church, however frequently deprived of their castles, had always managed to regain them, he now resolved that this should be amended. He would give those fortresses to vassals who would know how to hold them. Thereupon he divided the possessions of the house of Colonna among his nephews, making the elder Duke of Paliano and the younger Marquis of Montebello. The cardinals remained silent when he announced these purposes in their assembly. They bent down their heads and fixed their eyes to the earth. The Caraffa now indulged in the most ambitious projects. The daughters of their family should marry into that of the French king, or at least into the ducal house of Ferrara. The sons thought of nothing less than the possession of Siena. To one who spoke jestingly concerning the jewelled cap of a child of their house, the mother of the nephews replied, "We should rather be talking of crowns than caps." End of section 28. Section 29 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 3, Paul IV, Section 2. And indeed everything was now depending on the events of the war which then broke out, but which certainly assumed no very promising aspect even from the commencement. On the act of the Fiscal before alluded to, the Duke of Alva had pressed forward from the Neapolitan territory into the States of the Church. He was accompanied by the Roman vassals, whose confederates also aroused themselves. The papal garrison was driven out of Nettuno, and the troops of the Colonna recalled. Alva seized Frosinone, Anagni, Tivoli in the mountains, and Ostia on the sea. Rome was thus invested on both sides. The Pope had first placed his reliance on his Romans and reviewed them in person. They marched out from Campo Fiore, 340 columns armed with arquebuses, 250 with pikes. In each rank stood 9 men admirably appointed, presenting a most imposing aspect, and commanded by officers who were exclusively of noble birth. These troops passed before the castle of St. Angelo, which saluted them with its artillery, to the piazza of St. Peter, where the pontiff had stationed himself at a window with his nephews, and as each Caporian and standard-bearer passed, His Holiness bestowed his blessing. All this made a very fair show, but these were not the men by whom the city was to be defended. When the Spaniards had approached near the walls, a false alarm occasioned by a small body of horse was sufficient to throw them into such perfect confusion that not one man was found remaining by his colours. The Pope saw that he must seek elsewhere for effectual aid, and after a time Pietro Strozzi brought him the troops that were serving before Siena. With these he succeeded in recovering Tivoli and Ostia, thus averting the most imminent danger. But what a war was this! There are moments in the history of the world when it would seem that the actions of men are influenced by motives
in direct opposition to the principles and ideas that usually govern their lives and conduct. The Duke of Alva might in the first instance have conquered Rome with very little difficulty, but his uncle, Cardinal Giacomo, reminded him of the unhappy end to which all had come who had taken part in the conquest under Bourbon. Alva, being a good Catholic, conducted the war with the utmost discretion. He fought the Pope, but did not cease to pay him reverence. He would fain take the sword from His Holiness, but he had no desire for the renown of a conqueror of Rome. His soldiers complained that they were led against a mere vapour, a mist and smoke that annoyed them, but which they could neither lay hold on nor stifle at its source. And who were those by whom the Pope was defended against such good Catholics? The most effective among them were Germans and Protestants to a man. They amused themselves with the saintly images on the highways, they laughed at the Mass in the churches, were utterly regardless of the fast days, and did things innumerable for which at any other time the Pope would have punished them with death. I even find that Carlo Caraffa established a very close intimacy with the great Protestant leader, the Margrave Albrecht of Brandenburg. Contradictions more perfect, a contrast more complete than that displayed by these circumstances could be scarcely imagined. On the one side we have the most fervent spirit of Catholicism, which was at least exemplified in the leader. How different were his proceedings from those of the old Bourbon times! On the other was that secular tendency of the Papacy, by which even Paul IV, however earnestly condemning it, was seized and borne forward. Thus it came to pass that the followers of his faith were attacking him, while it was by heretics and seceders that he found himself defended. But the first preserved their allegiance, even while opposing his power. The latter displayed their hostility to and contempt for his person, even while in arms to protect him. It was not until the French auxiliaries crossed the Alps that the contest really began. These consisted of 10,000 foot and a less numerous but very brilliant body of cavalry. Their leader would most willingly have directed his force against Milan, which he believed to be unprepared for defence, but he was unable to resist the impulse by which the Caraffa forced him towards Naples. The latter was fully confident of finding numberless adherents in their own country. They counted on the assistance of the exiles, and hoped for the rising of their party, if not throughout the kingdom, yet certainly in the Abruzzi and round Aquila and Montorio, where their ancestors had always exercised an important influence both on the paternal and maternal side. It was manifest that in one way or another affairs must now arrive at a crisis. The papal power had been too often excited into hostility against the Spanish predominance, not to burst forth eventually without restraint. The Pope and his nephews were determined that matters should proceed to extremity. Not only had Caraffa accepted the aid of the Protestants, he had even made proposals to Soliman I. These were to the effect that the Turkish sovereign should abstain from prosecuting his wars in Hungary and throw himself with all his force on the two Sicilies. Thus was a pontiff entreating the help of infidels against a Catholic monarch. In April 1557 the papal troops crossed the Neapolitan frontier. Holy Thursday was signalized by the conquest and atrocious pillage of Compli, which was full of treasure, in part belonging to the town, but also partly such as had been carried thither for safety. This done, Guise also crossed the Tronto and besieged Civitella. But he found the kingdom fully prepared to baffle his efforts. Alva knew well that there would be no insurrection among the people so long as he should retain the upper hand in the country. He had received a large grant of money from a parliament of the barons. Queen Bona of Poland, of the ancient family of Aragon, and a bitter enemy of the French, who had shortly before arrived in her duchy of Bari with much treasure, supplied him with 500,000 scudi. The ecclesiastical revenues that should have been sent to Rome he poured into his military chest instead, and even seized the gold and silver of the churches with the bells of the city of Benevento, all of which he appropriated to his own purposes. Thus furnished, he proceeded to fortify the towns of the Neapolitan frontier, as also those of the Roman territory that still remained in his hands. His army was composed in the usual manner of Germans, Spaniards, and Italians, but was an extremely formidable one. He also raised Neapolitan centuries under the command of the native nobles. Civitella was bravely defended by Count Santafiore, who had succeeded in rousing the inhabitants to active co-operation, and even to repel an attempt made to take the place by storm. While the kingdom of Naples thus held firmly to King Philip, and displayed only devotion to his service, the assailants, on the contrary, were weakened by animosities and dissensions. French and Italians, Guise and Montebello, all were in the utmost discord. Guise complained that the Pope did not perform his part in the contract between them, and neglected to send him the promised supplies. When the Duke of Alva appeared with his army in the Abruzzi toward the middle of May, Guise found it advisable to raise the siege and retreat across the Tronto. Operations were then again transferred to the Roman territories. And now was seen a war in which both sides advanced and then retreated, invested towns only to resign them, made great movements, in short, but on one occasion only did they come to a serious engagement. Marc Antonio Colonna made demonstrations against Paliano, which had been taken from him by the Pope, seeing which Giulio Orsini hurried to its relief with provisions and troops. 3,000 Swiss had arrived in Rome under the command of a colonel from Unterwalden. The Pope received them with great delight, decorated their officers with gold chains and knightly titles, and declared that this was a legion of angels sent by God for his behoof. These were the troops that, together with a few companies of Italian cavalry and infantry, marched under the command of Giulio Orsini. They were met by the forces of Marc Antonio Colonna, and once more ensued one of those old battles in the manner of the Italian wars of 1494 to 1531. The papal troops against those of the Empire, a Colonna opposing an Orsini. The German Landsknechts, under their distinguished leaders, Caspar von Veltz and Hans Walter, stood face to face, as they so often had done, with their ancient antagonists, the Swiss. Once again the combatants on either side arrayed themselves for a cause in which neither felt the slightest interest, but for which they none the less fought with determined bravery. Hans Walter at length, tall and strong, say the Spaniards, as a giant, threw himself into the midst of a Swiss company. With a pistol in one hand and his naked sword in the other, he rushed upon the standard-bearer, whom he brought down, shooting him in the side at the same moment that he dealt him a fatal blow on the head. The whole troop fell upon him, but his Landsknechts were already at hand for his support. The Swiss were completely broken and dispersed. Their banners, on which had been inscribed in large letters, "Defenders of the Faith and of the Holy See," were trampled in the dust, and of the 11 captains that went forth, their commander led 2 only back to Rome. While this miniature war was in progress here, the great armies were in action on the frontier of the Netherlands. The battle of Saint-Quentin ensued, wherein the Spaniards gained a complete victory. In France, men even wondered that they did not at once press forward to Paris, which at that moment they might certainly have taken. Hereupon Henry II writes to Guise,
I hope, he remarks, that the Pope will do as much for me in my need as I did for him in his straits. So little could Paul now hope from the aid of the French, that it was he, on the contrary, who was called on to help them. Guise declared that no chains would now avail to keep him in Italy, and he instantly hurried with all his forces to the aid of his embarrassed sovereign. No force remaining that could oppose an obstacle to the imperialists and troops of Colonna, they advanced towards Rome, whose inhabitants once more saw themselves threatened with conquest and plunder. Their condition was all the more desperate from the fact that they had little less to fear from their defenders than from their enemies. During many nights they were compelled to keep lights burning in every window and through all the streets. A skirmishing party of Spaniards which had reached the gates was frightened back by this demonstration, which was, however, a mere precaution against the papal troops, everyone murmured. The Romans wished their Pope in his grave 1,000 times, and demanded that the Spanish army should be admitted by a formal capitulation. So far did Paul IV permit his affairs to come. It was not until every enterprise had completely failed, till his allies were beaten, his states for the greater part invested by the enemy, and his capital a second time menaced with ruin, that he would bend himself to treat for peace. This was accorded by the Spaniards in the same spirit by which they had been actuated throughout the war. They restored all such fortresses and cities of the Church as had been taken, and even promised compensation for Palliano, which the Carafa had lost. Alva came to Rome. With the most profound reverence did he now kiss the foot of his conquered enemy, the sworn adversary of his king and nation. He was heard to say that never had he feared the face of a man as he did that of the pontiff. This peace seemed in every way favourable to the papal interest. It was nevertheless utterly fatal to all the projects hitherto cherished by the popedom. Any further attempt to throw off the Spanish yoke must now be abandoned, and accordingly none such has ever, in the old sense and manner, been again brought forward. The influence of the Spaniards in Milan and Naples had proved unassailable. Their allies were more than ever powerful. There had been hope among the Carafa of expelling Duke Cosimo from Florence, but this prince had not only held firm his grasp, but had seized on Siena likewise, and was now the possessor of an important sovereignty. By the restitution of Piacenza, the Farnese had been gained over to Philip II. Marc Antonio Colonna had made himself a brilliant reputation, and had fully restored the ancient lustre of his family. For the pontiff there was nothing left but to resign himself to this position of affairs. Bitter as was this necessity to Paul IV, he yet felt that he must submit. With what feelings it is not difficult to imagine. Philip II being on some occasion called his friend, "Yes," he replied, "my friend who kept me beleaguered, and who thought to have my soul." It is true that in the presence of strangers he compared Philip to the prodigal son of the Gospel, but in the circle of his intimates he took care to mark his estimation of those pontiffs who had designed to raise the kings of France to the imperial throne. For others he had no praise. His sentiments were what they had always been, but the force of circumstances controlled him. There was nothing more to be hoped for, still less to be undertaken. He dared not even bemoan himself, unless in the closest secrecy. End of section 29. Section 30 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 3, Paul IV, Section 3. When once an event is indeed accomplished, it is altogether useless for a man to struggle against its consequences. Even Paul IV felt this,
and after a certain time his thoughts took another direction. He experienced a reaction, which was of the greatest importance, whether as regarded his own administration or the general transformation brought about in the papal position and system. Other pontiffs had promoted and favoured their nephews from family affection or mere selfish ambition to raise the house they sprang from. The nepotism of Paul had a totally different origin. His nephews were favoured because they assisted his efforts against Spain, and because in this contest he considered them his natural allies. That once over, the utility of the nephews was at an end. It is only by success that a man is maintained in a position of great eminence, more especially if it be not acquired in a manner altogether legitimate. Cardinal Caraffa had undertaken an embassy to King Philip, principally to promote the interests of his own house, for which he desired to receive the compensation promised in lieu of Palliano. He returned without having accomplished any material purpose, and from that time the Pope became ever colder and colder towards him. The cardinal soon perceived that he could no longer decide, as he had hitherto done, who should or should not be about the person of his uncle. He could no more exclude those who were inimical to himself, and rumours reached the pontiff by which his unfavourable impressions of former days were revived. A serious illness once seized the cardinal, and on this occasion his uncle paid him a visit unexpectedly, when he found certain persons with him whose reputation was of the worst possible character. "Old people," said Paul, "are mistrustful, and I there saw things that opened a wide field for my suspicions." It is obvious that only very slight provocation was needed to arouse the storm within him, and this was presented by an occurrence otherwise of little importance. In the New Year's night of 1559 there was a tumult in the streets, during which the young Cardinal Monte, the favourite of Pope Julius before mentioned, drew his sword. This was related to the pontiff the very next morning, and he felt greatly offended with Cardinal Caraffa for not saying a word about it. He waited some days, and then expressed his displeasure. The court, ever delighted with change, caught eagerly at this mark of disgrace. The Florentine ambassador, on whom the Caraffa had inflicted mortifications innumerable, now made his way to the presence and uttered the most bitter complaints. The Marchese della Valle, one of the pontiff's family, but who had never been allowed access to him, found means to get a note placed in his breviary, in which certain of his nephew's misdeeds were described. "If His Holiness should desire further explanations," said this paper, "he has but to sign his name." The Pope gave the required signature, and the promised information did not fail to appear. Thus well provided with causes for resentment, Paul appeared on the 9th of January 1559 at the Assembly of the Inquisition. He first spoke of the nocturnal riot, reproved Cardinal Monte with extreme severity, and repeatedly thundered forth, "Reform! Reform!" The cardinals, usually so silent, had this time the courage to speak. "Holy Father," said Cardinal Pacheco, interrupting the sovereign, "reform must first of all begin among ourselves." The Pope was silenced. Those words struck him to the heart. The half-formed convictions that had been gradually gaining power within him were at once changed to palpable certainty. He said nothing more of Cardinal Monte's offences, but shut himself up in his apartment, burning with rage and thinking only of his nephews. Giving immediate directions that no order proceeding from Cardinal Caraffa should be executed, he sent to demand that minister's papers. Cardinal Vitellozzi Vitelli, who was believed to be in possession of all the Caraffa secrets, was immediately summoned and compelled to swear that he would disclose all he knew. Camillo Orsini was called from his palace in the Campagna.
for the same purpose. Those of the more austere party, who had long remarked the proceedings of the nephews with disapproval, now made themselves heard. The old Theatin, Don Jeremia, who was held to be a saint, passed long hours with His Holiness, who was made acquainted with circumstances that he had never suspected, and which equally excited his detestation and horror. He fell into a state of pitiable agitation, could neither eat nor sleep, and passed 10 days consumed by fever resulting from distress of mind. At length he was resolved, and then was seen to occur an event for ever memorable: a pope, with self-inflicted violence, tearing asunder the ties that bound him to his kindred. On the 27th of January a consistory was summoned, wherein the evil lives of his nephews were denounced with passionate emotion by the grieving pontiff, who called God and the world to bear witness that he had never known of these misdoings, but had been constantly deceived by those around him. He deprived the accused of all their offices, and condemned them to banishment together with their families. The mother of the nephews, 70 years old, bent with age and sinking beneath her infirmities, entreated for them, throwing herself at the Pope's feet as he entered the palace. But though she was herself blameless, he passed her by with harsh words. The young Marchesa Montebello arrived in Rome from Naples at this time. She found her palace closed against her. At the inns they refused to receive her. She went from door to door in the rainy night, and could find no shelter, until in a remote quarter to which no order had been sent, an innkeeper was found who permitted her to take refuge beneath his roof. Cardinal Carafa vainly offered to constitute himself the Pope's prisoner, and required to have his conduct investigated. Paul commanded the Swiss guard to repel not himself only, but all who, having been in his service, should venture to approach the palace. He made but one exception. This was in favour of a young man, the son of Montorio, whom he loved greatly, and made cardinal in his 18th year. This youth he permitted to remain about his person and take part in his devotional exercises, but he was never allowed to name his banished family, still less to implore their forgiveness. He dared not even hold the slightest intercourse with his father. The misfortunes of his house affected him all the more painfully from this restraint, and the suffering that he was not permitted to express in words was yet manifest in his face and legible in his whole person. And would it not be supposed that occurrences of this character must react on the mind of the pontiff? He proceeded as though nothing had happened. Immediately after having pronounced sentence against his kindred with stormy eloquence in the consistory, he betook himself to other business, and while most of the cardinals were paralyzed by fear and astonishment, the pontiff betrayed no emotion. The foreign ambassadors were amazed by this coolness of demeanour. In the midst of changes so unexpected and so complete, they remarked, surrounded by ministers and servants, all new and strange, he maintains himself steadfastly, unbending and imperturbable. He feels no compassion, and seems not even to retain a remembrance of his ruined house. Henceforth it was to a totally different passion that he surrendered the guidance of his life. This change was most certainly of the highest importance and of ever memorable effect. His hatred to the Spaniards and the hope of becoming the liberator of Italy had hurried even Paul IV into designs and practices utterly worldly. These had led him to the endowment of his kinsmen with the lands of the Church, and had caused the elevation of a mere soldier to the administration even of ecclesiastical affairs. They had plunged him into deadly feuds and sanguinary hostilities. Events had compelled him to abandon that hope, to suppress that hatred, and then were his eyes gradually opened to the reprehensible conduct of those about him. Against these offenders, after a painful combat with himself, his stern justice prevailed. He shook them off, and from that hour his early plans of reformation were resumed. He began to reign in the manner that had at first been expected from him. And now, with that impetuous energy which he had previously displayed in his enmities and in the conduct of his wars, he turned to the reform of the state, and above all to that of the Church. All secular offices, from the highest to the lowest, were transferred to other hands. The existing podestas and governors lost their places, and the manner in which this was effected was occasionally very singular. In Perugia, for example, the newly appointed governor arrived in the night. Without waiting for daylight, he summoned the Anziani, produced his credentials, and commanded them forthwith to arrest their former governor, who was present. From time immemorial there had been no pope who governed without nepotism. Paul IV now showed this example. The places hitherto monopolized by his kinsmen were bestowed on Cardinal Carpi, Camillo Orsini, who had held so extensive a power under Paul III and others. Nor were the persons only changed. The whole system and character of administration were changed also. Important sums were economized, and taxes to a proportional amount were remitted. The pontiff established a chest, of which he only held the key, for the purpose of receiving all complaints that any man should desire to make. He demanded a daily report from the governor. The public business in general was conducted with great circumspection, nor were any of the old abuses permitted to remain. Amidst all the commotions prevailing through the early part of his pontificate, Paul IV had never lost sight of his reforming projects. He now resumed them with earnest zeal and undivided attention. A more severe discipline was introduced into the churches. He forbade all begging, even the collection of alms for masses, hitherto made by the clergy, was discontinued, and such pictures as were not by their subjects appropriate to the Church he removed. A medal was struck in his honour, presenting Christ driving the money changers from the temple. All monks who had deserted their monasteries were expelled from the city and states of the Church. The court was enjoined to keep the regular fasts, and all were commanded to solemnize Easter by receiving the Lord's Supper. The cardinals were even compelled to occasional preaching, and Paul himself preached. Many abuses that had been profitable to the Curia he did his best to set aside. Of marriage dispensations, or of the resources they furnished to the treasury, he would not even hear mention. A host of places that up to his time had been constantly sold, even those of the clerks of the chamber, chiericati di camera, he would now have disposed of according to merit only. Still more rigidly did he insist on the worth and clerical endowments of all on whom he bestowed the purely ecclesiastical offices. He would no longer endure those compacts by which one man had hitherto been allowed to enjoy the revenues of an office, while he made over its duties to another, by whom for some mean hire they were performed, well or ill, as might chance. He had also formed the design of reinstating the bishops in many rights which had been wrongfully withheld from them, and considered it highly culpable that everything should be absorbed by Rome which could in any way be made to yield either profit or influence. Nor were the reforms of Paul confined to the mere abolition of abuses. Not content with a negative effect only, he proceeded to practical amendments. The services of the Church were performed with increased pomp. It is to him we are indebted for the rich ornaments of the Sistine Chapel, and for the solemn representation of the Holy Sepulchre. The ideal of the modern service of the Catholic Church, full of dignity, devotion, and splendour, floated also before the eyes of Paul. He permitted no day to pass over, as he boasts, without the promulgation of some edict tending to restore the Church to its original purity. Many of his decrees present the outlines of those ordinances which were afterwards sanctioned by the Council of Trent. In the course now adopted, Paul displayed, as might have been expected, all the inflexibility of nature peculiar to him. Above all other institutions, he favoured that of the Inquisition, which he had himself re-established. The days appointed for the Segnatura and the Consistory he would often suffer to pass unnoticed, but never did he miss the Thursday which was that set apart for the congregation of the Inquisition, and when it assembled before him. The powers of this office he desired to see exercised with the utmost rigour. He subjected new classes of offence to its jurisdiction, and conferred on it the barbarous prerogative of applying torture for the detection of accomplices. He permitted no respect of persons. The most distinguished nobles were summoned before this tribunal, and cardinals such as Morone and Foscherati were now thrown into prison because certain doubts had occurred to him as to the soundness of their opinions, although these very men had been formerly appointed to examine the contents and decide the orthodoxy of important books, the spiritual exercises of Loyola, for example. It was Paul IV by whom the festival of San Domenico was established, in honour of that great inquisitor. Thus did a rigid austerity and earnest zeal for the restoration of primitive habits become the prevailing tendency of the popedom. Paul IV seemed almost to have forgotten that he had ever pursued other purposes than those that now occupied him. The memory of past times seemed extinguished. He lived and moved in his reforms and his Inquisition, gave laws, imprisoned, excommunicated, and held autos de fe. These occupations filled up his life. At length, when laid prostrate by disease, such as would have caused death even to a younger man, he called his cardinals about him, commended his soul to their prayers, and the Holy See with the Inquisition to their earnest care. Once more would he fain have collected his energies. He sought to raise himself, but the disease prevailed. His strength had failed. He fell back and expired, August 18th, 1559. In one respect at least are these determined and passionate characters more fortunate than men of feebler mould. They are perhaps blinded by the force of their feelings, the violence of their prejudices, but they are also steeled by this force. This violence it is that renders them invincible. The Roman people did not forget what they had suffered under Paul IV so readily as he had done. They could not forgive him the war he had brought on the state, nor, though they abhorred his nephews, did their disgrace suffice to the resentment of the multitude. On his death being made known, large crowds assembled on the Capitol and resolved that as he had not deserved well either of Rome or of the world, so would they destroy his monuments. Others attacked the buildings of the Inquisition, set fire to them, and roughly handled the servants of the Holy Office. They even threatened to burn the Dominican convent of Santa Maria alla Minerva. The Colonna, the Orsini, Cesarini, Massimi, and other nobles whom Paul had mortally offended took part in these tumults. The statue that had been erected to this pope was torn from its pedestal, broken to pieces, and the head bearing the triple crown was dragged through the streets. It would nevertheless have been fortunate for the Papal See had it met with no more serious reaction against the enterprises of Paul IV than was intimated by this outbreak. End of section 30. Section 31 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 4. Remarks on the Progress of Protestantism during the Pontificate of Paul IV.
it will have become obvious to the reader that the earlier dissensions between the papacy and the imperial or Spanish power had contributed more than any other external cause to the establishment of Protestantism in Germany. Yet a second breach was not avoided, and this produced results still more comprehensive and important. The recall of the papal troops from the imperial army by Paul III and his transfer of the council from Trent to Bologna may be considered as the preliminary steps. Their importance was at once made evident. There was no impediment to the subjugation of the Protestants so effectual as that presented by the policy, active and passive, of Paul III at this period. The great and permanent results of these measures were, however, not obvious until after the death of the pontiff. The connection with France, into which he led his nephews, occasioned a universal war, and in this the German Protestants not only achieved the memorable victory by which they secured themselves for ever from the Pope, Emperor, and Council, but also gained important progress for their opinions by the contact into which the Protestant soldiers who fought on both sides were forced with those of France and the Netherlands. This contact caused the extensive acceptance of the new doctrines in these countries, their introduction being favoured by the prevalence of a confusion occasioned by the war, which rendered vigilant precaution impossible. Paul IV ascended the papal throne. It was for him to have taken a clear view of things as existing before his eyes, and above all his first efforts should have been turned to the restoration of peace. But with all the blindness of passion, he plunged himself into the tumult, and it thus came to pass that he, the most furious of zealots, was in fact a more effectual promoter of that Protestantism which he so abhorred and persecuted than any one of his predecessors. Let us examine the influence of his conduct on England alone. The first victory gained by the new opinions in that country was for a long time incomplete. Nothing further was required than a retrogression of the government, and the presence of a Catholic sovereign would at once have determined the Parliament to subject the national Church once more to the dominion of the Pope. But then the latter must proceed cautiously. He must not wage open war with those innovations that had arisen from the present and recent state of things. This had been at once perceived by Julius III. His first nuncio, having instantly remarked the potency of those interests that were connected with the confiscated property of the Church, he magnanimously resolved to make no effort for its restitution. Indeed, the legate was not permitted to land on the English soil until he had given satisfactory assurances in this respect. It was to these declarations that his extensive influence was attributable. To them was he indebted for the principal part of his success. This legate, with whom we are already acquainted, was Reginald Pole, the man above all others best fitted to labour successfully for the restoration of Catholicism in England. A native of the country, of high rank, acceptable equally to the Queen, the nobles, and the people, moderate, intelligent, and raised far above all suspicion of sordid or unworthy purposes. Affairs proceeded most prosperously, as might have been expected from such guidance. The accession of Paul IV to the papal throne was followed by the arrival of English ambassadors who assured him of that nation's obedience. Thus Paul had not to acquire the allegiance of England, he had merely to retain it. Let us see by what measures he sought to effect this. First, he declared the restitution of all church property to be an indispensable duty, the neglect of which entails everlasting damnation. He next attempted to re-establish the tax called Peter's Pence. But apart from these ill-considered measures, could he have adopted any method better calculated to prevent the return of the English to the Catholic pale than the indulgence of his rancorous hostility to Philip II, who, if a Spanish prince, was also King of England. In the Battle of Saint-Quentin, which had such disastrous consequences for Italy, English soldiers assisted to gain the victory. Finally, he persecuted Cardinal Pole, whom he never could endure, deprived him of his dignity as legate, an office that no man had ever borne with greater advantage to the Holy See, and appointed an aged, inefficient monk to succeed him, whose principal recommendation was that he shared the prejudices of the pontiff. Had it been the purpose of Paul to impede the work of restoration, he could not have adopted more effectual measures. There can be no wonder that the opposing tendencies should immediately act with renewed violence on the unexpected death of the Queen and the Cardinal. This result was powerfully accelerated by the religious persecutions which Pole had condemned, but which his bigoted antagonists approved and promoted. Once more the Pope had an opportunity of deciding the question whether England should be Catholic or Protestant, and this decision demanded all the more serious consideration from the fact that it must inevitably affect Scotland also. In that country, likewise, the religious parties were in fierce contest, and accordingly as matters should be regulated in England would assuredly be the future condition of Scotland. How significant, then, was the fact that Elizabeth showed herself by no means decidedly Protestant in the beginning of her reign, and that she caused her accession to be instantly notified to the Pope. There were even negotiations in progress for her marriage with Philip II, and the world of that day believed this event very probable. One would have thought that no state of things could be more satisfactory to the pontiff. But Paul was incapable of moderation. He returned a repulsive and contemptuous reply to the ambassador of Elizabeth. First of all, said he, she must submit her claims to the decision of our judgment. We are not to believe that the pontiff was moved to this entirely by his sense of what was due to the dignity of the apostolic see. Other motives were in action. The French desired to prevent this marriage from national jealousy, and contrived to persuade Paul, through the pious Theatins, that Elizabeth was entirely Protestant at heart, and that no good could result from such a marriage. The Guises were particularly interested for the success of this affair. Should the claims of Elizabeth be rejected by the Holy See, the next title to the English crown would be possessed by their sister's daughter, Mary Stuart, Dauphiness of France and Queen of Scotland. Could her right be established, the Guises might hope to rule in her name over all the three kingdoms. And in fact, that princess did assume the English arms. She dated her edicts with the year of her reign over England and Ireland, while preparations for war were commenced in the Scottish ports. Thus, had Elizabeth not been disposed to the opinions of the Protestants, the force of circumstances would have compelled her to adopt that party. This she did with the most decided resolution, and succeeded in obtaining a parliament having a Protestant majority, by which all those changes that constitute the essential character of the English Church were in a few months effected. The influence of this turn of things necessarily affected Scotland also. In that country the French Catholic interest was resisted by a party that was at once Protestant and national. Elizabeth lost no time in allying herself with this, and was even exhorted to the measure by the Spanish ambassador himself. The Treaty of Berwick, which he concluded with the Scottish opposition, gave the predominance in Scotland to the Protestants. Before Mary Stuart could land in her own kingdom, she was compelled not only to renounce her claim to the crown of England, but even to ratify the acts of a parliament guided by Protestant influence, and one of which forbade the performance of Mass under penalty of death. To a reaction against the designs of France, then, which the proceedings of the Pope had favoured and promoted, was in a great measure to be attributed the triumph gained by Protestantism in Great Britain, and by which its ascendancy there was secured for ever. There is no doubt that the inward impulses of those who held Protestant opinions had their origin in causes much more deeply seated than any connected with political movements, but for the most part the outbreak, progress, and decision of the religious struggle very closely coincided with the various contingencies of politics. In Germany also a measure adopted by Paul IV was in one respect of peculiar importance. Incited by his old aversion to the House of Austria, he had opposed the transfer of the imperial crown, which obliged Ferdinand I to be more attentive than he had hitherto been to the maintenance of friendly relations with his Protestant allies. The affairs of Germany were thenceforward governed by a union of the moderate princes belonging to both confessions, and under their influence it was that the transference of ecclesiastical foundations in Lower Germany to Protestant administrations was eventually accomplished. We are warranted in declaring that the popedom seemed destined to suffer no injury to which it had not itself conduced in one way or another by its tendency to interference in political affairs. And now, if we survey the world from the heights of Rome, how enormous were the losses sustained by the Catholic faith! Scandinavia and Great Britain had wholly departed. Germany was almost entirely Protestant. Poland and Hungary were in fierce tumult of opinion. In Geneva was to be found as important a central point for the schismatics of the Latin nations and of the West as was Wittenberg for those of Germanic race and the East, while numbers were already gathering beneath the banners of Protestantism in France and the Netherlands. Only one hope now remained to the Catholic confession. The symptoms of dissent that had appeared in Spain and Italy had been totally suppressed, and a restorative strictness had become manifest in all ecclesiastical institutions. The administration of Paul had been doubtless most injurious from its secular policy, but it had at least achieved the introduction of a determined spirit of reform into the court and palace. The question now was, would this have force to maintain itself there, and in that case, would it then proceed to pervade and unite the whole Catholic world? End of section 31. Section 32 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 5, Pius IV. We are told that Alessandro Farnese, making one at a banquet of cardinals, gave a wreath to a boy who possessed the art of improvisation to the lyre, desiring him to offer it to that one among them who should one day be pope. The boy, Silvio Antoniano, afterwards a distinguished man and himself a cardinal, went instantly to Giovanni Angelo Medici, and first singing his praises, presented to him the wreath. This Medici was the successor of Paul, and took the name of Pius IV. He was of mean birth. His father, Bernardino, had settled in Milan, where he had acquired a small property by government contracts. The sons had nevertheless to do the best they could for their own support. The elder, Gian Giacomo, betook himself to the trade of arms, and at first entered the service of a nobleman. The second, Giovanni Angelo, devoted himself to study, but with very slender means. The origin of their prosperity was as follows. Gian Giacomo, naturally reckless and enterprising, had rendered himself useful to the rulers of Milan by ridding them of one of the Visconti family called Monsignorino, who was their rival. But no sooner was this murder accomplished than those who devised it were anxious to be delivered from the tool they had employed. To this end they sent the young man to the castle of Mus on the lake of Como, with a letter to the governor containing orders for his own immediate death. But Giancarlo felt suspicions of evil, opened the letter, saw what was prepared for him, and at once resolved on the measures to be taken. He gathered a number of trusty comrades, gained admission to the castle by means of the letter he bore, and succeeded in taking possession of it. From that time he assumed the position of an independent prince. Secure in his fortress, he kept the Milanese, Swiss, and Venetians, who were his neighbours, in perpetual activity by his ceaseless incursions. After a time he took the White Cross and entered the imperial service. He received the title of Marchese di Marignano, served as chief of artillery in the war against the Lutherans, and commanded the emperor's forces at Siena. His shrewdness was not inferior to his daring. His undertakings were invariably successful, but he was altogether without pity. Many a wretched peasant who was attempting to carry provisions into Siena did he kill with his iron staff. Scarcely was there a tree far and near on which he had not caused some one of them to be hanged. It was computed that he had put to death at least 5,000 men. He took Siena and founded a considerable house. The advance of his brother Giovanni Angelo had kept pace with his own. This last took the degree of doctor-in-law and gained some reputation as a jurist. He then purchased an office in Rome and rapidly acquired the confidence of Paul III. When the Marchese di Marignano, his brother, was married to an Orsini, the sister of Pier Luigi Faranese's wife, he was himself made cardinal. After this we find him in the administration of papal cities, charged with the conduct of political negotiations, and more than once entrusted with the commissariat of papal armies. Cardinal Medici ever proved himself discreet, intelligent, and kindly disposed, but Paul IV detested him, and once burst into violent invectives against him in full consistory. Medici then thought it best to leave Rome, and resided sometimes at the Baths of Pisa, sometimes in Milan, where he raised many splendid buildings, beguiling his exile by literary occupations and by the exercise of a beneficence so magnificent as to procure him the name of Father of the Poor. It was very probably the extreme contrast he exhibited to Paul IV that principally contributed to his election. This contrast was indeed more than commonly striking. Paul IV was a Neapolitan, highly born, of the anti-Austrian faction, a zealot, a monk, and an inquisitor. Pius IV was the son of a Milanese tax-gatherer, firmly attached to the House of Austria by his brother and some other German connections, a lawyer, a man of the world, and fond of enjoyment. Paul IV stood aloof and inaccessible, never discarding his majesty for even the least dignified occasions. Pius was all cordiality and condescension. He was seen daily in the streets on foot or on horseback, and sometimes almost without attendants. He conversed freely with all. The Venetian dispatches make us perfectly acquainted with him. The ambassadors find him writing or transacting business in a large, cool room. He rises and walks with them up and down this hall, or he is perhaps about to visit the Belvedere. He seats himself without laying the stick from his hand, hears what they have to say, and continues his walk in their company. While treating them with this pleasant intimacy, however, he desired to meet respect and politeness in return. The clever expedients occasionally proposed to him by the Venetians were sure to elicit his smiles and praises, but all his fidelity to the Austrian cause could not prevent him from disliking the formal imperious manners of the Spanish envoy Vargas. Unwilling to be encumbered with details, which instantly wearied him, his attention was readily given to the really important matter, and while this was kept in view, he was always good-tempered and most easy to deal with. On such occasions he would pour forth 1,000 friendly protestations, declare himself to be by nature a lover of justice, and to hate bad men with all his heart, that he would not willingly restrict the freedom of any man, would fain show kindness and goodwill towards all, but most especially was resolved to labour heartily for the good of the Church, and trusted in God that he might accomplish something useful to its interests. How easily can we bring him before us, a portly old man, still active enough to reach his country house before sunrise. His countenance was cheerful, his eyes were bright and keen. Lively conversation, the pleasures of the table, and perhaps a harmless jest, these were his recreations. Recovering once from an illness that had been thought dangerous, he mounted his horse at the first possible moment, rode away to a house where he had dwelt in his cardinalate, and stepping firmly up and down the stairs, "No, no," he exclaimed, "we don't mean to die just yet." But this pontiff, so joyous and of so worldly a temperament, was he precisely the head of the Church required under the difficult circumstances of the moment? Was it not to be feared that he would depart from the course so lately entered on by his predecessor? I will not say that his character might not have led him to do this, yet in fact the event was not so. He had certainly no love for the Inquisition in his heart. The monkish severity of its proceedings were most uncongenial to his nature. He seldom or never appeared in the congregation, but neither did he seek to lessen the power of its officers. He declared himself to understand nothing of the matter, said that he was no theologian, and permitted them to exercise all the influence they possessed under Paul IV. He made a fearful example of the nephews of his predecessor. The atrocities committed by the Duke of Paleano, even after his fall, among others that of murdering his wife in a fit of jealousy, facilitated the efforts of their enemies who thirsted for revenge. A criminal process was commenced against them, and they were accused of the most detestable crimes, robberies, forgeries, and assassinations, together with the most tyrannical abuse of the powers entrusted to them, and the most systematic duplicity practised against their aged uncle, the late pontiff. Their defence is still extant, and is not altogether without an appearance of justification. But their accusers prevailed. The Pope caused all the evidence to be read before him. With this he was occupied in the consistory from early morning till late at night, when the accused were condemned and received the sentence of death. These were the Cardinal and the Duke of Paleano, with Count Alife and Leonardo di Cardine, two of their nearest connections. Montebello and some others had before taken flight. The Cardinal had perhaps expected banishment, but had never thought of death. He received the announcement of his sentence in the morning before he had risen. When it was no longer possible to doubt the fact, he buried his face in the bedclothes for a time, then raising his head, he clasped his hands together, uttering those words that, while sounding like resignation, are in fact but the expression of the deepest despair from the lips of an Italian. Bene, pazienza. It is well, let us have patience. His usual confessor was not permitted to attend him, but to the one accorded he had, as may be imagined, much to say, and his confession continued for a long time. "Make an end, Monsignore," exclaimed an officer of police. "We have other affairs to settle." And so perished the nephews of Paul IV. They were the last who aspired to independent principalities, and excited general commotions for the furtherance of their own purposes in politics. From the times of Sixtus IV. we have Girolamo Riario, Cesare Borgia, Lorenzo de' Medici, Pier Luigi Farnese, and the Carafa, who, as we have said, were the last. The kindred of popes have made themselves conspicuous in later times, but in a totally different manner. The old forms of nepotism have appeared no more. How could Pius IV, for example, have conferred on his own family a power for the exercise of which he had so heavily visited the Carafa?
He was, besides, disposed by the peculiar activity of his character to the retention of affairs in his own hands. All important business was carefully examined by himself. He weighed the evidence and determined by his own judgment. He was considered to rely too little rather than too much on the aid of others. This disposition was perhaps confirmed by the fact that of his two nephews, the one, Federigo Borromeo, whom he might have wished to advance, died young. The other, Carlo Borromeo, was not the man for worldly aggrandisement, and would never have accepted it. This last, indeed, regarded his connection with the pontiff, and the contact into which it brought him with the most weighty affairs of the government, not as involving the right to any personal advantage or indulgence, but rather as imposing duties that demanded his most assiduous care. To these, then, he devoted himself with equal modesty and perseverance. His best energies were earnestly applied to the administration of the state. He gave audience with the most unwearied patience. It was for the more effectual performance of his duties that he called around him that collegium of 8 learned men, whence was afterwards formed the important institution of the Consulta. He lent valuable aid to the Pope, and is the same Borromeo who was afterwards canonized. No life could be more noble and blameless than that of the cardinal. In so far as we know, says Girolamo Soranzo, he is without spot or blemish. So religious a life and so pure an example leave the most exacting nothing to demand. It is greatly to his praise that in the bloom of youth, nephew to a pope whose favour he entirely possesses, and living in a court where every kind of pleasure invites him to its enjoyment, he yet leads so exemplary a life. His recreation was to gather round him in the evenings a few learned and distinguished men. With these he would at first discuss profane literature, but from Epictetus and the Stoics, whom Borromeo, then young, did not despise. The conversation, even in these leisure moments, soon turned to theological subjects. If a fault could be found in him, it was not of deficiency in uprightness of purpose or steadiness of application, but perhaps to some extent in talent. His servants indeed thought it a defect that they could no longer count on those rich marks of favour which were conferred in former times by the papal nephews. And thus did the qualities of the nephew make amends for whatsoever might be thought wanting by the more severely disposed in the character of the uncle. In any case, all things proceeded in their established course. Affairs spiritual and temporal were conducted with good order and due attention to the interests of the Church. Nor was the work of reform neglected. Pius admonished the bishops publicly to reside in their dioceses, and some were seen at once to kiss his foot and take their leave. Ideas that have once become widely prevalent assume an irresistible force of coercion. The seriousness of spirit now prevailing in religious matters had gained the mastery in Rome, and the Pope himself could no longer depart from its dictates. But if the somewhat worldly dispositions of Pius IV were not permitted to impede the restoration of a strictly religious spirit, it is certain that they contributed infinitely toward the composing of that discord and the removal of those animosities by which the Catholic world had been so long afflicted. It had been the full conviction of Paul IV that a pope was created for the subjugation of emperors and kings. Thus it was that he plunged himself into so many wars and enmities. Pius perceived the error of this notion all the more clearly because it was committed by his immediate predecessor, and one to whom he felt that he was in many ways directly contrasted. Thereby did we lose England, would he say. England, that we might have retained with perfect ease, had Cardinal Pole been supported in his measures. Thus, too, has Scotland been torn from us. For during the wars excited by these severe proceedings, the doctrines of Germany made their way into France. He, on the contrary, was desirous of peace above all things. Even with the Protestants he would not willingly have war. An ambassador from Savoy came soliciting his aid for an attack on Geneva. He repeatedly interrupted his speech. "What sort of times are these," said he, "for making such proposals?" He declared that nothing was so needful to him as peace. Fain would he have been on good terms with all the world. He dispensed his ecclesiastical favours liberally, and when compelled to refuse anything, always did so with gentleness and consideration. It was his conviction that the authority of the papacy could no longer subsist without the support of the temporal sovereigns, and this he did not seek to conceal. In the latter part of the pontificate of Paul IV, a council was again universally demanded, and it is certain that Pius IV would have found it very difficult to resist this call. He could not urge the pretext of war, as had previously been done, since peace was at length established throughout Europe. A general council was indeed imperatively needful to his own interests, for the French were threatening to convoke a national council, which might possibly have led to a schism. But apart from all this, my own impression is that he honestly desired this measure. Let us hear what he says himself of the matter. "We desire this council," he declares. "We wish it earnestly, and we would have it to be universal. Were it otherwise, we would throw obstacles before the world that might hinder it for years. But we desire, on the contrary, to remove all hindrances. Let what requires reformation be reformed, even though it be our own person and our own affairs. If we have any other thought than to do God service, then may God visit us accordingly." He sometimes complained that the sovereigns did not duly support him in so great an undertaking. One morning the Venetian ambassador found him still in bed, disabled by gout, but deeply cogitating this momentous affair. "Our intentions are upright," he remarked to the ambassador, "but we are alone." "I could not but compassionate him," observes the Venetian, "seeing him thus in his bed, and hearing him complain that he was alone to bear so heavy a burden." The affair was nevertheless making progress. On the 18th of January, 1562, so many bishops and delegates had assembled in Trent that the twice interrupted council could for the third time be opened. Pius IV had the most important share in bringing this about. "Without doubt," says Girolamo Soranzo, who did not usually take part with this pontiff, "His Holiness has in this matter given proof of all the zeal that was to be expected from so exalted a pastor. He has neglected nothing that could forward so holy and so needful a work." End of section 32. Section 33 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 6, Later Sittings of the Council of Trent, Section 1. How materially had the state of the world altered since the first sittings of this council! No more had the Pope now to fear lest a mighty emperor should avail himself of its powers to render himself lord paramount over the Holy See. Ferdinand I was entirely divested of influence in Italy, nor was any important error as to the essential points of doctrine to be apprehended. These dogmas, retaining the form they had received from the first sittings of the council, though not yet entirely developed, had become predominant throughout the greater part of the Catholic world. To reunite the Protestants with the Church was no longer a thing that could be brought into question. In Germany they had now gained a position wholly unassailable. In the north their ideas as to ecclesiastical affairs had entered even into the civil policy, a change that was in process of accomplishment in England also. When the Pope declared that the present council was but a continuation of the former one, he had in fact abandoned all hope that the event would verify his assertion, although he had succeeded in silencing the dissentient voices. For how, in fact, was it possible that the Free Protestants should acquiesce in a council which in its earlier edicts had condemned the most essential articles of their creed. Thus the influence of the council was limited from its commencement to the now greatly contracted circle of the Catholic nations. Its efforts must be confined to the arrangements of disputes between these last and the supreme ecclesiastical authority, to the precise determination of such tenets as were not distinctly settled, and, but this most especially was its great end, to the completion of that reform in the Church which had already commenced, and to the setting forth rules of discipline that should possess universal authority. These duties were closely limited, yet their fulfilment was surrounded by various difficulties, and there soon arose among the assembled fathers most animated controversies and disputes. Whether the residence of bishops in their dioceses were by divine command or prescribed simply by human authority was a question mooted by the Spaniards, though this might seem but an idle discussion, since all agreed on the fact that residence was imperative. The Spaniards, however, further maintained the episcopal authority to be no mere emanation from that of the pontiff, but to have its origin immediately from divine appointment. Hereby they struck at the very heart's core of the whole ecclesiastical system, for by the admission of this principle, the independence of the subordinate grades in the hierarchy, which the popes had so earnestly laboured to subdue, must necessarily have been restored. Already the council had fallen into eager disputes on this topic when the imperial ambassadors arrived. Most especially remarkable are the articles of their proposing. One of them is to the effect that the Pope, following the example of Christ, should humble himself and submit to a reform in his own person, his state, and curia. The council must reform the appointment of cardinals as well as the conclave. How is it possible that the cardinals should choose a good pope, inquired Ferdinand, seeing that they are not good themselves? For the reform that should satisfy him, he desired to have the resolutions proposed by the Council of Constance, which had not received effect, as the basis, the plan to be prepared by deputations from the different countries. But besides this, he demanded also the cup for the laity, the marriage of priests, the remission of the fasts for some of his subjects, the establishment of schools for the poor, the purification of the breviary, legends, and homilies, more intelligible catechisms, the use of German in church singing, and the reform of the monasteries, the last for this special reason, that their great wealth might no longer be expended in so profligate a manner. Most important proposals these, without doubt, and such as, being conceded, must have led to a thorough change in the whole system of the Church. The Emperor urged the consideration of them in repeated letters. Finally, the Cardinal of Lorraine appeared with the French prelates, and cordially supported the German propositions. He also demanded, most especially, that the cup should be conceded to the laity. He required the administration of all sacraments in the mother tongue, that the Mass should be accompanied by preaching and instruction, and that the psalms might be allowed to be sung in the French language in full congregation, concessions from all of which the most desirable results were anticipated. "We are fully assured," said the king, "that the accordance of the cup to the laity will restore quiet to many troubled consciences, will recall to the Church whole provinces now severed from her communion, and be to us an effective assistance in appeasing the troubles of our kingdom." But the French were moreover desirous again to bring forward the decrees of the Council of Basel, and by these it was determined that the authority of the Pope is subordinate to that of a council. It is true that the Spaniards would in no wise support these demands of the Germans and French. The accordance of the cup to the laity and the marriage of priests were altogether abhorrent in their eyes, and condemned without remission. No agreement could possibly be arrived at in the council as regarded these points. All that could be gained was the reference of such proposals to the pontiff, who was to decide on the expediency of granting them. There were certain matters, nevertheless, as to which all three nations concurred in opposition to the claims of the Curia. All found it insufferable that the legates alone should have the right of proposing resolutions, and not this only, but that these legates should further require the approbation of the Pope for every decree, and suffer none to pass but at his good pleasure. This seemed to all an affront to the dignity of the council. If things are to proceed thus, said Ferdinand, there will be two councils, one at Trent, the other, which is indeed the true one, in Rome. Had the votes been taken by nations, what extraordinary decrees might not in this state of opinions have emanated from this assembly? But since this was not done, the three nations still remained in a minority, even when their forces were united, for the Italians were more numerous than all the rest put together, and they supported the Curia, on which they were for the most part dependent, with but little regard to the question of right or wrong. This awakened much bitterness of feeling. The French amused themselves with the story of how the Holy Spirit had come to Trent in a cloak bag. The Italians spoke of Spanish leprosies and French diseases by which all the faithful were infected, one after another. The Bishop of Cadiz declared that there had been bishops of great fame, nay, excellent fathers of the Church, who had been appointed by no pope, on which the Italians burst forth in unanimous vociferations, demanded his instant expulsion, and even spoke of anathema and heresy. The heresy was sent them back with interest by the Spaniards. Parties would frequently assemble in the streets, shouting each its watchword of Spain, Spain, Italy, Italy, and blood was seen to flow on the ground that had been consecrated to the establishment of peace. Was it surprising that for 10 months it was found impossible even to proceed to a session, or that the first legate should dissuade the Pope from going to Trent, on the ground of the remarks that all would make if, in spite of his presence, the council could still be conducted to no satisfactory end, but must after all be dissolved? Yet a dissolution, nay, even a suspension or a mere translation, which had often been thought of, would have been extremely dangerous. In Rome they dared hope for nothing but evil. A council was there considered much too violent a remedy for the grievously debilitated constitution of the Church, and all feared that ruin must ensue, both for Italy and the hierarchy. In the beginning of the year 1563, says Girolamo Soranzo, and but a few days before my departure, Cardinal Carpi, Dean of the College, and a man of great foresight, assured me that in the last illness he had suffered, his prayers had been constantly that God would grant him permission to die, and not survive to see the downfall and burial of Rome. Other distinguished cardinals equally bemoan their evil destiny, and clearly perceive that no hope of escape remains to them unless the hand of God should be mercifully extended for their protection. All the misfortunes that had ever been anticipated from a council by his predecessors were now believed by Pius IV to hang over his own head. The persuasion that in seasons of difficulty, and above all in cases of grave errors in the Church, an assembly of her principal shepherds will avail to remove all evil is at once consoling and sublime. Let its deliberations proceed, said Augustine, without presumption or envy, and in Catholic peace. Having profited by wider experience, let the concealed be made obvious, and let all that was shut up be brought to the light of day. But even in the earliest councils this ideal was far from being realized. It demanded an uprightness of purpose, a freedom from all extraneous influences, a purity of soul, in short, that man has not yet obtained. Still less could these now be hoped for when the Church was involved in so many contradictory relations with the State. If, notwithstanding their imperfections, general councils had still retained the respect of nations, and were still looked to with hope and urgently demanded, this must be attributed to the necessity existing for imposing some restraint on the papal influence. But the present state of affairs seemed confirmatory of what the pontiffs had constantly maintained, namely, that in times of great perplexity church councils tended rather to increase than remove the evil. All Italy took part in the fears of the Curia. This council, said the Italians, will either be continued or it will be dissolved. In the first case, and more especially if the Pope should die pending its duration, the Ultramontanes will arrange the conclave according to their own interests and to the disadvantage of Italy. They will lay so many restrictions on the pontiff that he will be little more than the mere bishop of Rome. Under pretense of reforms, they will render all offices worthless and ruin the whole Curia. On the other hand, should the council be dissolved without having produced any good effect, even the most orthodox would receive great offence, while those whose faith is wavering will stand in peril of being utterly lost. That any essential change could be produced in the opinions of the council itself seemed, as matters now stood, altogether impossible. The legates, guided by the Pope, with the Italians who were closely bound to him, were confronted by the prelates of France, Spain, and Germany, who on their side were led, each by the ambassador of his sovereign. What arrangement of differences, what middle term could be devised? There seemed none. Even in February 1563 the state of things appeared to be desperate. The most vehement contentions prevailed, each party obstinately adhering to the opinions that it had adopted. But when all these affairs were examined with more earnest attention, there appeared the possibility of an escape from the labyrinth. The discordant opinions only met and combated at Trent. Their origin and guides were in Rome and at the courts of the respective sovereigns. If these dissensions could ever be healed, it must be by proceeding to their sources. Pius IV had declared that the papacy could no longer support itself without the aid of the temporal princes. It was now the moment to act upon the principle thus laid down. The Pope had once thought of receiving the demands of the different courts himself, and granting them without the intervention of the council, but this would have been a half measure only. The best thing now to be done was to bring the council to a close, in concert with the other great powers. No other resource presented itself. Pius IV determined to attempt this. The most able and statesmanlike of his cardinals, Morone, gave him effectual aid. In the first instance, Ferdinand I must be gained. This was of the highest importance, for not only had the French concurred with him in opinion, as before related, but he had also much influence with Philip of Spain, his nephew, who deferred to him on most occasions. Morone, who had been chosen president of the council, but was quickly convinced that nothing effectual could be accomplished at Trent, proceeded to Innsbruck in April 1563, permitting no other prelate to accompany him, for the purpose of meeting the emperor, who was in that city. He found Ferdinand highly offended and in extreme discontent, fully persuaded that no serious intentions of reform were entertained in Rome, and resolved in the first place to procure perfect freedom for the council. An extraordinary exercise of address, or, as we should now say, of diplomatic skill, was required on the part of the legate in order to propitiate the irritated monarch. The emperor was above all offended because his own project of reform had been set aside, and had not even been made the subject of serious discussion. But Morone found means to persuade him that there were very sufficient reasons why the formal discussion of his plan had been deferred, but that in fact its more important points had not only been considered but even adopted. Next, Ferdinand complained that the council was led by Rome, the legates proceeding entirely according to the instructions received from the pontiff. To this Morone replied, and the fact was incontrovertible, that the ambassadors from all the courts received their instructions from home, and were constantly furnished by their sovereigns with new suggestions. The cardinal had long possessed the confidence of the House of Austria, and he so contrived as to get over this delicate negotiation very happily. He smoothed away the unfavourable impressions that Ferdinand had received, and applied himself skilfully to effecting a compromise on those points which were the most eagerly contested by the prelates in council. He was resolved never to permit the essential authority of the Pope to be in any wise diminished, the principal object being, as he tells us himself, to hit upon such expedients that Ferdinand might consider himself satisfied without really compromising the power either of Pope or legate. The first point in dispute was the exclusive right of presenting resolutions, which, being vested in the legates, was maintained to be an infringement on the liberty of the council. Here Morone remarked that the right to the initiative, if possessed by the prelates generally, would be frequently used in opposition to the interests of princes. Of this fact he had no difficulty in convincing the emperor, for would not the bishops, once possessed of this privilege, be very prone to use it for the purpose of proposing resolutions inimical to the existing rights of states? Thus infinite confusion might arise from such a concession. It was needful, nevertheless, to meet the wishes of the temporal princes in some way, and the expedient adopted for this purpose is sufficiently remarkable. The cardinal promised that he would himself propose whatever the ambassadors should suggest to him from their sovereigns, or on his failing to do so, they should then have the right of proposing for themselves. This compromise was significant of the spirit that now began to prevail in the council. The legates agreed to renounce the initiative in a case supposed, but rather in favour of the ambassadors than in that of the fathers in council. It follows then that to the sovereigns only was accorded a portion of that authority hitherto enjoyed exclusively by the pontiffs. To the council no benefit whatever accrued. The demand that the committees wherein the decrees were prepared should be permitted to assemble according to their several nations was the second question to be mooted. To this Moroni replied that the practice had always been so, but that, since the emperor desired it, a more rigid attention should be given to this rule, which should for the future be established as invariable. Then came the third point, reform, and here the emperor conceded that the expression reform of the head, as also that old question of the Sorbonne, as to whether pope or council were superior, should be avoided, in return for which the cardinal promised a searching reform through every department, and in the plan drawn up to this intent even the conclave was included. These more important points once arranged, the secondary questions were soon agreed on. Many demands at first made by Ferdinand were withdrawn, and his ambassadors were enjoined to maintain a good understanding with the papal legates. Having successfully accomplished his mission, Moroni again traversed the Alps. When people became fully aware of the emperor's friendly dispositions, says he, and of the concord established between his ambassadors and those of the Pope, the council presently changed its aspect and was much more easily managed. Other circumstances contributed to this result. The French and Spaniards had fallen into dissensions about the right of their respective ambassadors to precedence in the council. Thus they no longer continued to act in concert. Special negotiations had also been entered into with each of these powers. A cordial understanding with the Pope was most essential to Philip II. For his authority in Spain being founded in a great measure on ecclesiastical interests, it was his policy to keep these carefully in his hands. This fact was perfectly well known to the court of Rome, and the nuncio from Madrid often said that a friendly termination of the council was quite as desirable for the King of Spain as for the Pope. The burdens imposed on church property had already been brought into question by the Spanish prelates at Trent. But the sums furnished by ecclesiastical foundations formed an important portion of the public revenue, and the king, much alarmed, requested the Pope to forbid these offensive discussions. Could he then be desirous of procuring for his prelates the right of proposing resolutions? He was anxious, on the contrary, to restrict the privileges they already possessed. The pontiff complained of the vehement opposition he had continually to endure from the Spanish bishops, and Philip promised to adopt such means as should keep them within the limits of obedience. Suffice it to say that the Pope and King became assured that their interests were absolutely identical. Other negotiations must also have taken place. The Pope threw himself wholly into the arms of the King, who promised on his part that whatever difficulty should assail the pontiff, he, Philip, would come to his aid with the whole force of his kingdom. The French also were in the meanwhile becoming more favourable to the Pope. The Guises, whose powerful influence prevailed equally in the council at Trent as in their government at home, had in both places adopted a policy that was decidedly and increasingly Catholic. It was wholly attributable to the compliant dispositions of Cardinal de Guise that after 10 months of delay and 8 adjournments, the council did at length hold a session. In addition to this, an alliance of the closest character was proposed by His Eminence. He desired to form a congress of the leading Catholic sovereigns, the Pope, the Emperor, and the kings of France and Spain. For the better discussion of this project he proceeded himself to Rome, and the Pope could find no words sufficiently eloquent to praise his Christian zeal for the service of God and the public tranquillity, not in matters touching this council only, but also in others affecting the common weal. The proposed congress would have been exceedingly agreeable to the Pope, who sent ambassadors on the subject to both Emperor and King. End of section 33. Section 34 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 6, Later Sittings of the Council of Trent, Section 2. It was therefore rather at the respective courts and by means of political negotiations than at Trent and by the assembled fathers that all discords were eventually composed and all obstacles to a peaceful close of the council removed. Cardinal Morone, to whom this was principally attributable, had besides found means to conciliate the prelates individually, bestowing on each all the deference, praise, and favour that he desired and thought his due. His proceedings furnish a striking example of what may be effected by an able and skilful man, even under the most difficult circumstances, when he has thoroughly mastered the position of affairs and proposes to himself such an aim only as is compatible with that position. To him, more than to any other man, is the Catholic Church indebted for the peaceful termination of the council. The path was now freed from its encumbrances. There now only remained, as he has himself remarked, to contend with those difficulties that were inseparable from the nature of the subject. The first that presented itself was the old controversy as to the divine right of bishops and the necessity of their residence. Long did the Spaniards remain immovably fixed in the defence of their tenets. Even so late as July 1563, they maintained them to be as infallible as the 10 Commandments. The Archbishop of Granada desired that all books upholding contrary doctrines should be prohibited. They consented, nevertheless, that these their favourite tenets should be omitted from the decree that was at length drawn up, a form being adopted that left them a pretext for defending the same at any future time. Lainez makes this ambiguity of the decree a special subject of eulogy. No very dissimilar course of proceeding was that adopted in regard to the next point in dispute, the initiative, namely, pro ponentibus legatus. The Pope announced that every one should be free to ask and to say whatever, by the decrees of ancient councils, it had been permitted to ask and to say, but he carefully abstained from using the word propose. Thus an expedient was formed by which the Spaniards were contented, although the Pope had not in fact made the slightest concession. The difficulties arising from political considerations thus removed, the questions that had caused so much bitterness and wrangling were treated not so much in the hope of deciding them as with a view to evade their spirit by some dexterous compromise. The less weighty matters were very easily accommodated by this disposition of the council, and its proceedings had on no occasion made more rapid progress. The important dogmas respecting clerical ordination, the sacrament of marriage, indulgences, purgatory, the adoration of saints, and, in fact, all the principal measures of reform adopted by the Assembly, were decided on in the last 3 sessions of the latter half of the year 1563. The congregations, as well on the one side as the other, were composed of different nations, the project of reform being discussed in 5 separate assemblies, one French, which met at the house of Cardinal de Guise, one Spanish, at that of the Archbishop of Granada, and 3 Italian. The questions were for the most part agreed upon with little difficulty. 2 only presented an exception, the first being the exemption of chapters, the second the plurality of benefices, and as regarded both these, private interest took a large share in the contest. The first of these questions more particularly affected Spain, where the chapters had already lost some portion of the extraordinary immunities they had once enjoyed. These they sought eagerly to regain, while Philip was as eagerly bent on restricting them still further. Holding the nomination of bishops himself, he had a personal interest in the extension of episcopal authority. But the Pope took part with the chapters because the influence he exercised over the Spanish Church would have been materially diminished by the absolute subjection of chapters to the bishop. Again, then, these 2 powerful interests were brought into direct collision, and it became a question which was to command the majority. The Spanish king was exceedingly strong in the council. A delegate had been sent by the chapters to watch over their rights, but his ambassador had found means to exclude him. Philip had so extensive a church patronage at his disposal that all wished to keep on good terms with him. Hence it resulted that opinions were not favourable to the chapters when the votes were taken orally, but the device adopted by the papal legates for escape from that dilemma also is worthy of remark. They resolved that the votes should on this occasion be given in writing. For though the voices pronouncing in the presence of so many adherents of Philip were restrained by consideration for him, the written opinions, being for the legates' hands only, were freed from that influence, and this contrivance did in fact recover an important majority for the papal wishes and the chapters. Thus supported, and by the intervention of Cardinal de Guise, they proceeded to further negotiation with the Spanish prelates, who contented themselves eventually with a much less important extension of their powers than they had hoped to obtain. The second article, regarding plurality of benefices, was yet more important to the Curia. A reform in the institution of cardinals had been talked of from time immemorial, and many thought that degeneracy of that body the primary cause of all abuses. In their hands was accumulated a vast number of benefices, and the intention was to restrict the cardinals in that matter by the most stringent laws. It will be readily believed that on this point the Curia would be most sensitive. They dreaded the slightest innovation in such a direction, and shrank from even deliberating upon the question. Very peculiar is here also the expedient contrived by Morone for evading the subject so feared. He mingled the reform of the cardinals with the articles respecting the bishops. Few perceived the importance of this proceeding, as he remarks himself,
and so the rocks and shoals were all avoided. Pius IV, having thus successfully accomplished the preservation of the Roman court in the form it had hitherto maintained, did not evince any special rigour as regarded the proposed reformation of the temporal sovereigns. He permitted this subject to drop, in compliance with the suggestions of Ferdinand. The proceedings were, in fact, such as those of a mere friendly conference might have been, while questions of subordinate interest were left to be formed into general decrees by the divines. The more important affairs were discussed by the courts. Couriers were incessantly flying in all directions, and one concession was requited by another. And now the most earnest desire of the Pope was to bring the convocation to an early close. For some time the Spaniards were unwilling to accede to this. They were not satisfied with the reforms that had been effected, and the envoy of Philip even made a demonstration of protesting. But the Pope declared his readiness to call a new synod in case of need, and all perceived the great inconvenience that would be caused by protracting the proceedings till a vacancy of the papal throne might occur while the council was still sitting. And as besides every one felt tired and longed to return home, even the Spaniards at length resigned their objection. The spirit of opposition was essentially overcome. Even to the last, the council evinced an extreme subserviency. It even condescended to solicit from the Pope a confirmation of its edicts, and expressly declared that all canons of reform, whatever might be implied in their words, were prepared with the perfect understanding that no portion of them should be construed to affect the dignity of the Holy See. How far was the Council of Trent from renewing the demands of Constance or Basle to superiority over the papal power? In the proclamations by which the sittings were closed, and which were prepared by Cardinal de Guise, the universal episcopacy of the Pope was distinctly recognised. Thus prosperous was the conclusion of the council which so eagerly demanded, so long evaded, twice dissolved, agitated by so many political tempests, and even in its third assembly assailed by dangers so imminent, now closed amidst the universal accord of the Catholic world. It will be readily comprehended that the prelates, as they came together for the last time on the 4th of December, 1563, should feel themselves affected by emotions of gladness. Former antagonists were now seen offering mutual gratulation, and tears were observed in the eyes of many among those aged men. But seeing, as we have shown, that this happy result had been secured only by the utmost pliancy, the most astute contrivance, the most dexterous policy, may we not inquire if the efficiency of the council had not been impaired thereby? The Council of Trent, if not more important than all other general assemblies of the Church, is indubitably more so than any that have been called in later times. Its importance is comprised in two momentous periods. The first, to which we have already alluded, was during the War of Schmalkalden, when the tenets of Rome, after many fluctuations, became separated for ever from the Protestant opinions. From the doctrine of justification as then set forth arose the whole system of dogmatic theology, as it is professed even to the present day by the Catholic Church. In the second, which we have been just considering, and after the conferences of Cardinal Morone with Ferdinand in the summer and autumn of 1563, the hierarchy was established anew, theoretically by the decrees respecting clerical ordination, and practically by the resolutions touching measures of reform. These reforms were most important at the moment, nor have they yet lost their efficacy. For the faithful were again subjected to the uncompromising severity of church discipline, and even in extreme cases
to the sword of excommunication. Seminaries were established wherein the youths preparing for the Church were carefully trained in habits of austerity and the fear of God. Parishes were regulated anew. Preaching and the administration of the sacraments were subjected to fixed ordinances, and the co-operation of the conventual clergy was regulated by determined laws. The most rigid performance of their duties was enjoined on the bishops, more especially that involving the supervision of the clergy, according to their different degrees in the hierarchy. It was, besides, of the most essential efficacy that these prelates had solemnly bound themselves by a particular confession of faith, subscribed and sworn to by each, in a compact of obedience to the ordinances of Trent and of absolute subjection to the Pope. And this was the result of the council, by which it had unquestionably been contemplated to restrict the authority of the pontiff. An object far from being obtained, that authority having in effect received extent and confirmation by the acts of the assembly. Reserving to himself the exclusive right of interpreting the decrees of Trent, the Pope held the power of prescribing the rule of faith and life. Discipline was restored, but all the faculties of directing it were centred in Rome. But the close circumscription of her limits was now also perceived and acknowledged by the Catholic Church. On the East and the Greek confession she now resigned all claim, while she drove Protestantism from her borders with anathemas innumerable. In the bosom of the earlier Catholicism a certain element of the Protestant creed was included. This was now cast forth for ever. But if the Catholic profession had received limitations, it had also concentrated its forces and braced all its energies well together. Results so effectual were achieved by the concurrence and aid of the great Catholic sovereigns only, and it is in this alliance of the Church with monarchies that one of the primary conditions to her subsequent development will be found. This is in some degree analogous with the tendency of Protestantism to combine the episcopal and sovereign rights. It was only by degrees that this displayed itself among Catholics. There is manifestly involved in it a possibility of new divisions, but of such a result there was then no immediate apprehension. The decrees of the council were readily admitted in one province after another. The claims of Pius IV to an important place in the history of the world rest on his share in this event. He was the first pope by whom the tendency of the hierarchy to oppose itself to the temporal sovereigns was deliberately and purposely abandoned. End of section 34. Section 35 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 7, Pius V, Section 1. Having secured this important result, Pius now believed that the labours of his life were brought to a close. On the dispersion of the council it is remarked that the tension of his mind was relaxed. It was thought that he became negligent of religious services and devoted himself too earnestly to the pleasures of the table. He increased the splendour of his court, gave rich entertainments, and erected magnificent buildings. The more zealously disposed perceived a difference between himself and his predecessor, of which they loudly complained. Not that any reaction of the general feeling was likely to ensue. A tendency had displayed itself in Catholicism that was no longer to be repressed or turned aside. When once the spirit is fully aroused, there is no presuming to prescribe the path it shall pursue. A very trifling violation of its dictates on the part of those who should represent it in its utmost force is productive of the most extraordinary symptoms. It was thus that the spirit of rigid Catholicism, which had gained possession of the age, became instantly perilous to the existence of Pius IV. There lived in Rome a certain Benedetto Accolti, Catholic to enthusiasm, who was constantly speaking of a mystery entrusted to him by God himself, and which he was to make known. In proof that he was declaring the truth only, he offered to walk unhurt in presence of the assembled people through a burning pile that was to be prepared on the Piazza Navona. His mystery was this: he believed himself to have received a revelation to the effect that the Greek and Roman churches were about to be united, and that this combined Catholic Church would then subdue the Turks and all heretics; that the pontiff would be a holy man, would attain universal monarchy, and restore truth and justice to the human race. By these ideas he was possessed to fanaticism. He was now convinced, however, that Pius IV, whose worldly living and being were infinitely remote from his idea of holiness, was not formed to carry out this divine mission, and that he, Benedetto Accolti, was selected by God to deliver Christendom from so unsuitable a chief. He conceived the design of putting the Pope to death, and found an associate whom he made his own by the promise of rewards from God himself, as well as from their future holy sovereign. One day they set forward on their purpose, and soon perceived the pontiff approaching. He was in the midst of a procession, within reach of their hands, tranquil, free from suspicion, and without defence. But instead of rushing on the sovereign, Accolti began to tremble and changed colour. The pomp and ceremony surrounding the person of a pope has something too imposing to fail of impressing so fanatical a Catholic as was this man. The Pope passed on his way. Accolti had, however, been meanwhile remarked by others. The companion whom he had gained over, Antonio Canossa, was not a person of firm resolution. At one moment he would suffer himself to be persuaded into a second attempt; at the next he felt tempted himself to denounce their intended crime. Neither of them preserved a perfect silence, and they were at length arrested and condemned to death. This will serve to show what feelings were astir in those agitated times. Pius IV had done much for the reconstruction of the Church. Yet were there many to whom all seemed insufficient, and whose views went much further than anything that had yet been accomplished. Pius died on the 9th of December, 1565. Pius V. The partisans of a more rigid system in the Church had now secured a great and almost unhoped-for advantage. A pope was elected whom they might safely consider one of themselves. This was Pius V. I will not repeat the more or less credible stories of his election related by the book on the Conclaves, and by some of the histories of his time. We have a letter from Cardinal Borromeo which sufficiently informs us on this point. "I was determined," says he, and the large share he had in the election is well known, "to consider nothing so much as religion and purity of life. I was well acquainted with the piety, irreproachable life, and devout spirit of the Cardinal of Alessandria, afterwards Pius V. I thought none could more fitly administer the Christian commonwealth, and used my best efforts in his favour. In a man of so entirely spiritual a character as that possessed by Cardinal Borromeo, no other motives could be expected. Philip of Spain, who had been won over to the interest of the same cardinal by his ambassador, sent his express thanks to Borromeo for having promoted the election. Pius V was precisely the man then believed to be required. The adherents of Paul IV, who had kept themselves retired during the last pontificate, considered themselves most fortunate. 'To Rome,' writes one of them to another, 'come confidently and at once, but with all modesty, God has raised up for us another Paul IV. Michele Ghislieri, now Pius V, was of humble extraction. He was born at Bosco, near Alessandria, in 1504, and entered a convent of Dominicans at the age of 14. Here he resigned himself, body and spirit, to the devotion and monastic poverty enjoined by his order. Of the alms he gathered, he did not retain so much for himself as would have bought him a cloak for the winter, and against the heats of summer he thought severity of abstinence the best preservative. Though confessor to the governor of Milan, he always travelled on foot with his wallet on his back. When he taught, his instructions were given with zeal and precision. When, as prior, it was his office to administer the affairs of a monastery, he did this with the utmost rigour and frugality. More than one house was freed from debt by his government. The formation of his character was effected during those years when the strife between Protestant innovation and the ancient doctrines had extended into Italy. He took earnest part with those who upheld the established creed in its most rigid acceptation, and of strictly disputed points maintained by him in Parma during the year 1543, the greater part related to the papal authority and were opposed to the new opinions. He was early invested with the office of inquisitor, and was called on to perform his duties in places of peculiar danger, as were Como and Bergamo, for example. In these cities an intercourse with Germans and Swiss was not to be avoided. He was also appointed to the Valtelline, which, as belonging to the Grisons, was in like manner infested by heretics. In this employment he displayed the obstinacy and the courage of a zealot. On entering the city of Como, he was sometimes received with volleys of stones. To save his life he was frequently compelled to steal away like an outlaw, and conceal himself by night in the huts of the peasantry. But he suffered no personal danger to deter him from his purposes. On one occasion the Conte della Trinità threatened to have him thrown into a well. "As to that, it shall be as God pleases," was the Dominican's reply. Thus did he take eager part in the contest of intellectual and political powers then existing in Italy, and as the side he had chosen was victorious, he too advanced in importance. Being appointed commissary of the Inquisition in Rome, he was soon remarked by Paul IV, who declared Fra Michele an eminent servant of God and worthy of higher honours. He promoted him to the bishopric of Nepi, and by way of placing a chain round his foot, as Michele himself tells us, that he might not again creep back to the repose of his cloister, in 1557 he nominated him cardinal. In this new dignity Ghislieri continued poor, austere, unpretending. He told his household that they must fancy themselves living in a monastery. For himself, his sole interest was still centred in devotional exercises and the business of the Inquisition. In a man of his character, Philip of Spain, Cardinal Borromeo, and all the more rigid party believed they had found the salvation of the Church. The people of Rome were not so perfectly satisfied. Pius was told this, and he remarked in reply, "All the more shall they lament for me when I am dead." He maintained all the monastic severity of his life even when pope. His fasts were kept with the same rigour and punctuality. He permitted himself no garment of finer texture than his wont, heard mass every day, and frequently said it himself. Yet was he careful that his private devotions should offer no impediment to his public duties, and though rising with the first light of day, he would not indulge himself with the customary siesta. Could any doubt exist as to the reality of his religious feelings, we may consider this proved by what he has himself declared of the papacy. It was not conducive to his advance in piety, as he complains, and the progress of his soul towards salvation and the joys of paradise was impeded by its duties, to his infinite lamentation. But for the support of prayer he believed the weight of that burden would be more than he could endure. He enjoyed the happiness of a fervent devotion to his last hour. It was the only kind of happiness of which he was capable, but he found it perfect. The warmth of his devotion often brought tears to his eyes, and he constantly arose from his knees with the persuasion that his prayers had been heard. When the people beheld him in the processions barefoot and with uncovered head, his face beaming with unaffected piety, and his long white beard sweeping his breast, they were excited to enthusiastic reverence. They believed so pious a pope had never before existed, and stories were current among them of his having converted Protestants by the mere aspect of his countenance. Pius was, moreover, kindly and affable. His manner towards his old servants was extremely cordial. How admirable, too, was the remark with which he received that Conte della Trinità, who, after having threatened to drown him, was now sent ambassador to his court. "See now," he exclaimed, when he recognized his old enemy, "thus it is that God helps the innocent." In no other way did he show the Count that the past was remembered. He had always been exceedingly charitable, and now kept a list of the poor in Rome, whom he regularly assisted in accordance with their station. Humble, resigned, and childlike are men of this character in their ordinary state, but when irritated or wounded they kindle into violent anger, and their resentment is implacable. An adherence to their own modes of thought and proceeding appears to them the most imperative duty, and they are exasperated by its neglect. Pius V felt an immovable conviction that the path he had chosen was the only right one. Its having conducted him to the papal throne gave him so complete a self-reliance that doubt or fear as to the consequences of his own actions was a pain unknown to his experience. It follows that his adhesion to his own opinions was most obstinate. The most cogent reasons availed nothing toward making him retract or alter them. Easily provoked by contradiction, he would redden deeply on being opposed, and break forth into expressions of the utmost violence. But slightly acquainted with the affairs of the world or with politics, and suffering his judgment to be warped by accidental and secondary circumstances, it was extremely difficult to bring matters of business well through with him. It is true that he did not permit himself to act on his first impressions as regarded individuals and those with whom he came into contact, but having once made up his mind about any man, whether for good or evil, nothing could afterwards shake his opinion. He was nevertheless more disposed to think that people deteriorated than that they became better, and there were few whom he did not regard with suspicion. Never would he mitigate a penal sentence. This was constantly remarked of him. Rather would he express the wish that the punishment had been more severe. He was not satisfied to see the Inquisition visiting offences of recent date, but caused it to inquire into such as were of 10 or 20 years' standing. If there were any town wherein few punishments were inflicted, he did not believe the place any the better for that, but ascribed the fact to the negligence of the officials. The severity with which he insisted on the maintenance of church discipline is entirely characteristic. "We forbid," says he in one of his bulls, "that any physician, attending a patient confined to his bed, should visit him longer than 3 days without receiving a certificate that the sick person has confessed his sins anew." A second bull sets forth the punishments for violation of the Sabbath and for blasphemy. These were fines for the rich, but for the common man who cannot pay, he shall stand before the church door for 1 whole day with his hands tied behind his back for the first offence. For the second he shall be whipped through the city, For the third, his tongue shall be bored through, and he shall be sent to the galleys." This was the general spirit of his ordinances. How frequently did it become necessary to remind him that he had to govern mere men and not angels! To defer to the secular powers was now acknowledged to be most needful. But no consideration of this kind was permitted to affect the severities of Pius V. The princes of Europe had constantly complained of the bull In Cœna Domini. This he not only proclaimed anew, but even rendered it more onerous by adding special clauses of his own, wherein there was a disposition shown to refuse the temporal sovereign all right of imposing new taxes. It will be manifest that proceedings so violent were calculated to produce reactions, and so it happened, not merely because the demands made by a man of so rigid an austerity never can be complied with by the generality of mankind, but also because in this case a deliberate resistance was provoked, and various misunderstandings arose. Even Philip of Spain, though usually so devout, was once moved to warn the pontiff that he would do well to avoid the trial of what a prince was capable of doing when driven to the last extremity. Pius V, on his part, felt this very deeply. He was sometimes most unhappy in his high station, and declared himself weary of living. He complained that since he acted without respect to persons he had made enemies, and that he had never been free from vexations and persecutions since he had ascended the papal throne. But however this may have been, and though Pius V could no more give satisfaction to the whole world than other men, it is yet certain that his demeanour and habits did exercise incalculable influence over his contemporaries and the general development of his Church. After so long a train of circumstances, all concurring to call forth and promote a more spiritual tendency, after so many resolutions had been adopted to make this tendency universally dominant, there needed a pope of this character in order to secure that it should not only be widely proclaimed, but also practically enforced. To this effect, the zeal and example of Pius V were alike efficacious. End of section 35. Section 36 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 7, Pius V, Section 2. The reformation of the court, so often promised, was at length commenced, in fact and reality, if not in the forms at first proposed. The expenditure of the papal household was greatly reduced. Pius V required little for his own wants, and was accustomed to say that he who would govern others must begin by ruling himself. For such of his servants as he believed to have served him truly throughout his life, not from hope of reward but from affection, he provided well, but his dependents generally were held within closer limits than had ever been known under any other pope. He made his nephew Bonelli cardinal, but only because he was told that this was expedient in order to maintain a more confidential intercourse with the temporal princes. He would, however, confer on him only a very moderate endowment, and when the new cardinal once invited his father to Rome, Pius commanded that he should quit the city again, not that same night only, but that very hour. The rest of his relations he would never raise above the middle station, and if one among them was detected in any offence, even of falsehood, he would never forgive him, but drove him without mercy from his presence. How different was all this from that nepotism which had for centuries formed so significant a fact in the papal histories. In one of his most severely energetic bulls, Pius V forbade any future alienation of church property, under whatever title or with whatever pretext. He even declared every one to be excommunicated who should even counsel such an act, and made all the cardinals subscribe this edict. He proceeded zealously to the removal of all abuses. Few dispensations were granted by him, still fewer compositions. Even such indulgences as had been issued by his predecessors were partially recalled. His auditor general was commanded to proceed against all bishops and archbishops who should neglect to reside in their dioceses, and to report them to himself, in order that he might depose the refractory. He enjoined all parish priests, under heavy penalties, to remain in their parishes, and to see that divine service was duly performed, recalling whatever dispensations had been granted to them in this respect. Not less earnest were his labours for the restoration of conventual order and discipline. To all monasteries he confirmed, on the one hand, their exemption from taxes and other burdens, as, for example, that of quartering troops. He would not permit their tranquillity to be disturbed. But on the other hand, he forbade monks to receive confessions without examination by and permission from the bishops. This examination might be repeated by every new bishop. He commanded both monks and nuns to remain in the strictest seclusion. This was not universally commended. The orders complained that he enforced on them rules of more stringent severity than those to which they had bound themselves. Some fell into a sort of desperation, others fled their cloisters. These regulations were first enforced in Rome, but afterwards throughout the states of the Church. He bound the secular as well as the ecclesiastical authorities to the observance of his religious ordinances, while he himself provided for a rigorous and impartial administration of justice. Not content with earnestly enforcing on all magistrates a strict attention to their duties, he held himself a public sitting with the cardinals on the last Wednesday in every month, when any person who might consider himself aggrieved by the ordinary tribunals was at liberty to make his plaint to the sovereign in person. Besides all this, he gave audience with the most indefatigable assiduity. He remained seated for this purpose from the first hours of morning, nor was anyone refused admission to his presence. The consequence of all these efforts was in fact an entire reform of external life in Rome. We have a remark of Paolo Tiepolo to this effect. "In Rome," says he, "matters proceed in a fashion very unlike what we have hitherto seen. Men here have become a great deal better, or at least they have put on the appearance of being so." Something similar was more or less to be seen over all Italy. Church discipline had been rendered more strict in most places by the promulgation of the decrees of the council, and the pontiff received a readiness of obedience such as none of his predecessors had enjoyed for a long period. Duke Cosimo of Florence gave up to him without hesitation all who had been condemned by the Inquisition. Carnesecchi, another of the men of letters who had participated in those early movements toward Protestantism which we have described as made in Italy, had hitherto remained uninjured, but neither his personal credit, the position of his family, nor his connection with the reigning house itself could longer save him. He was given up bound to the Roman Inquisition, and suffered death at the stake. Cosimo was entirely devoted to the Pope. He assisted him in all his enterprises, and did not hesitate to admit all his spiritual claims. Pius was moved by this to crown him Grand Duke of Tuscany. The right of the Papal See to take such a step was very doubtful, and the immoral character of Cosimo caused it to be seen with just resentment. But his devotion to the Holy See and the severity of ecclesiastical regulation that he enforced throughout his dominions were merits that stood above all others in the eyes of the Pope. The ancient rivals of the Medici, the Farnese, now emulated their proceedings in this particular. Even Ottavio Farnese made it his glory to show that every papal command found unquestioning obedience at his hands. Not altogether so friendly were the terms on which the Pope stood with the Venetians. They were not sufficiently virulent against the Turks. They were less favourable towards monastic bodies, and above all less cordial to the Inquisition than Pius would have them be. He nevertheless took great pains to avoid a rupture with them. The Republic he declared to be firmly seated in the faith. She had ever maintained herself most Catholic. She alone had been exempt from the incursions of barbarians. The honour of Italy reposed on her head, and he declared that he loved her. The Venetians, too, conceded more to him than they had ever done to any other pontiff. The unhappy Guido Zanette of Fano, whose religious opinions had become suspected, and who had fled to Padua, they resigned into his hands, a thing never before recorded in their annals. The clergy of their city had previously troubled themselves but little with strict ecclesiastical discipline. They were now brought into very tolerable order. The churches of Verona, being placed under the guidance of Matteo Gilberto, became models of discipline. Gilberto was held up as affording an example of what the life of a true bishop should be. His plans and regulations have been accepted as exemplars by the whole Catholic world, and many of them were adopted by the Council of Trent. Carlo Borromeo caused his portrait to be taken, and had it hung in his cabinet, that he might have constantly before his eyes the face of him whose life and conduct he so greatly venerated. Still more effectual was the influence exercised by Carlo Borromeo himself. From his numerous dignities and offices, that of Grand Penitentiary among them, and as chief of the cardinals nominated by his uncle, he might have held the most brilliant position in Rome. But he resigned these advantages and refused all to devote himself to his duties as Archbishop of Milan. These he performed, not with energy and conscience only, but with a sort of passion. He was incessantly occupied in the pastoral visitation of his diocese, which he traversed in every direction. There was no village, however remote, that he had not visited 2 or 3 times. The highest mountains, the most secluded valleys, all were alike known and cared for. He was usually preceded by a visitator, whose report he then took with him, examining and verifying all with his own eyes. All punishments were adjudged by himself, all improvements proceeded under his own directions. His clergy were instructed to pursue similar methods. 6 provincial councils were held under his presidency. In addition to all this, he performed the usual clerical functions with indefatigable zeal. He preached and said mass, passed whole days in administering the communion, ordaining priests, presiding at the profession of nuns, and consecrating altars. The consecration of an altar was a ceremony of 8 hours' duration, and he is said to have consecrated 300. It is true that many of his arrangements relate to matters merely external, such as the restoration of buildings, harmonizing of the ritual, exposition and adoration of the host, and etc. The most efficient result of his labours was perhaps the severity of discipline in which he held his clergy, and which they in their turn enforced on the people. Nor was he unacquainted with the best modes of procuring obedience for his ordinances. In the Swiss districts of his diocese, it was his custom to visit all places of ancient and venerated sanctity. To the people he would distribute gifts. Those of better station were invited to his table. He was prepared, on the other hand, with measures suitable to the refractory. Passing on a certain occasion through the Val Camonica, the peasantry stationed themselves along the road to receive his blessing, but they had not for a long time paid their tithes, and the archbishop passed along without moving a hand or turning his eyes on one of them. The people, shocked and terrified by this privation, were glad to return to their accustomed duty. He nevertheless did sometimes meet with a more obstinate and rancorous opposition. He had resolved to reform the order of Umiliati, whose members had entered it only to expend the great wealth of the order in a life of licentiousness. These men were so exasperated by his purpose of reforming them that they made an attempt to destroy him. A shot was fired at him when he was praying in his chapel. But no event of his life was more useful to his influence than this attack. The people considered his escape a miracle, and from that time it was that they first began to regard him with veneration. This feeling increased from day to day as constant proofs of his excellence were seen. His zeal was as pure and unsullied by worldly motive as it was warm and persistent. When the plague raged in Milan, in that hour of utmost peril, his solicitude for the temporal and eternal welfare of those committed to his care was incessant, and his conduct marked an utter disregard for his own life. No one act of this excellent archbishop but proved his piety, and under his governance the city of Milan assumed a new aspect. "How shall I find words sufficient to praise thee, most beautiful city?" exclaims Gabriele Paliotto towards the close of the archbishop's administration. "Thy sanctity and religion excite my veneration. In thee I behold a second Jerusalem." However we may suppose the Milanese nobility, led by policy, to praise their spiritual chief, we cannot believe exclamations so enthusiastic to have been without cause. The Duke of Savoy also offered a solemn congratulation to Borromeo on the success of his exertions. It was now the care of the latter to secure the future stability of his regulations. To this end a congregation was established whose office it was to maintain the uniformity of the ritual. A particular order of regular clergy, called Oblati, devoted themselves wholly to the service of the archbishop and his church. The Barnabites received new rules, and from that time their labours have been consecrated to assisting the bishops in the cure of souls, first in that diocese, and afterwards wherever their order made a home. These regulations were a repetition of those established in Rome, but on a smaller scale. A Collegium Helveticum was also founded in Milan, intended to promote the restoration of Catholicism in Switzerland, as the Collegium Germanicum of Rome was erected in that city for the same purpose as regarded Germany. All this could only corroborate and confirm the dignity and consideration of the Pope, since Borromeo, who never received a papal brief but with uncovered head, would infallibly communicate his own reverential devotedness to his church. End of Section 36. Section 37 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Part 7, Pius V, Section 3. Pius V had meanwhile acquired an unusual degree of influence in Naples also. In the earliest days of his pontificate he had summoned to his presence Tommaso Orsinol da Foligno, whom he had sent on a visitation of reform to the Roman churches. The mission being accomplished, he had nominated Orsino to the bishopric of Strongoli, and dispatched him with the same view to Naples. Amidst a great concourse of that devout people, the new bishop completed his visitation in the capital, and afterwards proceeded through a great part of the kingdom. It is true that the Pope had not infrequently disputes with the different authorities in Naples as well as in Milan. The king was aggrieved by the bull In Cena Domini. The Pope would not hear mention of the Exequatur Regium. The former accused the ecclesiastical functionaries of doing too much. The latter thought the royal officers did too little. Extreme dissatisfaction often prevailed, as we have said, at the court of Madrid, and the king's confessor made bitter complaints, but no positive quarrel ensued. Either sovereign attributed the principal blame to the officers and advisers of the other. They remained personally on very friendly terms. When Philip on a certain occasion was ill, the Pope raised his hands to heaven, imploring God to deliver him from that malady. The aged pontiff prayed that the Almighty would take some years from his own life and add them to that of the king, on whose existence so much more depended than on his own. And it was altogether in the spirit of the new ecclesiastical regulations that Spain was now governed. Philip had for a moment hesitated whether to permit the entire recognition of the edicts issued by the Council of Trent or not. Gladly would he have limited the papal power so far as regarded its right to make concessions at variance with those edicts. But the religious character of his monarchy was opposed to all attempts of this kind. He perceived that even the semblance of any serious difference with the Holy See must be carefully eschewed if he would remain secure in the allegiance due to himself. The decrees of the council were therefore promulgated through the dominions of Philip, and the consequent regulations were strictly enforced. Here the principles of the rigidly Catholic party obtained the ascendancy. Carranza, Archbishop of Toledo, and the first ecclesiastic in Spain, was himself given over to the mercies of the Inquisition, in spite of his many claims to exemption. One of the members of the Council of Trent, he had also contributed more than any other person, Pole only excepted, to the restoration of Catholicism in England under Queen Mary. I have no other object in life, he says of himself, than that of suppressing heresy, and my efforts have received the divine aid. I have converted many who had departed from the faith. The bodies of certain men who were leaders in heretical opinions I have caused to be dug up and burnt. I have been called chief defender of the faith, whether by Catholics or Protestants. But all these claims to reverence, all these unquestionable proofs of Catholicism, were not permitted to avail him against the claims of the Inquisition. 16 articles were discovered in his works, intimating an approximation toward Protestant opinion, especially in regard to justification. He suffered a long imprisonment in Spain, and underwent all the torments of a protracted trial. He was finally taken to Rome. Thus removed from the grasp of his personal enemies, he appeared to be receiving a great favour. But even in Rome he could not escape. The Inquisition condemned him to death. If such were the modes of procedure toward a person of so exalted a character, and in a case so doubtful, it will be obvious that little hope would remain for those whose heterodoxy admitted of no question, and whose station was less distinguished. Instances of such were still occasionally found in Spain, and all the relentless cruelty with which the traces of Jewish and Mohammedan tenets had formerly been hunted down was now turned against the Protestant opinions. One auto de fe followed close upon another, till every germ of the hated belief was extirpated. From the year 1570, few besides foreigners were brought before the court of the Inquisition as guilty of Protestantism. The Spanish government was not favourable to the Society of Jesus. Its members were said to be for the most part aliens to the pure blood of Spain, Jewish Christians who were suspected of nourishing projects of revenge, to be taken at some future time, for all the miseries their unhappy race had been made to endure. The Jesuits were, on the contrary, all-powerful in Portugal, where they made their rule absolute under the name of King Sebastian. Being also in the highest favour at Rome under Pius V, they made their influence in that country subservient to the views of the Curia. Thus did the pontiff rule both peninsulas with an authority more unlimited than had been known for long periods by his predecessors. The decrees of the Council of Trent were in practical activity through all Catholic countries. Every bishop subscribed the Professio Fidei, wherein the substance of those dogmatic decisions promulgated by the council were contained, and Pius published the Roman Catechism, in certain parts of which these same propositions are more diffusely expressed. All breviaries not expressly issued by the Papal See, or which had not been in use upwards of 200 years, were abolished, and a new one was composed on the model of that used in the earliest periods by the principal churches of Rome. This the pontiff desired to see adopted universally. A new missal was also prepared, according to the rule and ritual of the Holy Fathers, and appointed for general use. The ecclesiastical seminaries received numerous pupils, monastic institutions were effectually reformed, and the Inquisition devoted itself with untiring vigilance and merciless severity to guard the unity and inviolability of the faith. Governed by ordinances thus uniform, a strict alliance ensued between all these countries and states. This position of things was further promoted by the circumstance that France, involved in civil wars, had either renounced her former hostility to Spain, or was unable to give it effect. A second consequence also resulted from the troubles in France. From the events of any given period, certain political convictions of general influence were always elicited, which convictions then became a practical and motive power throughout the world over which they extend. Thus the Catholic sovereigns now thought they perceived that any change in the religion of a country involved the danger of destruction to the state. Pius IV had said that the Church could not support herself without the aid of the temporal princes, and these last were now persuaded that union with the Church was equally requisite to their security. Pius V did not fail to preach this doctrine continually in their ears, and in effect he lived to see all southern Christendom gathered around him for the purposes of a common enterprise. The Ottoman power was still making rapid progress. Its ascendancy was secured in the Mediterranean, and its various attempts, first upon Malta and next on Cyprus, rendered obvious the fact that it was earnestly bent on the subjugation of the yet unconquered islands. Italy herself was menaced from Hungary and Greece. After long efforts, Pius succeeded in awakening the Catholic sovereigns to the perception that there was indeed imminent danger. The idea of a league between these princes was suggested to the Pope by the attack on Cyprus. This he proposed to Venice on the one hand, and to Spain on the other. "When I received permission to negotiate with him on that subject," says the Venetian ambassador, "and communicated my instructions to that effect, he raised his hands to heaven, offering thanks to God, and promising that his every thought and all the force he could command should be devoted to that purpose." Infinite were the troubles and labour required from the pontiff before he could remove the difficulties impeding the union of the two maritime powers. He contrived to associate with them the other states of Italy, and although in the beginning he had neither money, ships, nor arms, he yet found means to reinforce the fleet with some few papal galleys. He also contributed to the selection of Don John of Austria as leader, and managed to stimulate alike his ambition and religious ardour. From all this resulted a battle, the most successful in which Christendom had ever engaged with the Turks, that of Lepanto. The pontiff's mind was so intensely absorbed by the enterprise that on the day of the engagement he believed himself to witness the victory in a kind of trance. The achievement of this triumph inspired him with the most lofty self-confidence and the boldest prospects. In a few years he believed that the Ottoman power would be utterly subdued. It would have been well if his energies had always been devoted to works so unquestionably legitimate. But this was not the fact. So exclusive, so imperious were his religious feelings, that he bore the very bitterest hatred to all who would not accept his tenets. And how strange a contradiction! The religion of meekness and humility is made the implacable persecutor of innocence and piety. But Pius V, born under the wings of the Inquisition and reared in its principles, was incapable of perceiving this discrepancy. Seeking with inexhaustible zeal to extirpate every trace of dissent that might yet lurk in Catholic countries, he persecuted with a yet more savage fury the avowed Protestants who were either freed from his yoke or still engaged in the struggle. Not content with dispatching such military forces as his utmost efforts could command in aid of the French Catholics, he accompanied this with the monstrous and unheard of injunction to their leader, Count Santafiore, to take no Huguenot prisoner, but instantly to kill every one that should fall into his hands. When trouble arose in the Netherlands, Philip of Spain was at first undetermined as to the manner in which he should treat those provinces. Pius recommended an armed intervention, for, said he, "If you negotiate without the eloquence of arms, you must receive laws. With arms in your hands, it is by yourself that they are imposed." The sanguinary measures of Alva were so acceptable to the Pope that he sent him the consecrated hat and sword as marks of his approval. There is no proof that he was aware of the preparations for the massacre of St. Bartholomew, but he did things that leave no doubt of his approving it as cordially as did his successor. How wonderful is this union of upright purpose, elevation of mind, austerity and devout religious feeling, with morose bigotry, rancorous hatred, and sanguinary eagerness in persecution. Such was the spirit in which Pius V lived and died. When he felt that death was approaching, he once more visited the 7 churches in order, as he said, to take leave of those holy places. Thrice did he kiss the lowest step of the Scala Santa. He had promised at one time not only to expend the whole treasure of the Church, the very chalices and crosses included, on an expedition against England, but even to appear himself at the head of the army. Certain fugitive Catholics from England presenting themselves on his way, he declared that fain would he pour forth his own blood for their sakes. The principal subject of his last words was the League, for the prosperous continuation of which he had made all possible preparations. The last coins he sent from his hand were destined for this purpose. His fancy was haunted to the last moment by visions of his different undertakings. He had no doubt of their success, believing that of the very stones God would, if needful, raise up the man demanded for so sacred a work. His loss was felt more immediately than he had himself anticipated, but also there was a unity established, a force called into existence, by whose inherent power the course into which he had directed the nations would inevitably be confirmed and maintained. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4. State and Court. Times of Gregory XIII and Sixtus V. Part 1. Administration of the States of the Church. Section 1. With renewed and concentrated forces, Catholicism now advanced to confront the Protestant faith. Comparing these two mighty antagonists, we perceive that Catholicism possessed an immense advantage, inasmuch as all its movements were directed by a common chief, and tended toward a common centre. Not only could the Pope combine the strength of other Catholic powers for one common effort, but he had also dominions of his own, sufficiently extensive and powerful to contribute largely toward a successful result.
it is in a new aspect that we are henceforth to consider the States of the Church. This sovereignty had been founded by the struggles of different pontiffs to exalt their families to princely dignity, or to secure paramount influence for themselves among the temporal powers, those of the Italian states more particularly. In neither of these purposes did they succeed to the extent of their wishes, and the renewal of these struggles had now become altogether impossible. The alienation of church property was forbidden by a special law, while the Spaniards were now too powerful in Italy to leave hope of a successful competition with them. The temporal sovereignty had, on the other hand, become auxiliary to the Church, and the financial resources presented by the former were of the utmost importance to the general development and welfare. But before proceeding further, it will be needful to examine more closely the administration of the Papal See in that form which it gradually assumed during the course of the 16th century. The administration of the States of the Church. A finely situated, rich and noble territory had fallen to the lot of the popes. The writers of the 16th century can find no words that suffice them to extol its fertility. How fair are the plains around Bologna and throughout Romagna! How brightly does a rich productiveness combine with beauty down the slopes of the Apennines! We travelled, say the Venetian ambassadors in 1522, from Macerata to Tolentino, through a district of surpassing loveliness. Hills and valleys were clothed with grain. Through an extent of 30 miles nothing else was to be seen. Uncultivated land we could not find for the breadth of a foot. We thought it impossible to gather so vast a quantity of corn. How then shall it be consumed? In Romagna 40,000 stara of corn were yearly produced beyond what was required for consumption. For this there was a great demand, and after supplying the mountain districts about Urbino, Tuscany, and Bologna, 35,000 stara were sometimes exported by sea. On the one coast, Venice was supplied from Romagna and the March, whilst Genoa on the other, and sometimes even Naples, were provided by the territory of Viterbo and the patrimony of St. Peter. In one of his bulls for 1566, Pius V exalts the divine favour, by whose permission it is that Rome, who was formerly not able to subsist without foreign corn, had now not only abundance for herself, but could also come in aid of her neighbours, and even of foreigners by land and sea, with the produce of her own Campagna. In the year 1589 the exports of corn from the States of the Church were estimated at the annual value of 500,000 scudi. The various districts were also famed, each for its peculiar production, as Perugia for hemp, Faenza for flax, Viterbo for both. Cesena for its wine, which was exported, Rimini for its oil, Bologna for woad, San Lorenzo for manna. The vintage of Montefiascione was known and esteemed the world over. In the Campagna was then produced a breed of horses but little inferior to those of Naples. Around Nettuno and Terracina there was excellent hunting, especially of the wild boar. There were lakes abounding in fish. They had besides salt works, alum works, and marble quarries. In a word, the country supplied whatever could be desired for the enjoyment of life in the richest profusion. This fine territory was equally well situated for general intercourse with the world. Ancona possessed a flourishing trade. It is a beautiful place, say those same ambassadors of 1522, full of merchants, principally Greeks and Turks. We are assured that of these some had transacted business in preceding years to the amount of 500,000 ducats. In the year 1549 we find 200 Greek families settled there as merchants, and with a church of their own. The harbour was full of caravels from the Levant.
There were Armenians, Turks, Florentines, Lucchesi, Venetians, and Jews from east and west. The wares exposed by the dealers consisted of silks, wool, leather, Flemish lead, and cloths. Luxury increased, house rent became high, physicians and schoolmasters were more numerous and better paid than at any previous time. It was not, however, so much on the commercial readiness and activity of the papal subjects as on their bravery that writers of the period love to dwell. Not unfrequently are the inhabitants of each district set before us, distinguished by the varying shades of their military character. The people of Perugia are steady soldiers, those of Romagna brave but improvident. The inhabitants of Spoleto are fertile in expedients and the arts of strategy, those of Bologna full of courage but difficult to hold in discipline. The men of the march are given to plunder. The people of Faenza surpass all others in firmness when charged in battle, or in the sustained pursuit of a retreating enemy. The inhabitants of Forlì excel in the execution of difficult manoeuvres, those of Fermo in the use of the lance. The whole population, says one of the Venetians before referred to, are apt for the uses of war and martial by nature. No sooner do they leave their homes than they are fitted for any mode of service. They are equally good in sieges as in the open field, and bear with little difficulty the toils and privations of a campaign. Venice ever drew her best troops from the March and from Romagna. Therefore it was that the Republic always prized so highly the goodwill of the Dukes of Urbino. We constantly find officers from that district in their service. It was said of this country that captains for all the princes in the world might be found in it. The fact was frequently alluded to that from these lands had gone forth that company of St. George, with whose aid Alberic of Barbiano had extirpated the hordes of foreign mercenaries and restored the fame of Italian arms. It was still the same race of men as that whence had proceeded the legions, who of old had so largely contributed to the establishment of the Roman Empire. They have not indeed continued to merit these emphatic encomiums through all periods of their history, yet the last great military leader by whom these men were employed beyond their own frontiers is known to have preferred them to any other of his Italian troops, nay, even to a considerable part of his French soldiery. These rich and populous territories, with their brave inhabitants, were now subjected to the peaceful and spiritual government of the popes. It is for us to examine the basis and organization of this ecclesiastical state as it developed its resources under their rule. It was founded, as were most of the Italian sovereignties, on the more or less rigid limitation of that independence to which the municipalities had, in the course of the century, almost everywhere attained. Even during the 15th century, the priors of Viterbo, seated on their stone seats before the door of the town hall, received the oath of the podestà sent them by the pontiff or his representative. When the city of Fano placed itself under the immediate sovereignty of the papal see in 1463, it made certain conditions. First, that to all future time the city should hold immediately of the papal throne. Next, that it should select its own podestà, whose appointment should need no further confirmation, and that for 20 years it should be subjected to no new impost. Finally, it stipulated for all benefits arising from the sale of salt, with various other immunities. A prince so arbitrary as was Cesare Borgia could not yet avoid the grant of certain privileges to the cities constituting his principality. Thus he resigned revenues to the town of Senigallia, which till then had invariably been claimed by the sovereign. How much more, then, would these concessions be expected from Julius II, whose ambition it was to present himself as a liberator from tyranny? He reminded the Perugians himself
that the best years of his youth had been passed within their walls. When he drove Baglioni from Perugia, he did not refuse to recall the exiles or to reinstate the peaceful magistrates, the priory. He conferred increased emoluments on the professors of the university, and invaded no one of the ancient immunities of the city. For a long time it paid a few thousand ducats only as a recognition of his sovereignty, and even under Clement VII. I find a calculation of how many troops Perugia could bring into the field, precisely as though it had been a completely free municipality. Nor was Bologna more closely restricted. Together with the forms of municipal independence, it retained many of the essential attributes. The administration of the town revenues were entirely in its own hands. It maintained troops of its own, and the papal legate received a salary from the city. The towns of Romagna were seized by Julius II during the Venetian War, but he did not annex a single one to the Pontificate without first consenting to restrictive conditions, or conferring new and fixed rights. These stipulations were always referred to in later times. The political relation with the Church into which they had entered by these treaties received the title of ecclesiastical freedom. Thus constituted, the state as a whole bore a certain resemblance to that of Venice. In each the political power had at one time resided in the commune, and this had for the most part subjected other smaller communities over which it held sway. In the Venetian states these paramount municipalities had submitted themselves under conditions strictly defined, without resigning the whole of their independence to the control of the nobili of Venice. In the states of the Church, these same municipalities became subject to the commonwealth of the Curia. For, as in Venice, it was the nobility that formed the commonwealth, so in Rome this was represented by the court. The dignity of the prelacy was not indeed absolutely indispensable as a qualification, even for the supreme powers of the municipalities during the first half of this century. Secular vice-legates were frequent in Perugia, while in Romagna it seemed to be almost an established rule that a lay president should direct the administration. It would sometimes happen that laymen would acquire an almost unlimited power and influence, as did Jacopo Salviati under Clement VII. But in such cases they were ever connected in some manner with the Curia. They belonged in one way or another to the Pope, and were thus members of that corporation. At this period the towns would seem to have had no liking for secular governors. They preferred and requested to be ruled by prelates, as holding it more honourable to obey an ecclesiastic of high rank. Compared with the German principality and its carefully organized system of well-defined grades, the Italian looks at first sight little better than a mere anarchy. But in point of fact, the partition of rights and privileges was quite as clearly understood and as rigidly adhered to in the latter as in the former. The supreme authorities of a city, for example, were held in check by the nobles by the burghers, cittadini. The subjected commune kept jealous watch over the acts of its superior, and the rural populations over the towns. It is a striking fact that the establishment of provincial governments was in no one instance adopted in Italy. Certain provincial assemblies were indeed held in the Papal States, and even received the imposing name of Parliament. But there must have been something adverse to institutions of this character in the manners or modes of thought of Italians, since no one of them ever attained to effectual or enduring influence. From what has been said, it will be obvious that if the municipal constitution had acquired that complete development of which it was susceptible, and towards which it seemed to tend, by the limitation which on the one hand it imposed on the governing authority, and that presented to the powers of the communes, and the multitude of individual privileges on the other, it would then have exhibited the principle of stability in its most significant aspect, a political system based on prerogatives clearly defined, and on checks that were reciprocally effectual. Considerable progress toward a constitution of this character was made by the Venetian states, and certain steps, but much less decided ones, were taken in the same direction by those of the Church. This difference was inevitable from the diversity of origin in each government. In Venice, the reins were held by a corporation, self-governing and hereditary, which considered the supreme power as its legitimate property. The Roman Curia, on the contrary, was in continual fluctuation, every new conclave infusing new elements. The compatriots of each successive pope invariably obtained a large portion of the public business. Among the Venetians, appointments to office proceeded from the corporation itself. In Rome, they were to be gained only from the favour of the pope. The rulers of Venice were held to their duties by rigorous laws, close inspection, and regard to the honour of their body. The Roman authorities were rather incited by hope of promotion than restrained by fear of punishment. Both depended principally on the favour and goodwill of the pontiff. They thus enjoyed a more extensive freedom of action. We shall proceed to show that the papal government had from the first secured to itself a larger degree of authority. Of this fact we find convincing proof by a comparison of the concessions made to the municipalities they conquered, by Rome and Venice respectively. A favourable opportunity for such comparison presents itself in the case of Faenza. This city, which had capitulated to Venice some years before its surrender to the ecclesiastical state, had made conditions with each government. It had, for example, demanded from both that no new impost should ever be laid on them, but with consent of the majority in the great council of Faenza. To this the Venetians agreed without reserve, whereas the pontiff added the significant clause, "unless it shall appear to him advisable to do otherwise for good and sufficient causes." I will not multiply instances. A similar state of matters prevailed throughout. One other fact and proof shall suffice. The Venetians had assented without hesitation to the demand that all criminal judgments should be referred to the podestà and his court, Curia. The Pope confirms this privilege in its general import, but makes the important exception: in cases of high treason or of similar crimes calculated to cause popular irritation, the authority of the government shall step in. It is obvious, then, that the papal government assumed from the very outset a much more effective exercise of the sovereign authority than did that of Venice. But it must also be admitted that this extension of the ecclesiastical powers was greatly facilitated by the municipalities themselves. In these subjugated towns, and in that day, the middle classes, the burghers, traders, and artisans, while their gains sufficed to procure them the means of life, remained peaceable and obedient. But the patricians, the nobles in whom the municipal authority was vested, were in perpetual commotion and tumult. They practised no arts, they paid little attention to agriculture, had no disposition to intellectual improvement, and did not greatly care even for skill in arms. They were wholly devoted to the pursuit of their particular feuds and enmities. The old factions of the Guelphs and Ghibellines were still in existence. They had been revived by the late wars, in which victory was sometimes with one and sometimes with the other. All the families belonging to these two parties were well known, with the side they adopted. In Faenza, Ravenna, and Forlì, the Ghibellines had the upper hand. In Rimini, the Guelphs were the stronger. But in all these towns the weaker party still maintained itself alive. In Cesena and Imola they were nearly balanced. Among these, then, even in times of external peace, a secret warfare was incessantly proceeding. Each man was especially occupied in seeking to depress his opponent of the adverse faction and to cast him into the shade. The leaders had always adherents from the lowest classes at their command, wild, determined bravos of fierce and wandering habits, who were ever prepared with offers of service to those whom they knew to be in fear of enemies, or to have injuries demanding vengeance. These men were always ready to commit murder for a sum of money. End of section 38. Section 39 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 1. Administration of the States of the Church, Section 2. The result of these incessant feuds was that the cities became less vigilant in the maintenance of their rights, for as each party distrusted the other, so neither would permit authority to rest in its opponent's hands. On the arrival of the president or legate in the province, the question was not whether the municipal rights would be respected, but rather which party would be favoured by the new functionary. It would be difficult to describe the exultation of the successful party or the dismay of its rivals when this was ascertained. Infinite prudence was required on the part of the legate. The most influential men were ready to attach themselves to his side. They did their utmost to render themselves acceptable to him, affected earnest zeal for the interest of the state, and acquiesced in all the plans he might propose for its advantage. But all this was frequently for no other purpose than that of placing themselves well with the governor, and by gaining his confidence, become all the better enabled to persecute the party they abhorred. The position of the provincial barons was somewhat different. They were, for the most part, very poor, but ambitious and liberal to prodigality, usually keeping open house, although it was known that their expenditure largely exceeded their income, and this without exception. They had always adherents in the towns, and sometimes employed these men for the most illegal purposes. But their principal care was to preserve a perfect understanding with their peasantry, in whose hands remained the greater part of the soil which constituted all their wealth. The advantages of high birth and the prerogatives of gentle blood were sufficiently appreciated on the one part, and held in profound reverence on the other, through all the lands of the south. But distinction of ranks was not marked in the same manner as in northern countries, presenting no obstacle to a close personal intimacy. The peasants lived with their barons in a sort of fraternal subordination, nor could it easily be told whether the peasantry were more ready to offer service and obedience, or the barons to render aid and protection. Their connection had a character that was even patriarchal. One cause for this probably was that the baron abstained from giving his peasantry any cause of appeal to the state authorities, being but little disposed to regard with reverence the feudal supremacy of the papal see. As to the peasants, they considered this supremacy and the legate's claim to jurisdiction, not in cases of appeal only, but also in the first instance, by no means as claims of right, but rather as the consequence of an unfortunate political conjuncture that would soon pass away. There were also found in certain districts, more especially in Romagna, independent communities of peasants. These were large clans descended from a common stock, lords in their own villages, generally half savage, all well armed, and especially practised in the use of the arquebus. They may perhaps be best compared with the free Greek and Sclavonian communities which had preserved their privileges among the Venetians, or with those of Candia, the Morea, and Dalmatia, who had regained their lost independence from the Turks. In the States of the Church, these peasants also adhered to one or other of the different factions. Thus the Cavina clan with the Scardoci and Solaroli were Ghibellines. The Manbelli, Ceroni, and Serra were Guelphs. In the district of the Serra clan there was a hill which served as the asylum of those who had committed any offence. The most important of these clans was the Ceroni, whose numbers had extended across the frontier into Florentine territory. They were divided into two branches, the Rinaldi and the Ravagli, between whom, in spite of their common origin, there existed a bitter feud. They maintained a sort of hereditary connection with many among the noblest families of the towns, and also with certain eminent jurists, by whom the faction was supported in all questions with the laws. Throughout Romagna there was no single family, however distinguished, that might not have been injured by these banded peasants. The Venetians took care to have always an interest in one or other of their chiefs, for the purpose of securing their aid in case of war. If these populations, as we have before remarked, had been well united, the Roman prelates would have found it difficult to assert their authority, but in their dissensions the government found its strength. To this effect, a president of Romagna, writing to Gregory XIII, expresses himself as I find in his report: "Very difficult is the task of governing when the people hold themselves too closely together. Let them be disunited, and the mastery is then easily gained." There was besides another circumstance acting in favour of government. This was the formation of a party consisting of those peaceable men of the middle classes who desired to live tranquilly and were not attached to either faction. In Fano, this party entered into an association called the Holy Union, compelled to this, as the record of their institution sets forth, because all the town is become full of robbers and murderers, so that not only are those in jeopardy who join themselves to the several feuds, but also those who would fain eat their bread in the sweat of their brow. They bound themselves by an oath in the church as brethren for life and death, to maintain the tranquillity of the town and to exterminate those who sought to disturb it. They were favoured by the government, from whom they received permission to carry arms, and we find them throughout Romagna under the name of the Pacifici. From this body was gradually constituted a kind of plebeian magistracy. Adherents of government might also be found among the free peasants. The Manbelli, for example, attached themselves to the court of the legate. They arrested banditti and acted as wardens of the frontiers, a service that procured them increased estimation among the neighbouring clans. Local jealousies, the contests arising between cities and the surrounding villages, with various other internal differences, all contributed to increase the power of the government. Here, then, in place of that respect for law, good order, and stability, which, judging from its theory only, we should have expected this constitution of the state to produce, we find the turbulent strife of factions, intervention of the government so long as these remained at variance, reaction and opposition of the municipalities when they are again united, violence acting in support of the law, violence opposed to the law, every man trying to what extent he might rebel with impunity. Immediately after the accession of Leo X, the Florentines, who had obtained a large share in the administration, exercised the rights of the Curia with the most oppressive violence. Deputations from the cities were seen to arrive in Rome, one after another, entreating relief from their burdens. Ravenna declared itself prepared to surrender to the Turks rather than endure the continuance of such a system. During vacancies of the Pontificate, it frequently happened that the ancient feudal lords would return to power, and were not expelled by the new pope without considerable difficulty. The cities, on the other hand, dreaded being alienated from the papal see. A cardinal, a connection of the pope, or perhaps some neighbouring prince, would occasionally offer a sum of money to the Camera for the right of governing one or other of these towns. Aware of this, the towns on their part had agents and envoys at Rome, whose office it was to discover all projects of this sort on the instant of their formation, and to interpose for their defeat. In this they were most frequently successful. They were, however, sometimes compelled to employ force against the papal authorities, and even against the pontiff's troops. In the history of nearly all these towns are found instances of very determined insubordination. It once happened in Faenza that the citizens had a regular battle with the Swiss guards of Leo X. This was in the summer of 1521. They fought furiously in the streets, and the Swiss had succeeded in gathering themselves into one body on the market-place, but the townsmen having barricaded all the avenues leading from it, the Swiss were content to depart quietly, since they could do so unmolested when one of the barriers had been removed. The anniversary of this day was long afterwards celebrated in Faenza with religious solemnities and rejoicings. Jesi, again, though by no means a town of importance, had yet courage to attack the vice-governor in his palace on the 25th of November, 1528. He had demanded certain marks of honour which the inhabitants refused. The peasants united themselves to the citizens. They took into their pay 100 Albanians who chanced to be in the neighbourhood, and drove the vice-governor with his followers from the town. The chronicler of Jesi, in other respects a most devout Catholic, relates this fact with infinite complacency. "My native town," says he, "now seeing herself restored to her primitive freedom, resolved solemnly to celebrate the anniversary of this day at the public expense." But other results were sure to proceed from these acts of violence. New oppressions, for example, punishments and closer restrictions. All such occasions were gladly seized by the government as affording a pretext for depriving the towns that still retained any efficient part of their ancient independence of its last traces, and reducing them to entire subjection. Of this we have remarkable examples in the histories of Ancona and Perugia. From Ancona the pontiffs received a very small annual tribute only, as a mere recognition of their sovereignty. The insufficiency of this became all the more apparent as the town advanced in riches and prosperity. The revenues of Ancona were estimated by the court at 50,000 scudi, and it was found to be intolerable that the local nobility should divide so large a sum among themselves. It chanced that the city not only refused the payment of new imposts, but also took forcible possession of a castle to which it had claims. This occasioned a violent misunderstanding. The mode of asserting their rights sometimes adopted by governments in that day is worthy of notice. The papal officers drove off the cattle from the March of Ancona by way of levying the new taxes. This they called making reprisals. But Clement VII was not content with these reprisals. He waited only for a favourable opportunity to make himself really master of Ancona, and this he made no scruple of employing artifice to bring about. Declaring that the Turkish power, emboldened by its recent successes in Egypt and Rhodes, and the extent of its influence in the Mediterranean, might be daily expected to attack Italy, he caused a fortress to be erected at Ancona. Many Turkish ships were constantly at anchor off Ancona, and the pontiff expressed extreme apprehension for its safety, defenceless as it was, alleging this as the only motive for raising the fortress. He sent Antonio Sangallo to construct the works, which proceeded with excessive rapidity, and a small garrison soon after appeared to take possession. This was the moment that Clement had awaited. Matters having arrived so far, the governor of the March, Monsignore Bernardino della Barba, who, though a priest, was a man of martial character, arrived before Ancona one morning in September of 1532 with an imposing force which the jealousy of the neighbouring cities had supplied to him. Having seized one of the gates, he marched to the market-place and drew up his troops before the palace. Suspecting no evil, the Anziani, but recently chosen by lot, were peaceably abiding there with the badges of the supreme dignity around them. Della Barba entered with his escort of officers, and with little ceremony informed them that the Pope had determined to take the uncontrolled government of Ancona into his own hands. There was no possibility of opposing effectual resistance, For though the younger nobles hastily gathered a few bands of devoted adherents from the neighbouring villages, the elders, perceiving that the papal troops were prepared by their new fortifications for every emergency, refused to expose the city to devastation and ruin. They submitted, therefore, to what they saw was unavoidable. The Anziani vacated the palace, and immediately after appeared the new legate, Benedetto degli Accolti, from whom the Camera Apostolica had received promises of 20,000 scudi annually for the right of government in Ancona. And now its position was changed entirely. All arms were required to be surrendered, and 64 of the principal nobles were banished. The magistracy was placed in different hands. Portions of the administration were entrusted to persons who were not noble, and to the inhabitants of the districts surrounding. The old statutes were no longer suffered to form the rule of government. Woe to him who ventured to deviate from the new regulations. Some of the principal nobles incurred the suspicion of conspiracy. They were instantly seized, condemned, and beheaded. On the following day a carpet was spread in the marketplace. On this were laid the bodies, each with a burning torch beside it, and thus they remained through the whole day. The inhabitants of Ancona were indeed relieved by Paul III from some portion of the severe restrictions they had first suffered, but their subjection was none the less complete. Their former independence he was by no means inclined to restore. This pontiff was in fact more disposed to fix than to remove the fetters of the conquered cities in most instances, as for example in that of Perugia, for whose subjugation he employed the same Bernardino della Barba. The price of salt being doubled by Paul III, the people of Perugia declared that they were justified by their privileges in refusing to pay it. For this the Pope excommunicated them, and the citizens assembling in the churches elected a magistracy of 25 defenders. They laid the keys of their town before a crucifix in the marketplace, and both sides took up arms. A general commotion was excited by the revolt of so important a city, and very grave consequences would doubtless have ensued had there been war in any other part of Italy. But as all was tranquil, the assistance on which the inhabitants had calculated from surrounding states could not be rendered. Accordingly, when Pier Luigi Farnese appeared before the town with an army of 10,000 Italians and 3,000 Spaniards, Perugia, though possessing considerable power, had yet not wherewith to oppose a force so considerable. The government of the 25, too, was rather distinguished by violence and tyranny than by prudence and careful measures for the defence of the town. They did not even provide money to pay the troops brought to their aid by a member of the Baglioni family. Ascanio Colonna, who also resisted the same impost, was their only ally, and he confined himself to driving off cattle from the domains of the church, nor could he be prevailed on to afford a more effectual assistance. Thus Perugia, after a brief enjoyment of liberty, was again reduced to subjection, and surrendered on the 3rd of June, 1540. Clothed in long mourning dresses with ropes around their necks, the deputies of the town presented themselves beneath the portico of St. Peter, and kneeling at the feet of the pontiff, entreated his pardon. This was not refused, but their liberties were entirely destroyed, and all their rights and privileges repealed. And now Bernardino della Barba arrived in Perugia, and dealt with that city as he had done with Ancona. The inhabitants were compelled to deliver up their arms. The chains with which they had been accustomed to close their streets were taken away. The houses of the 25, who had themselves escaped in time, were razed to the ground, and on the site of that inhabited by the Baglioni a fortress was constructed. The citizens were obliged to pay the expense of all. A chief magistrate was now appointed, whose name sufficiently denotes the character of his duties. He was called the Conservator of Ecclesiastical Obedience. The ancient title of prior was indeed restored to this functionary by a subsequent pontiff, but the restitution of his former powers did not accompany it. By the same force that had subjugated Perugia, Ascanio Colonna was also put down and expelled from all his strongholds. These repeated and successful achievements effected an immense augmentation of the papal authority in the States of the Church. Neither city nor baron dared now presume to oppose it. The independent municipalities had submitted one after another, and the Roman court had at length drawn the entire resources of the country into its own hands, to be disposed of for the furtherance of its own purposes. Let us now examine the manner in which these resources were administered. End of section 39. Section 40 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 2, Finances, Section 1. In the first instance, we must proceed to make ourselves acquainted with the system of the papal finances, and the rather as this system is important, not only as regards the Roman States, but also because of the example furnished by it to all Europe. We have first to observe that the system of exchanges adopted in the Middle Ages originated chiefly in the nature of the papal revenues, which, due from all parts of the world, were to be transmitted to the Curia from every separate country. But it is equally worthy of remark that the system of national debt, by which we are even now enveloped, and which maintains so important an influence on the operations of commerce, was first fully developed in the States of the Church. There has doubtless been justice in the complaints raised against the exactions of Rome during the 15th century, but it is also true that of the proceeds a small part only passed into the hands of the Pope. Pius II, 1458 to 1464, enjoyed the obedience of all Europe. Yet he once suffered so extreme a dearth of money that he was forced to restrict his household and himself to 1 meal a day. The 200,000 ducats required for the Turkish war that he was meditating had to be borrowed, and the petty expedients adopted by many popes of demanding from a prince, a bishop, or a grand master, who might have some cause before the court, the gift of a gold cup filled with ducats, or a present of rich furs, only shows the depressed and wretched condition of their resources. There is no doubt that money reached the court, if not in the extravagant sums that many have believed, yet to a very considerable extent. But arrived so far, it was at once dispersed through channels innumerable. A large portion, for example, was absorbed by the revenues of those offices which it had been long the practice to dispose of by sale. The income of these offices was principally derived from the perquisites and fees, and but slight restraint was imposed on the exactions of those who had purchased them. The price at which each of these appointments was resold as it became vacant was all that recurred to the papal coffers. If, then, the pontiff desired to undertake any costly enterprise, he was compelled to find some extraordinary expedient for procuring the means. Jubilees and indulgences were thus most welcome auxiliaries. Incited by these, the piety of the faithful secured him an ample resource. He had also another mode of gaining supplies at his need. He had but to create new offices, when the sale of these was sure to afford him a respectable amount. This was an extraordinary sort of loan, and one for which the Church paid heavy interest, which had to be provided for by an increase of the imposts. The practice had long prevailed. An authentic register existing in the house of Chigi enumerates nearly 650 saleable offices, of which the income amounted to about 100,000 scudi. These were for the most part procurators, registrars, abbreviators, correctors, notaries, secretaries, nay, even messengers and doorkeepers, whose increased numbers were continually raising the expense of a bull or brief. It was indeed for that very purpose that these offices took the particular form assigned them. As to the duties connected with each, these were little or nothing. It will be readily imagined that succeeding popes, involved as they were in the politics of Europe, would eagerly have recourse to so convenient a method of replenishing their coffers. Sixtus IV, 1471 to 1484, proceeding by the advice of his prothonotary Sanolfo, founded whole colleges, the places in which he sold for a few hundred ducats each. Most curious are the titles that some of them bore. There was the college, for example, of the 100 Janissaries, who were nominated for 100,000 ducats, and whose appointments were then paid from the profits arising on bulls and the proceeds of the first fruits, annates, notariates, and prothonotariates, the office of procurator to the Camera. Everything, in short, was sold under Sixtus IV, who carried this system to such an extent that he has frequently been called its founder, and indeed it was not completely organized until his time. A new college of 26 secretaries, with a complement of other officers, was founded by Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, for 60,000 scudi. The embarrassments of this pontiff were such that he was compelled to give even the papal tiara as security. Alexander VI, 1492 to 1503, named 80 writers of briefs, each of whom paid 750 scudi for his place. Julius II, 1503 to 1513, added 100 writers of archives at the same price. Meanwhile, the sources whence all these hundreds of officers drew their emoluments were not inexhaustible. We have seen how almost all Christian states made efforts, and very frequently successful efforts, to limit the encroachments of the papal court. This happened, too, precisely when the popes had been led into a vast expenditure by the magnitude of their undertakings. This disposition of other countries made the circumstance of their obtaining so great an extension of their own territories extremely fortunate. For though their government was in the first instance very mild, they nevertheless drew large sums from these sources, and we cannot be surprised at finding this income administered in the same manner as the ecclesiastical funds. When Julius II secured the salaries of the above-mentioned writers by an assignation on the annates, he added a further security charged on the customs and exchequer. He also instituted a college of 141 presidents of the Annona, all of whom were paid from the public chest. He made the surplus revenue of the country serve as a basis for contracting loans. The most distinguishing characteristic of this pope in the eyes of foreign powers was that he could raise what money he pleased. That was, in a certain measure, the foundation of his policy. Still more urgent were the demands of Leo X, 1513 to 1521, than those of Julius had been. He was equally involved in war, was much less provident, and more dependent on the political aid of his family, which last required to be paid for. That the Pope should ever keep 1,000 ducats together was a thing as impossible, says Francesco Vettori of this pontiff, as that a stone should of its own will take to flying through the air. He has been reproached with having spent the revenues of 3 popes, that of his predecessor, from whom he inherited a considerable treasure, his own, and that of his successor, to whom he bequeathed a mass of debt. Not content with selling existing offices, his extraordinary nomination of cardinals brought him in important sums, and having once got on the beaten path of establishing offices for no other purpose than to sell them, he proceeded along it with the most pertinacious boldness. More than 1,200 of these appointments were created by him alone. The one point in which all these Portionarii, Scudieri, Convalieri de San Pietro, and whatever other strange name they bore, agreed, was this, that all paid a sum of money for their offices, and drew the interest of it for life by virtue of these titles. Their appointment had no other signification. Some slight prerogative was sometimes conferred in addition to the interest. It was, in fact, a kind of life annuity. From such sales Leo is said to have drawn 900,000 scudi. The interest was indeed extremely high, amounting annually to an eighth of the capital, which was to a certain extent provided for by a slight increase of ecclesiastical dues, but the larger portion came from the newly conquered provinces. This latter part of the general sum proceeded first from the surplus funds of the municipal administrations, which were paid into the coffers of the state, next from the alum works, and then from the salt trade. The remainder was supplied by the Roman custom house. The number of saleable appointments was increased by Leo to 2,150, the annual income of which was estimated at 320,000 scudi, and was a burden both on church and state. But however blamable this prodigality might in itself have been, yet Leo was undoubtedly confirmed in it by perceiving that for the time its effects were rather beneficial than injurious. If Rome at this period acquired so unusual an elevation and prosperity, it must be attributed principally to the monetary system we have described. In no city could the capitalist of that day invest his money to so much advantage. The number of new appointments, the vacancies and reappointments kept up a continual movement in the curia, so that each man could easily find his opportunity for advancement. By these operations the necessity for imposing new taxes was also avoided. The states of the Church were unquestionably less burdened with imposts at that moment than any other, and Rome, as compared with other cities, was equally fortunate as to the amount of taxation. It had long before been represented to the Romans that whereas other cities were loaded by their lords with heavy loans and vexatious imposts, they, on their part, were rather made rich by their sovereign the Pope. A secretary of Clement VII, who wrote an account of the conclave by which that pontiff was elected, expresses his surprise that the Roman people were not more devoted to the Holy See, the lightness of their burdens considered. From Terracina to Piacenza, he exclaims, the Church is in possession of a broad and fair portion of Italy. Her dominion extends far and wide, yet all those flourishing lands and rich cities, which under any other sovereign would be burdened for the support of large armies, pay no more to the popes than just so much as will meet the expense of their own administration. But this state of things could last only, as is evident, so long as there was surplus money in the public coffers. Leo himself did not succeed in funding all his loans. He had borrowed 32,000 scudi from Alois Gaddi and 200,000 from Bernardo Bini. Salviati, Ridolfi, and others of his servants and connections had done their utmost to procure him money. Their hopes of repayment and of future rewards were founded on his known liberality and on his comparatively early years. By his sudden death they were all utterly ruined. The financial operations of Leo X left his dominions in a state of exhaustion, the consequences of which were very soon felt by his successor. The universal hatred drawn upon himself by the unlucky Adrian, 1522-1523, was indeed caused in a large measure by the direct taxes he was compelled to impose. He found himself in the most urgent need, and laid a tax of half a ducat on each hearth. This was not much, but was most unpopular with the Romans, to whom demands of this character were almost unknown. Neither could Clement VII, 1523 to 1534, avoid the imposition of new taxes. He chose indirect ones. Yet much complaint arose against Cardinal Armelino, who was believed to have invented them. The increased duties levied at the city gates on articles of daily necessity occasioned great dissatisfaction, but all were obliged to endure them. Affairs were indeed in such a condition that much more important supplies than these were demanded, and could not be dispensed with. End of section 40. Section 41 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 2, Finances, Section 2. Up to this time, loans had been raised upon the form of saleable offices. An approximation to the system of direct loans was first made by Clement VII on the decisive occasion of his armament against Charles V in 1526. In the former method, the capital was lost on the death of the purchaser, unless his family could make interest to recover it from the treasury. But Clement now raised a capital of 200,000 ducats, which did not yield so high an interest as the places, though still a large one, 10%, namely, but which continued the property of the heirs. This is the Monte non vocabile and the Monte della Fede. The interest was charged on the customs, and was further secured by a provision that each creditor should receive a share in the direction of the dogana customs. The old form was not, however, entirely abandoned, these monte being also incorporated, as were colleges. There were certain contractors for the loan who paid the sum required to the treasury, and then divided it in shares among the members of the college. And now can we say that these creditors of the state, in so far as they had a lien on the general income, or the produce of the common labour, had also an indirect share in the government? It was certainly so understood in Rome, and without the form of such a participation no man would lend his money. But this, as we shall see, was the commencement of widely extensive financial operations. These were entered into with a certain moderation by Paul III. He contented himself with diminishing the interest of the monti established by Clement, and being successful in making new assignments of it, he increased the capital by nearly one half. He established no new monti, but for this moderation he was amply indemnified by the creation of 600 new places. The measures by which this pontiff rendered himself memorable in the history of papal finance were of a somewhat different character. The commotions occasioned by his increase of the price of salt we have already noticed. This source of income he relinquished, but in its stead he imposed the direct tax of the sussidio, solemnly promising, however, that it should not be permanent. It is this impost that was levied in so many of the southern states at that time. In Spain it was called the servicio, in Naples the donativo, in Milan the mensuale, and in other places it was known under different titles. It was originally introduced into the States of the Church for 3 years only, and was fixed at 300,000 scudi. The contribution of each province was determined in Rome. The provincial parliaments then assembled to divide this sum among the several towns, and the local governments again apportioned it among themselves in the surrounding districts. No one was exempt. All the lay subjects of the Roman Church, whatever their privileges and immunities, marquises, barons, feudal tenants, and public officers not exempted, are enjoined by the bull for this tax to contribute their share of the burden. Payment was nevertheless not made without urgent remonstrance, more especially when it was found that this sussidio was continually renewed from one period of 3 years to another. It was indeed never formally repealed, but neither was it ever perfectly collected. Bologna had been rated at 30,000 scudi, but her inhabitants had the foresight to compound for perpetual freedom from this impost by the payment of one large sum. Parma and Piacenza were alienated and did not pay. Of what took place in other cities, that of Fano will afford us an example. This town refused for some time to pay the share apportioned to it, under pretext of being rated too highly, and Paul agreed for once to remit the arrears, but on condition that the full amount should be applied to repair the defences of the city. Subsequently, too, they were always allowed a third of their contribution for the same purpose. The descendants of these men nevertheless continued to declare that they were rated too highly. The rural populations also uttered incessant outcries on the large share the towns imposed on their shoulders. These last sought to emancipate themselves from the rule of the town council, and as this body asserted its supremacy, they would fain have had recourse to the protection of the Duke of Urbino. But we should be led too far from our subject were we to pursue these local disputes into their details. What we have said will suffice to explain the fact that little more than half of the sum fixed on for the sussidio was ever realized. In the year 1560, the whole proceeds did not surpass 165,000 scudi. But notwithstanding all these things, the income of the Roman states was largely increased by this pontiff. Under Julius II, the revenues were valued at 350,000 scudi, under Leo at 420,000, under Clement VII, in the year 1526, at 500,000. Immediately after the death of Paul III, we gather from authentic statements procured from the Roman treasury by the Venetian ambassador Dandolo that the amount had risen to 706,473 scudi. His successors were nevertheless but slightly benefited by this rise. Julius III, in one of his instructions, complains that his predecessor had alienated the entire revenue. He must certainly have meant to accept the subsidy, which, being nominally at least to be paid but for 3 years, could not of course be alienated, but he furthermore bewails that a floating debt of 500,000 scudi had also been bequeathed to him by the same pontiff. But as Julius III was not withheld by this state of his affairs from plunging into a war with the French and the Farnese, the utmost embarrassment was inevitable, whether for himself or the state. The imperialists paid him what for those times was a large sum, but his letters are nevertheless filled with complaints. He had hoped to receive 100,000 scudi from Ancona, and has not received 100,000 bajocchi. Instead of 120,000 scudi from Bologna, he has had 50,000 only. The money changers of Genoa and Lucca had made promises, but had withdrawn them before they were well spoken. Whoever possessed a groat, carline, kept it safe in his fingers, and would hear nothing of speculating with it. The Pope, desiring to keep an army on foot, was compelled to the adoption of more effectual measures, and resolved on founding a new Monte. The manner in which he proceeded on this occasion became the model which has been almost invariably pursued in later times. A new impost of 2 carlines was laid on every rubio of flour, and this produced him, when all deductions had been made, the sum of 30,000 scudi, which was appropriated to the payment of interest on a capital raised forthwith. Thus did he originate the Monte della Farina. It will be remarked that this operation is closely analogous to the measures of finance adopted in earlier times. Now ecclesiastical offices had on previous occasions been created, and their salaries made payable on the increasing revenues of the curia, merely that they might be sold
to procure the sum required by the demand of the moment. On this occasion the revenues of the state were increased by a new tax, but this was employed solely as interest for a large capital that could not otherwise have been raised. This practice has been continued by all succeeding pontiffs. These monti were sometimes non-vocabile, like the Clementine; at other times they were vocabile, the interest ceasing, that is, on the death of the lender. But then the percentage was much higher, and the collegiate character of the monte brought the plan nearer to that of saleable offices. Paul IV established the Monte Novenale dei Frati, founding it on a tax which he imposed on the regular monastic orders. Pius IV levied half a farthing, a quattrino, on every pound of meat applying the produce of the foundation of the Monte Pio non vocabile, which brought him in about 170,000 scudi. Pius V added a second quattrino on the pound of meat, and on this he established the Monte Lega. The general importance of the Roman states becomes intelligible to our perceptions in proportion as we keep the development of this system clearly in view. By what class of necessities were the popes compelled to a mode of raising loans that burdened their territories with so direct a weight of imposts? We reply that these necessities arose chiefly from the demands of Catholicism. The time had passed by when the purposes of the popes could be purely political. Those of an ecclesiastical character could alone be now attempted with any hope of success. The desire to come to the aid of Catholic sovereigns in their struggles with the Protestants, or in their undertakings against the Turks, was now almost invariably the immediate inducement to new financial operations. The Monte Lega received that name from Pius V because the capital derived from it was applied to the war against the Turks undertaken by that pontiff in his league with Spain and Venice. This becomes ever more and more observable. The Papal States were affected in their finances by almost every commotion arising in Europe. There were few of these occasions when the popes could escape the necessity of exacting new efforts from their own subjects for the maintenance of ecclesiastical interests. Thus was the possession of extensive dominions of vital importance to the ecclesiastical prosperity of the popes. Not that they were content with the produce of their monti; they still continued the former practices. New offices or cavalierate were still created with more or less of privilege attached, whether it was that the salaries were provided for as before by new imposts, or that the depression which then took place in the value of money caused larger amounts to be paid into the treasury. It resulted from this that the revenues of the Papacy, excepting only a short period of diminution occasioned by the war under Paul IV, were continually rising in nominal value. Even during his life they increased again to 700,000 scudi. Under Pius they were estimated at 898,482 scudi. Paolo Tiepolo is surprised to find them, after an absence of 5 years, augmented by 200,000 scudi, and risen to an amount of 1,100,000 scudi. Yet the popes did not, in effect, receive a larger income. This, though an extraordinary circumstance, was yet a necessary consequence of the system, for as the taxes increased, so did the alienations. Julius III is said to have alienated 54,000, Paul IV 45,960, and Pius IV, who found all means good that gave him money, is calculated to have disposed of 182,550 scudi. This latter pontiff increased the number of saleable offices to 3,500, and this did not include the monti, which were not considered to belong to the offices.
he raised the amount of the alienated funds to 450,000 scudi, and this now increased continually. In the year 1576 it was 530,000 scudi. The increase of the revenue had been also large, but the half of its total amount was nevertheless absorbed by these alienations. The registers of the papal revenues present an extraordinary aspect in these times. The contracts made with the farmers of the revenue were generally for a period of 9 years. After specifying, article by article, the sums these men had agreed to pay, the registers also state what portion of each is alienated. In 1576 and the following years, the Roman customs, for example, brought in the considerable amount of 133,000 scudi, but of this 111,170 were alienated. Other deductions having also to be made, the treasury received in effect 13,000 only. There were some taxes, as on corn, meat, and wine, of which the whole were swallowed up by the monti. From many provincial chests, called treasuries, which had also to provide for the exigencies of the provinces, not 1 sixpence reached the papal coffers. The March and Camerino may serve as examples of this fact, yet the sussidio was often applied to the same purpose. Nay, so heavy were the encumbrances laid on the alum works of Tolfa, which had usually been a valuable source of income, that their accounts displayed a deficiency of 2,000 scudi. The personal expenses of the pontiff and those of his court were principally charged on the dataria, which had 2 distinct sources of income. The one was more strictly ecclesiastical, as arising from compositions, fixed payments, for which the dotary permitted regresses, reservations, and various other clerical irregularities in the course of translation from one benefice to another. The rigid severity of Paul IV had greatly diminished this source of profit, but its value was gradually restored. The other part of the dataria's income proceeded from the appointments to vacant cavallierate, saleable offices, and places in the munti vocabili. It increased as the number of these appointments was augmented, and was, as is obvious, of a more secular nature than the portion first described. About the year 1570, however, both united did but just suffice to meet the daily expenses of the papal household. The position of things had become greatly changed by these financial proceedings of the Roman state, which, from having been framed as the least burdened in Italy, was now more heavily taxed than most of them. Loud complaints were heard from all quarters. Of the ancient municipal independence scarcely anything remained. The administration gradually became more uniform. In former times the rights of government had frequently been ceded to some favourite cardinal or other prelate, who made no inconsiderable profit from them. The compatriots of popes, as for example the Florentines under the Medici, the Neapolitans under Paul IV, and the Milanese under Pius IV, had in turn held possession of the best places. Pius V put an end to this practice. The governments thus committed to favourites had not been administered by them, but had always been deputed to some doctor of laws, chosen for that purpose. These doctors Pius V himself appointed, appropriating to the treasury those advantages that had previously accrued to the favourites. Everything proceeded more tranquilly and with better order. In earlier times a militia had been established, and 16,000 men enrolled. Pius IV had besides maintained a body of light cavalry. Pius V dispensed with both. The cavalry he disbanded, and suffered the militia to fall into disuse. His whole armed force amounted to less than 500 men, of whom 350, principally Swiss, were in Rome. Had there not been still some need of protection along the coast from the incursions of the Turks, the people might have forgotten the use of arms. This population, once so warlike, seemed now disposed to live in undisturbed peace. The popes desired to rule their territory like a large domain, applying a certain portion of its rents to the expenses of their household, but disposing of the largest part in the service of the Church exclusively. In the pursuit of this design also, we shall see that they encountered no slight difficulty. End of section 41. Section 42 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 3, Gregory XIII, Section 1. Gregory XIII, Hugo Buoncompagno of Bologna, who had raised himself to eminence as a jurist and in the civil service, was cheerful and lively in disposition. He had never married, but before the assumption of any clerical dignity he had a son born to him, of whom we shall hear further. Later in life his habits became serious and regular. Not that he was at any time particularly scrupulous. On the contrary, he displayed a certain dislike of all sanctimonious acerbity, and seemed more disposed to take Pius IV as an example than his more immediate predecessor. But in this pontiff was exemplified the force of public opinion. 100 years earlier he would have governed at the most as did Innocent VIII. It was now, on the contrary, made obvious that even a man of his dispositions could no longer resist the rigid ecclesiastical tendency of the times. This tendency was maintained by a party in the court whose first object was to prevent it from declining. Jesuits, Teotins, and their adherents were its members. Those more conspicuously active were Monsignori Frumento and Cornelia, with the bold and fearless preacher Francesco Toledo and the datary Contarelli. Their influence over the Pope was acquired all the more readily and preserved the more securely from the fact that they all acted in concert. They represented to him that the high consideration enjoyed by his predecessor had arisen principally from the severity of his personal character and conduct. In all the letters that they read aloud to him, the memory of Paul's holy life and virtues, with the fame of his reforms, was the subject principally dwelt on. Whatever was not to this effect they passed over. By thus proceeding, they gave to the ambition of Gregory XIII a character most thoroughly spiritual. He had it greatly at heart to promote the son we have mentioned, and to raise him to princely dignity. But at the first act of favour he showed him, naming him Castellan of St. Angelo and Gonfaloniere of the Church, these rigorous counsellors alarmed the conscience of the Pope, and during the Jubilee of 1575 they would not permit him to suffer the presence of Giacomo, his son, in Rome. When this was over, they did indeed allow him to return, but only because the disappointment of the aspiring young man was injuriously affecting his health. Gregory then caused him to marry, and induced the Republic of Venice to enrol him among its nobili. He also prevailed on the King of Spain to nominate him general of his hommes d'armes, not, however, relaxing the close restraint in which he held him. But on a certain occasion the young man attempted the liberation of a college friend who had been arrested, when his father again sent him into exile, and was about to deprive him of all his offices. This was prevented only by his young wife, who threw herself at the pontiff's feet, and at length obtained her husband's pardon. The time for more ambitious hopes was, however, long since past. Giacomo Buoncompagno had never any very serious influence with his father until the life of the latter was drawing to a close, nor even then was it unlimited in state affairs of moment. If anyone requested his intercession in these matters, his reply was to shrug his shoulders as one who would say, "How hopeless is the case!" Being thus rigid in regards to his son, it will be manifest that he was little likely to favour more distant relations. It is true that he did raise 2 of his nephews to the cardinalate, and Pius V had done as much. But when a third, encouraged by their promotion, came to court with hope of equal fortune, he was refused an audience, and commanded to quit Rome within 2 days. The brother of Gregory had left his home and was on his way to see and enjoy the honour that had visited his family. But on arriving at Orvieto, he was met by a papal messenger, who desired him to return. Tears rose in the old man's eyes, and he was tempted to go yet a little further toward Rome. But receiving a second intimation to desist, he obeyed it and returned to Bologna. These things suffice to show that this pontiff is not chargeable with nepotism or the advancement of his own family to the offence of the laws. On one occasion, when a newly appointed cardinal declared that he would be ever grateful to the family and nephews of His Holiness, Gregory struck the arms of the chair he sat on with both hands, exclaiming, "Be thankful rather to God and to the Holy See." To this extent was he already influenced by the serious tendency of the time. Not only did he seek to equal the piety of demeanour so lauded in Pius V, he even desired to surpass it. In the early days of his pontificate he said Mass 3 times a week, never omitting to do so on Sundays. His life and deportment were not only irreproachable, but even exemplary. There were certain duties of the papal office that no pontiff ever performed with more zeal and propriety than Gregory XIII. He had a list of all those men of whatever country who were suited for the office of bishop, evinced an accurate knowledge of the character and the qualifications of all who were proposed to his acceptance, and exercised the most anxious care to the nomination of these important offices. His most earnest endeavours were especially given to securing a strict system of ecclesiastical education. His liberality in assisting the progress of Jesuit colleges was almost without bounds. He made rich presents to the house of the professed in Rome, caused whole streets to be closed up, purchased many buildings, and assigned a large income to aid the completion of the college in that form which we see it bear even in our days. 20 lecture rooms with 360 cells for students are enumerated in this building, which was called the Seminary of All Nations. Even on its first foundation, measures were taken to make it clear that this college was meant to embrace the whole world. 25 speeches being pronounced in as many different languages, each accompanied by a Latin interpretation. The Collegium Germanicum, which had been founded some years before, was falling into decay from want of means. To this also Gregory gave a palace, that of Santa Palinare, and added the revenues of San Stefano on Monte Celio, along with the sum of 10,000 scudi charged on the Camera Apostolica. He may indeed be regarded as the true founder of this institution, whence year after year since his time a whole host of champions for the Catholic faith has been poured into Germany. He found means to erect and endow an English college in Rome. He assisted those of Vienna and Gretz from his private purse, and there was not perhaps a single Jesuit school in the world which he did not in some way contribute to support. Following the counsels of the Bishop of Scythia, he also established a Greek college, into which boys from 13 to 16 were admitted. And not only were they received from countries already under Christian rule, as Corfu and Candia, but also from Constantinople, Salonika, and the Morea. They had Greek instructors, and were clothed in the caftan and Venetian barrette. They were upheld in all Greek customs, and never permitted to forget that it was in their native country they were preparing to act. They retained their own rights as well as language, and the religious education was conducted according to those doctrines of the council, and in those principles whereon the Greek and Latin churches were of one accord. The reform of the calendar, accomplished by Pope Gregory XIII, was another proof of the assiduous care which he extended over the whole Catholic world. This had been greatly desired by the Council of Trent, and it was rendered imperatively necessary by the displacement of the high festivals of the Church from the relation to particular seasons of the year which had been imposed on them by the decrees of councils. All Catholic nations took part in this reform. A Calabrian, else little known, Luigi Lelio, has gained himself immortal renown by the suggestion of the most efficient method for overcoming the difficulty. All the universities, among them the Spanish, those of Salamanca and Alcala, were consulted as to his proposed plan. Favourable opinions came from all quarters. A commission was then appointed in Rome, its most active and learned member being the German Clavius. By this body it was minutely examined and finally decided on. The learned Cardinal Sirleto had exercised the most important influence over the whole affair. It was conducted with a certain degree of mystery, the calendar being concealed from all, even from the ambassadors, until it had received the approval of the different courts. Gregory then proclaimed it with great solemnity, vaunting this reform as a proof of God's illimitable grace towards his Church. The labours of this pontiff were, however, not always of so peaceable a character. Could he have decided the question, that league by which the battle of Lepanto had been gained would never have been dissolved, and it was a source of grief to him when the Venetians made peace with the Turks, and when Philip of Spain afterwards agreed to a truce with them. A wide field was afforded to his exertions by the disturbances in France and the Netherlands, as also by the collision of parties in Germany. He was inexhaustible in expedients for the destruction of Protestantism, and the insurrections that Elizabeth had to contend with in Ireland were almost all excited or encouraged by Rome. The Pope made no secret of his desire to bring about a general combination against England. Year after year was this subject pressed by his nuncios on Philip II and the House of Guise. A connected history of all these labours and projects would be no uninteresting occupation for him who should undertake it. They were for the most part unknown to those whose destruction they were intended to accomplish, but did at length produce the great enterprise of the Armada. With the most eager zeal were all the proceedings forwarded by Gregory, and it was to his connection with the Guises that the French League, so dangerous to Henry III and IV, is indebted for its origin. We have seen that this pontiff did not load the state too heavily for the benefit of his family, as so many of his predecessors had done, but the comprehensive and costly works in which he constantly engaged compelled him to lay his hand with equal weight on the public revenues. Even for the expedition of Stukely, which terminated so unhappily in Africa, insignificant as it was, he expended a very large sum. To Charles IX he once sent 400,000 ducats, the proceeds of a direct impost levied on the towns of the Roman states. He also frequently aided the Emperor and the Grand Master of Malta with sums of money. His pacific enterprises equally demanded extensive funds. He is computed to have spent 2 million on the support of young men in the pursuit of their studies. How heavy, then, must needs have been the cost of those 22 Jesuit colleges, which owed their origin to his munificence. When we consider the financial condition of the state, which in spite of its increasing income had never presented a disposable surplus, it becomes obvious that he must often have suffered considerable embarrassment. The Venetians attempted to persuade him into granting them a loan very soon after his accession to the see. Gregory listened to the representations of the ambassadors with increasing attention, But having arrived at the drift of his proposals, he at once interrupted him. "What do I hear, my lord ambassador?" he exclaimed. "The congregation sits every day to devise means of raising money, but never does one man among them contrive any available expedient for doing so." The mode in which Gregory should administer the resources of the state was now a question of paramount importance. The evil of alienations had at length become clearly apparent to all. New imposts were considered impolitic and highly censured. The doubtful, nay, the pernicious consequences of such a system were clearly perceived and fully appreciated. Gregory imposed on the congregation the task of procuring him money, but they were to make no ecclesiastical concessions, lay on no new taxes, and permit the sale of no church revenues. How, then, were they to proceed? The means devised in reply to this question were sufficiently remarkable, as were also the results eventually produced by them. Gregory XIII. Was not to be restrained from the pursuit of what he considered a right, and he believed himself to have discovered that many prerogatives of the ecclesiastical principality yet remained to be put in force. These, he thought, had only to be asserted in order to supply him with new sources of income. It was not in his character to respect the privileges that might stand in his way. Thus, among others, he abolished without hesitation that possessed by the Venetians of exporting corn from the March and Ravenna under certain favourable conditions, declaring that it was fair to make foreigners pay equal duty with the natives. Since the Venetians did not instantly comply, he caused their magazines in Ravenna to be opened, by force the contents to be sold by auction, and the owners imprisoned. This was but a small affair, it is true, but served to intimate the path he intended to pursue. His next step was of much more lasting importance. Believing that a crowd of abuses existed among the possessions of the aristocracy in his own territories, he decided that the reform of these would be highly beneficial to his treasury. His secretary of the Camera, Rudolfo Bonfigliolo, proposed a comprehensive renewal and extension of feudal rights, which had hitherto scarcely been thought of. He affirmed that a large part of the estates and castles held by the barons of the state had lapsed to the sovereign, either by failure in the direct line of succession, or because the dues to which they were liable had not been paid. The Pope had already acquired some domains that had either lapsed or were purchased, and nothing could be more agreeable to him than to continue doing so. He at once set earnestly to work. From the Isei of Cesena he wrested Castelnuovo in the hills of Romagna, and from the Sassatelli of Imola he gained Corcana. Lonsano, seated on its beautiful hill, and Savignano in the plain, were taken from the Ragoni of Modena. Alberto Pio resigned Bertinoro to escape the suit with which the treasury threatened him, but this did not suffice, and he was divested of Verrucchio and other places. Seeing this, he tendered his arrears of rent on every festival of St. Peter, but they were never afterwards accepted. End of section 42. Section 43 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 3, Gregory XIII, Section 2. All this occurred in Romagna alone, and the other provinces did not fare better. It was not only to estates on which the feudal services remained unpaid that the court asserted a claim. There were other domains which had originally been mortgaged to certain barons, but this so long since that the mode of their tenure had been forgotten. The property had descended from hand to hand as freehold, and had often largely increased in value. The Pope and his secretaries now chose to redeem the mortgages. In this manner they gained possession of Sitiano a castle that had been pledged for 14,000 scudi. That sum they laid down, but it was greatly below the value of the property, which, being considered freehold, had received extensive improvement. Gregory congratulated himself continually on these proceedings. He believed he had established a new claim to the favour of heaven with every addition, were it only of 10 scudi, that he succeeded in adding to the income of the Church, provided it was done without new imposts. He calculated with infinite pleasure that he should soon have made an addition of 200,000 scudi to the revenues of the state, and all by legitimate proceedings. How greatly would his means for proceeding against infidels and heretics be thus increased! His measures were, for the most part, much approved by the court. This pope is called the Vigilant. Gregorius signifies vigilant, says the Cardinal of Como. By his vigilance will he recover his own. But the feeling of the provinces on this subject was altogether different from that of the court. The impression produced on the aristocracy was most unfavourable. Estates that had long been considered their own and held by the most legitimate claims were now torn from the best families of the land. A like calamity was impending over others. Daily search among old papers was made in Rome. New claims were continually founded on them. No man could believe himself secure, and many resolved to defend their property by force of arms, rather than resign it to the commissioners of the treasurer. One of these feudal tenants told Gregory to his face, "If a thing is lost, it is lost, but there is always a satisfaction in arming oneself for the defence of one's own." From all this, then, there arose the most violent fermentation. The influence of the barons on the peasantry and on the nobili of the neighbouring towns awakened extreme indignation throughout the country at the pontiff's new measures. In addition to these unpopular proceedings came the fact that certain towns had suffered heavy losses by other injudicious expedients of the Pope. He had, for example, raised the port dues of Ancona, believing that these would fall, not upon the country, but the foreign merchants. An injury was nevertheless inflicted on that city from which it has never recovered. Its commerce suddenly departed, nor could the removal of the obnoxious impost avail to bring it back. Even the restoration of their ancient privileges to the Ragusans did not suffice to make up the loss. Equally unexpected and peculiar were the consequences that ensued from the policy that Gregory had adopted. In all countries, but more especially in one of so pacific a character as that now displayed by the Papal States, obedience to the government is based on voluntary subordination. In the Roman territories, the elements of dissension were neither destroyed nor removed. They were simply concealed by the mantle of authority extending over them. Accordingly, the principle of subordination being disturbed on one point, these all pressed forward together and burst into open conflict. The land seemed suddenly to remember how warlike, how well skilled in arms, and how unfettered in its parties it had remained for whole centuries. It began to feel contempt for this government of priests and men of law, and returned to the condition most natural to it. It is true that no direct opposition was offered to the government, no general revolt ensued, but the old feuds reappeared in every part of the country. Once again was the whole of Romagna divided by these factions. In Ravenna, the Rasponi and the Leonardi were arrayed against each other. In Rimini, the Ricciardelli and the Tignoli. In Cesena, the Venturelli and the Bottini. In Forlì, the Numai and the Cerulli. In Imola, the Vicini and the Sassatelli. The first named of these families were Ghibellines, the others Guelphs. However completely the interests originally connected with these appellations had altered, the name still survived. These parties often held possessions of different quarters of the city and different churches. They were distinguished by slight signs, as, for example, that the Guelph wore the feather on the right side of his hat, the Ghibellines on the left. These divisions reigned even in the smallest villages. A man would not have spared the life of his brother had he belonged to the opposite faction, and some were known who had destroyed their wives, that they might be at liberty to marry into families of their own party. In these disorders the pacifici could avail nothing, and their influence was all the more completely lost, from the fact that favoritism had placed unsuitable members among their body. The factions took the administration of justice into their own hands. Certain persons who had been condemned by the tribunals they declared innocent, and liberated them by breaking open their prisons. Their enemies, on the contrary, they sought in the same place and by the same means, but it was to place their heads around the fountains, where on the day following their capture they were frequently to be seen. Public authority being thus enfeebled, troops of bandits assembled in the March, the Campagna, and indeed all the provinces, these outlaws very soon amounting to small armies. At the head of these bands were Alfonso Piccolomini, Roberto Malatesta, and other young men of the most illustrious families. Piccolomini seized the town hall of Monte Abbodo, had all his enemies hunted out, and put them to death before the eyes of their mothers and wives. 9 of the name of Gabuzzo were thus destroyed. Piccolomini's followers were dancing in the marketplace while the execution was proceeding. He marched through the country as lord of the land. An attack of ague seized him, but was not suffered to impede his progress. While the fever was on him, he caused himself to be carried in a litter at the head of his troops. He sent a message to the inhabitants of Corneto, advising them to make good speed with their harvest, because he meant himself to come and burn the crops of his enemy, Latino Orsini. In his personal conduct, Piccolomini affected to deal with a certain sort of honour. He would take the letters of a courier, but the gold borne by him would remain untouched. To the rapacious brutality of his followers, however, he set no bounds. From all sides messengers were sent by the different cities to Rome entreating protection. The Pope increased his military forces and invested Cardinal Sforza with powers for the repression of this violence, surpassing any that had ever been conferred since the time of Cardinal Albornoz. Not only was he empowered to proceed without respect to privileges, by whomever or however possessed, but he was also at liberty to act without regard to any forms of law, without even the ceremony of a trial, manu regia. Giacomo Buoncompagno took the field, and they did certainly succeed in dispersing these bands and in clearing the country. But no sooner were their backs turned than the outlaws instantly sprang up as actively as ever in their rear, and all the previous disorders recommenced. That these evils should thus become incurable is attributable to a particular circumstance that must be related. Pope Gregory XIII, who is so frequently described as good-natured to excess, had yet asserted his ecclesiastical as well as secular rights with extremity of rigour, and in doing this he regarded no man's interest or feelings. He spared neither the Emperor nor the King of Spain, and to his more immediate neighbours he showed as little deference. With Venice he was involved in disputes interminable. Some regarded the affair of Aquileia, some the visitation of their churches and various other points. The ambassadors could find no words to describe the heat with which he spoke of these matters, the acerbity that he displayed on their being even alluded to. With Tuscany and Naples affairs were not more peaceably arranged, nor did Ferrara find greater favour. Parma had but lately lost large sums of money in legal disputes with the pontiff. It thus happened that all his neighbours exulted at seeing the Pope involved in perplexities so painful, and gave a ready asylum to his outlaws, who took the first opportunity of returning to their country. It was in vain that Gregory entreated them to discontinue this connivance. They chose to consider it extraordinary that Rome should treat all other states with indifference and contempt, but should nevertheless set up a claim to service and respect at the hands of all. Thus it came to pass that Gregory could never make himself master of these bandits. The taxes remained unpaid, and the sussidio could not be collected. A feeling of discontent took possession of the whole country. Even cardinals were mooting the question whether it would not be advisable to attach themselves to some other state. The further prosecution of the measures suggested by the Secretary of the Camera was out of the question in this position of things. In December 1581, the Venetian ambassador made it publicly known that His Holiness had commanded the discontinuance of all proceedings in the confiscation of lands. Perhaps even more painful was the necessity, to which the pontiff was also reduced, of permitting Piccolomini to appear in the capital and present a petition for pardon. A deep shudder passed over him as he read the long list of murders and other atrocities that he was called on to forgive, and he laid the paper on the table. But he was assured that one of three things must happen. Either his son Giacomo would receive his death from the hand of Piccolomini, or he must himself condemn Piccolomini to death, or resolve on granting him a pardon. The father confessors of St. John Lateran declared that though they dared not violate the secrets of the confessional, yet thus much they were permitted to say: a great calamity was impending, and unless something was speedily done, would inevitably ensue. Piccolomini was besides publicly favoured by the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and was at that moment lodged in the Medici palace. Seeing all these things, the pontiff at last submitted, but with a deeply mortified spirit, and the brief of absolution received his signature. This did not, however, suffice to restore tranquillity to the country. His own capital was filled with the outlaws, and matters got to such a pass that the city magistracy of the conservators was compelled to assist the papal police, which could not secure obedience. A pardon being offered to a certain bandit called Marianazzo, he refused it, declaring that his life was more secure while remaining an outlaw, to say nothing of the increased advantage. Worn out and weary of life, the aged pontiff raised his hands to heaven and cried, "Thou wilt arise, O Lord, and have mercy upon Zion." End of section 43. Section 44 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 4, Sixtus V, 1585 to 1590. It would sometimes seem that even in confusion itself there exists some occult force by which the man capable of steering through its mazes is formed and brought forward. Hereditary principalities or aristocracies transmit their power from generation to generation throughout the world, but the sovereignty of the Church has this peculiarity, that its throne may be attained by men from the lowest ranks of society. It was from a station among the most humble that a pope now appeared, by whom those qualities intellectual and moral, demanded for the suppression of the prevalent disorders, were possessed in their highest perfection. When the provinces of Illyria and Dalmatia first became a prey to the successful armies of the Ottomans, many of their inhabitants fled into Italy. Arriving in melancholy groups, they might be seen seated on the seashore and raising their hands imploringly toward heaven. Among these fugitives would most probably have been found a Sclavonian by birth named Zanetto Paretti. This was the ancestor of Sixtus V. Sharing the frequent lot of exiles, neither Zanetto nor his descendants, who had settled in Montalto, could boast of any great prosperity in the country of their adoption. Pier Gentili Paretti, the father of the future Pope, was driven by his debts from Montalto, and it was only by marriage that he was enabled to rent a garden at Grotto a Mare near Fermo. The place was a remarkable one. Amidst the plants of the garden were seen the ruins of a temple to Cupra, the Etruscan Juno. Rich fruits of the south grew up around it, for the climate of Fermo is milder and more beneficent than that of any other district in the March. Here a son was born to Peretti on the 18th of December, 1521. But a short time before this birth, the father had been consoled by a divine voice, which, speaking to him in a dream, as he bemoaned his many privations, assured him that a son should be granted to him, by whom his house should be raised to high fortunes. On this hope he seized with all the eagerness of a visionary temperament, further excited by want, and naturally disposed to mysticism. He named the boy Felix. That the family was not in prosperous circumstances appears from what is related, among other things, of the child falling into a pond, when his aunt, who was washing clothes at this pond, drew him out. It is certain that he was employed to watch the fruit, and even to attend swine. His father was not able to spare even the 5 bagiochi (3d.) demanded monthly by the nearest schoolmaster. Thus Felix had to learn his letters from the primers that other boys left lying beside him as they passed through the fields on their way to and from school. There was happily one member of the family who had entered the church, Fra Salvatore, a Franciscan. This relative at length permitted himself to be prevailed on to pay the schoolmaster. Felix could then go to receive instruction with the other boys. He had a piece of bread for his dinner, and this he ate at midday by the side of a stream which supplied him with drink for his meal. These depressed circumstances did not prevent the hopes of the father from being shared by the son. In his 12th year he entered the order of the Franciscans, for the Council of Trent had not then forbidden the vows to be taken thus early, but did not resign his name of good omen, and continued to be called Felix. Fra Salvatore kept him in very strict order, joining the authority of an uncle to that of a father, but he sent him to school. The young Felix passed long evenings in conning his lessons, without supper and with no better light than that afforded by the lantern hung up at the street crossing, and when this failed him, he would go to the lamp that burned before the host in some church. He was not remarked for any particular tendency to religious devotion or profound researches in science. We find only that he made rapid progress, as well at the school of Fermo as at the universities of Ferrara and Bologna. His particular talent seemed rather for dialectics, and he became a perfect master of that monkish accomplishment, the dexterous handling of theological subtleties. At the General Convention of the Franciscans in 1549, which commenced with an exhibition of skill in literary disputation, he was opposed to a certain Talesian, Antonio Persico of Calabria, who was at that time in high repute at Perugia. On this occasion he acquitted himself with a presence of mind and an intelligence that first procured him notice and a certain degree of distinction. From this time Cardinal Pio of Carpi, protector of the order, took a decided interest in his fortunes. But it is to another circumstance that his progress is principally to be attributed. In the year 1552 he was appointed Lent preacher in the Church of the Santi Apostoli in Rome, and his sermons were very well received. His style was found to be animated, copious, fluent, and free from meretricious ornament. His matter was well arranged, his manner impressive, his utterance clear and agreeable. While preaching to a full congregation, he one day came to that pause in the sermon customary among Italian preachers, and when he had reposed for a time, he took up the memorials, which are usually prayers and intercessions only. While reading these, he perceived a paper lying sealed in the pulpit, and containing matter of a totally different character. All the main points of the sermons hitherto preached by Peretti, especially those touching the doctrine of predestination, were here set down, and opposite to each were written in large letters the words, "Thou liest." The preacher could not wholly conceal his amazement. He hurried to a conclusion, and instantly on reaching home dispatched the paper to the Inquisition. Very shortly afterwards the Grand Inquisitor, Michele Ghislieri, entered his room. The most searching examination ensued. In later times Peretti often described the terror caused him by the aspect of this man, with his stern brow, deep-set eyes, and strongly marked features. But he did not lose his presence of mind, answered satisfactorily, and betrayed weakness on no point whatever. When, therefore, Ghislieri saw that there was no shadow of suspicion, that the friar was not only guiltless, but also well versed in the Catholic doctrines and firmly fixed in the faith, he became a totally different person, embraced Peretti with tears, and was his second patron. From that time Fra Felice Peretti attached himself with a firm hold to the severe party just then beginning to gain ascendancy in the Church. With Ignazio Felino and Filippo Neri, all of whom received the title of saints, he maintained the most intimate intercourse. It was of particular advantage to him that he was driven out of Venice by the intrigues of his brethren for having attempted to reform the order. This greatly enhanced his credit with the representatives of the more rigid opinions, then fast acquiring the predominance. He was presented to Paul IV, and was sometimes called to give an opinion in cases of difficulty. At the Council of Trent he laboured with the other theologians, and was counsellor to the Inquisition. He had a considerable share in the condemnation of Archbishop Carranza, patiently submitting to the labour of seeking through the Protestant writers for all those passages which Carranza was accused of embodying in his works. He gained the entire confidence of Pius V, who appointed him Vicar General of the Franciscans, with the express understanding that his authority extended to the reformation of the order. This Peretti carried into execution with a high hand. The principal offices of the order had hitherto been controlled by the commissaries general. These functionaries he deposed, restored the primitive constitution according to which the supreme power was vested in the provincials, and made the most rigorous visitations. The expectations of Pius were not only fulfilled, they were surpassed. He considered his inclination for Peretti as an inspiration from above, refused all credence to the calumnies by which his favourite was persecuted, bestowed on him the bishopric of St. Agatha, and in 1570 exalted him to the College of Cardinals. The bishopric of Fermo was also conferred on the successful monk. Robed in the purple of the Church, Felix Peretti returned to the abode of his fathers. to that place where he had once guarded the fruit trees and followed the swine. Yet were neither the predictions of his father nor his own hopes entirely accomplished. The various artifices employed by Cardinal Montalto, as Peretti was now called, to obtain the papal tiara, have been described and repeated much and often. The affected humility of his deportment, how at the conclave he tottered along leaning on his stick, bent to the earth and coughing at every step. But to him who reflects, no evidence will be requisite to prove that in all this there is but little truth. It is not by such means that the highest dignities are won. Montalto kept guard over his own interests by a life of tranquil frugality and industrious seclusion. His recreations were the planting of vines and other trees in his garden near the church of Santa Maria Maggiore, which are still visited by the stranger, and doing such service as he could to his native town. His hours of labour he devoted to the works of St. Ambrose, an edition of which he published in 1580. He bestowed great pains on this work, but was not always sufficiently conscientious in adhering to the meaning of his author. In other respects, his character does not appear to have been so guileless as it is occasionally represented. So early as 1574, he is described as learned and prudent, but also crafty and malignant. Footnote: La natura sua, tenuta terribile, imperiosa e arrogante, non li può punto conciliare la grazia. He was doubtless gifted with remarkable self-control. When his nephew, the husband of Vittoria Accorambuoni, was assassinated, he was the first to request the Pope to discontinue the investigation. This quality, which was universally admired, did more than anything else to open the way for him to the Pontificate. For since the murder was attributed to Paolo Giordano Orsini, a near relative of the house of Medici, it was taken for granted that Montalto had quarrelled with that house beyond hope of reconciliation. Who could believe that the Medici would think of raising to the papacy a man who, as Pope, would be in a position to revenge the injury he had suffered? This is, however, what actually happened. The Grand Duke of Tuscany had long been on terms of friendship with Montalto, and from his brother, Cardinal Ferdinand de' Medici, we learn on his own authority that from the very outset he had Montalto chiefly in view. On his own merits, Cardinal Farnese, the nephew of Paul III, the doyen of the Sacred College, a relative of the King of Spain, and a man beloved of the people, had the best prospect of success. But the Medici were at open feud with the Farnese, and were determined to prevent his election at all costs. In this resolve they were supported by Cardinal d'Este, whose connection with the House of France was as close as that of Farnese with Spain. Not that there was any actual opposition between France and Spain on this matter. Philip II was not in favour of Farnese, and the French ambassador in Rome had little weight. The decisive political influence over the election was the result of the relations of the great Italian families with one another. Medici and d'Este were both opposed to Farnese. The latter, however, was held in such respect that had he realized the candidature of Montalto at the beginning, he would probably have been able to secure his exclusion. It was therefore necessary for Ferdinand de' Medici not merely to conceal, but to deny his real intentions. Nothing could further the success of this scheme so much as the breach between Montalto and the Medici, which was considered incurable. Farnese did not exert his influence against Montalto at the start, because he did not imagine that the Medici would support him. Thus Cardinal Ferdinand was able in secret to use his authority and his great practical talents to further the cause of Montalto without hindrance on the part of Farnese. As usual, the cardinals were divided into factions according to the popes by whom they had been created. The first to be won over by Medici was Cardinal Alton. He was one of the nephews of Pius IV, the son of his sister Chiara, and formed the centre of the cardinals of his pontificate. Alton was afraid lest in the conflict of parties his hated colleague Cineda might attain to the tiara, and in order to exclude him, he agreed after some hesitation to the proposal of Medici, only stipulating that he should himself have the credit of the election, and that he should be assured of the favour of the future pope. The next to be approached was the nephew of Pius V, Cardinal Alessandrino, the leader of his group. Among the cardinals created by Pius V was Montalto himself, and Alessandrino assented readily to his election. All that remained now was to gain over the numerous cardinals of the late pope, the Gregorians. Their leader, Cardinal San Sisto, hesitated to declare himself for Montalto, but he was not completely master of his faction, and many of the Gregorians, including the nephew of the late pope, were won over by Medici. It was then pointed out to San Sisto that Montalto would be elected, whether he wished it or not, whereupon he gave his consent. Even Farnese himself did not dare to hold out. Acting on Medici's advice, Montalto had remained in the background. He was informed of all that was being done, but the election was carried through without his co-operation. On April 24th, the conclave took place in the chapel, and he was elected head of the church, not by means of the scrutinium, but, as they expressed it, by adoration. He knew how deeply he was indebted to Cardinal de' Medici, and in return he promised to regard him as his favourite son. Cardinal Ferdinand begged the new pope above all things not to employ any followers of Farnese in important offices, to which the pope agreed. In the earliest appointments, Medici had his own way throughout. Provision was also made for Cardinal Alton. Special precautions had already been taken to ensure the safety of Paolo Giordano, and now further measures were considered. The new pope declared that his adherents were also adherents of the house of Medici. In the conduct of the election, it was not only the eminent qualities and great reputation of Montalto on which stress was laid. As the authentic narrative of the proceedings expressly states, his comparatively vigorous years were also taken into account, he being then 64 and possessing a firm and healthy constitution. For all were persuaded that a man of unimpaired energies, whether physical or mental, was imperatively demanded by the circumstances of the times. And thus did Fra Felice see himself at the summit of his wishes. It was doubtless with a feeling of proud satisfaction that he beheld the accomplishment of desires so noble and so legitimate. Every incident of his life in which he had ever believed himself to perceive an intimation of his exalted destiny now recurred to his thoughts. The words he chose for his motto were these: "Thou, O God, hast been my defender, even from my mother's womb." In all his undertakings he believed himself from this time to possess the immediate favour of God. At his first accession to the throne, he announced his determination to exterminate all the bandits and evil-doers. He was persuaded that in the event of his own powers failing, God would send him legions of angels for so good a work. To this difficult enterprise he at once addressed himself with deliberate and inflexible resolution. End of section 44. Section 45 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 5. Extirpation of the Banditti. The memory of Gregory XIII was regarded with intense dislike by his successor. Pope Sixtus
departed instantly from the measures of the previous pontiff. He disbanded the greater part of the troops, and reduced the number of sbirri by 1/2. He determined, on the other hand, to visit with relentless severity whatever criminals should fall into his hands. A prohibition had for some time existed against carrying short weapons, and more especially a particular kind of firearm. 4 young men of Cora, nearly related to each other, were nevertheless taken with arms of this description about them. The day following was that of the coronation, and an occasion so auspicious was seized by their friends for entreating their pardon from the pontiff. "While I live," replied Sixtus, "every criminal must die." That very day the 4 young men were seen hanging on one gallows near the bridge of Sant'Angelo. A youth of the Trastevere was condemned to death for having offered resistance to the sbirri, who were proceeding to take his ass from him. On sight of the poor boy led weeping to the place where he was to die for so venial an offence, all were moved to pity. His youth was represented to the Pope, who is said to have replied, "I will add a few years of my own life to his," and he caused the sentence to be executed. The rigour of these first acts of the pontiff impressed all with terror. Immediate obedience was secured by it to the commands he next sent forth. Barons and communes were enjoined to clear their castles and towns of banditti. The losses sustained through the bands of outlaws were at once to be made good by the noble or commune within whose jurisdiction they might take place. It had been customary to set a price on the head of a bandit. Sixtus now decreed that this should no longer be paid by the public treasury, but by the relations of the outlaw, or, if these were too poor, by the commune wherein he was born. It is manifest that his purpose in this proceeding was to engage the interest of the barons, the municipalities, and even the kinsmen of the outlaws on the side of his wishes. He made an effort to enlist that of the banditti themselves in the same cause, promising to any one of them who should deliver up a comrade, living or dead, not his own pardon only, but also that of some of his friends, whom he was at liberty to name, with a sum of money in addition. When these commands had been carried into effect, and certain examples of their rigorous enforcement had been exhibited, the condition of the outlaws was presently seen to assume a very different character. It had happened, fortunately for the purposes of Sixtus, that pursuit had from the beginning been successfully directed against some of the most formidable chiefs of the large bands. He declared that sleep had forsaken his eyes, because the priest Guercino, who called himself king of the Campagna, was still continuing his depredations, and had just committed new deeds of violence. This man had laid his commands on the subjects of the Bishop of Viterbo to pay no further obedience to their lord. Sixtus prayed, as we are told by Galasenus, that God would be pleased to deliver the church from that robber, and the following morning intelligence arrived that Guercino was taken. A gilded crown was placed on the severed head, which was instantly set up on the castle of St. Angelo. The man who brought it received its price of 2,000 scudi, and the people applauded his holiness for so effectual a mode of administering justice. In spite of all these severities, another leader of the outlaws, called De la Fara, had the boldness to present himself one night at the Porta Salaria. He called up the watchmen, declared his name, and desired them to present a greeting on his part to the Pope and the governor. Hearing this, Sixtus sent an order to those of the outlaw's own family, commanding them to find and bring him in under pain of suffering death themselves. In less than a month from the date of this order,
the head of Della Fara took its place beside that of Guercino. It was on some occasions rather cruelty than justice that was now employed against the bandits. Some 30 of them had entrenched themselves on a hill at no great distance from Urbino. The Duke caused mules laden with provisions to be driven near their hold. The robbers did not fail to plunder this rich train, but the food had been poisoned, and they all died together. When intelligence of this was carried to Sixtus V, says one of his historians, the Pope expressed great contentment. In the capital, a father and son were led to death, though they persisted in declaring their innocence. The mother presented herself, entreating for a postponement only of the execution, when she could bring proof of innocence both for her husband and son. This the senator refused to grant. "Since you thirst for blood," she exclaimed, "I will give you enough of it," saying which she threw herself from the window of the Capitol. The victims meanwhile arrived at the place of execution. Neither could endure to see the others suffer. Each implored permission to die first. Seized with compassion, the people called aloud for mercy, while the savage executioner reproached them for causing useless delay. The ordinances of Sixtus permitted no respect of persons. A member of one of the first families of Bologna, Giovanni Count Pepoli, was known to have taken part in the excesses committed by the outlaws. He was strangled in prison, his estates and every other species of property being confiscated. No day passed without an execution. Over all parts of the country, in wood and field, stakes were erected, on each of which stood the head of an outlaw. The Pope awarded praises only to those among his legates and governors who supplied him largely with these terrible trophies. His demand was ever for heads. There is a sort of oriental barbarism in this mode of administering justice. Such of the outlaws as escaped the officers of the pontiff were destroyed by their own comrades. The promises of forgiveness and reward before alluded to had carried dissension into their bands. None dared trust even his nearest connection. They fell by the hands of each other. In this manner, and before the year had come to an end, the disturbances that had so harassed the Roman states, if not extinguished at the source, were yet suppressed at the outbreak. Intelligence was received in the year 1586 that Monte Brandano and Arara, the last 2 leaders of the bandits, had been put to death. It was a matter of great pride and rejoicing to the Pope when ambassadors now arriving at his court assured him that in every part of his states through which their road had led, they had travelled through a land blessed with peace and security. End of section 45. Section 46 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 6. Leading Characteristics of the Administration. It was not only in the absence of vigilant control that those disorders against which the pontiff contended owed their birth. There were others also, and it is principally to his measures with regard to these that the decided success of his efforts must be attributed. It has been common to regard Sixtus V as the sole founder of the judicial system by which the ecclesiastical states are governed. Laws and institutions are ascribed to him that were in fact in existence long before his day. He is extolled as an incomparable master of finance, a statesman wholly free from prejudice, and an enlightened restorer of antiquity. This arises from the fact that his natural qualities were such as readily impress themselves on the memory of man and dispose him to the credence of fabulous and hyperbolical narratives. We are not then to believe all that we find related of this pontiff's regulations. It is nevertheless perfectly true that his administration was an extremely remarkable one. It was in certain particulars directly opposed to that of his predecessor. Gregory XIII was severe and energetic, but not clear-sighted in his general measures. Individual cases of disobedience he readily overlooked. The attacks he made upon so many different interests on the one hand, with the unexampled impunity that he permitted to various offences on the other, gave rise to those miserable perplexities that he lived to bewail. Sixtus, on the contrary, was implacable toward individual cases of crime. His laws were enforced with a rigour that bordered on cruelty, but the character of his regulations generally was mild, conciliatory, and almost indulgent. Under Gregory, the obedient were not rewarded, nor were the refractory punished. Under Sixtus, the insubordinate had everything to fear, but whoever sought to gain his approbation might safely depend on receiving proofs of his favour. This mode of proceeding was admirably calculated for the promotion of his purposes. We have seen the many disquietudes suffered by Gregory from the claims he sought to enforce on his neighbours regarding ecclesiastical affairs. These Sixtus would in no case pursue. He declared that it was incumbent on the head of the Church to uphold and extend the privileges of the temporal powers. In accordance with this principle, he restored the Milanese to their place in the Rota, of which Gregory had sought to deprive them. When the Venetians succeeded in bringing to light a brief by which their claims were definitively established in the affair of Aquileia, they did not themselves experience a more decided satisfaction than was evinced by the Pope. He determined on suppressing the clause so much complained of in the bull In Cena Domini. The congregation, taking cognizance of ecclesiastical jurisdiction in foreign countries, from whose interposition it was that the greater part of the disputes between the Papal See and its neighbours had originated, Sixtus abolished entirely. There is doubtless a certain magnanimity in the voluntary cession of contested rights. In the pontiff's case, this course of proceeding was instantly productive of the most satisfactory results. He received an autograph letter from the King of Spain, who informed him that he had commanded his ministers in Milan and Naples to receive the papal ordinances with obedience no less implicit than that paid to his own. This moved the Pope even to tears, that the most exalted monarch of the world should, as he said, so honour a poor monk. The Tuscan state declared itself devoted to the Church. Venice expressed entire satisfaction. These powers now adopted a different line of policy. The outlaws who had found refuge within their frontiers were given up to the Pope. Venice prohibited their return into the Papal States, and forbade such of her ships as should touch the Roman coasts to receive them on board. This delighted the Pope. He declared that, to use his own words, he would think of Venice for this some other day, he would suffer himself to be flayed alive for the Republic, and would shed his blood for her. The bandits now found aid and refuge from no quarter, so that he no longer found it difficult to master them completely. The unpopular measures by which Gregory had sought to enrich the treasury were wholly abandoned by Sixtus. He did not fail to punish the rebellious feudatories, but as earnestly set himself to conciliate and attach the great body of the nobles. Pope Gregory had deprived the Colonna family of their fortresses. Sixtus, on the contrary, made them advances of money and assisted them to regulate the expenditure of their households. The two great families of Colonna and Orsini he united by marriages both with his own house and with each other. He gave one of his grand nieces to the constable Marc Antonio Colonna, and another to the Duke Virginio Orsini. The dower bestowed with each was of equal value, and their husbands received similar marks of favour. Their claims of precedence he adjusted by according it to the elder of either house. Highly exalted was the position now taken up by Donna Camilla, the pontiff's sister, surrounded as she was by her children, her noble sons-in-law and granddaughters so magnificently allied. The Pope derived extreme gratification from the power he possessed of conferring benefits and privileges. He proved himself more particularly a good and open-handed fellow countryman to the people of the March. He restored many of their ancient immunities to the inhabitants of Ancona. In Macerata he instituted a supreme court of justice for the whole province. The College of Advocates in that district he distinguished by the grant of new privileges. Fermo he erected into an archbishopric, and Tolentino into a bishopric. The little village of Montalto, where his ancestors had first taken up their abode, he raised by a special bull to the rank of an episcopal city. For here, said he, did our race take its fortunate origin. During his cardinalate he had established a school of science there, and he now founded a college of Montalto in the University of Bologna for 50 students from the March. Montalto holding presentations for 8, and even the little Grotto a Mare receiving the right to send 2. Loreto also he resolved to elevate into a city. Fontana pointed out to him the difficulties that opposed this plan. "Give yourself no uneasiness about it, Fontana," said the Pope. "The execution of this project will not cost me so much as the resolving on it has done." Portions of land were bought from the people of Recana. Valleys were filled up, hills levelled, and lines of streets marked out. The communes of the March were encouraged to build houses. Cardinal Gallo appointed new civic authorities for the Holy Chapel, by all which the patriotism of Sixtus and his devotion to the Blessed Virgin were equally satisfied. His solicitude was extended in different degrees to the several cities of all the provinces. He made arrangements for preventing the increase of their debts, and for the control and limitation of their mortgages and alienations. He caused a strict inquiry to be made into the management of their finances, and made regulations of various character, but all conducing to restore the lost importance and well-being of the communes. Agriculture was equally indebted to the cares of Sixtus V. He undertook to drain the Chiana, swamp or pool, of Orvieto, and the Pontine marshes, which last he visited in person. The river Sixtus, Fiume Sisto, which until the time of Pius VI was the best attempt made for draining the Pontine marshes, was cut across them by his command. Neither was he negligent with regard to manufactures. A certain Pietro of Valencia, a Roman citizen, had offered his services for the establishment of a silk manufacture. The thoroughgoing measures by which Sixtus attempted to forward his plans are extremely characteristic of this pontiff. He commanded that mulberry trees should be planted throughout the states of the Church, in all gardens and vineyards, in every field and wood, over all hills and in every valley. Wherever no corn was growing, these trees were to find place, for it was fixed that 5 of them should be planted on every rubio of land, and the communes were threatened with heavy fines in case of neglect. The woolen manufactures also he sought earnestly to promote, in order, as he says, that the poor may have some means of earning their bread. To the first person who undertook this business he advanced funds from the treasury, accepting a certain number of pieces of cloth in return. But we must not attribute dispositions of this kind to Sixtus alone. This would be unjust to his predecessors. Agriculture and manufactures were favoured by Pius V and Gregory XIII also. It was not so much by the adoption of new paths that Sixtus distinguished himself from earlier pontiffs, as by the energy and decision with which he pursued those on which they had already entered. Therefore it is that his actions have remained fixed in the memory of mankind. Neither is it to him that the congregations of cardinals are wholly indebted for their origin. The 7 most important, those for the Inquisition, namely the Index, the affairs of councils of the bishops, the monastic orders, the Segnatura, and the Consulta, were already in existence. Nor were the affairs of state left altogether unprovided for by these earlier congregations, the 2 last named having cognizance of judicial and administrative affairs. Sixtus added 8 new congregations to these, of which 2 only were for ecclesiastical matters, one relating to the erection of new bishoprics, the other charged with the renewal and maintenance of church usages. The remaining 6 received the management of various departments in the government, as the inspection of roads, the repeal of oppressive imposts, the building of ships of war, the corn laws (annona), the Vatican press, and the University of Rome. The Pope's disregard of all system in these arrangements is most obvious. Partial and transient interests were placed on a level with those most permanent and general. His plans were nevertheless well carried out, and his regulations have, with very slight changes, been persisted in for centuries. With regard to the personal character of the cardinals, he fixed a very high standard. Men of true distinction, their morals most exemplary, their words oracles, their whole being a model and rule of life and faith to all who behold them, the salt of the earth, the light set upon a candlestick. Such were the cardinals in the theory of Sixtus. In his practice these demands were not always strictly adhered to. He had, for example, nothing better to plead in behalf of Gallo, whom he had raised to that dignity, than that he was his servant, for whom he had many reasons to feel regard, and who had once received him very hospitably when on a journey. He nevertheless established a rule even in this department of his government, which, if it had not been adhered to invariably, has yet much affected the subsequent practice. He limited, namely, the number of cardinals to 70. As Moses, he remarks, chose 70 elders from among the whole nation to take counsel with them. This pontiff has also received the credit of having abolished nepotism, but considering the question more closely, we find that this was not done by him. The habit of unduly exalting the pontifical house had greatly declined under Pius IV, Pius V, and Gregory XIII. The favours bestowed on the papal nephews had sunk to insignificance. Pius V more especially deserves commendation in this particular, since he forbade the alienation of church property by an express law. The earlier forms of nepotism were then extinct before the times of Sixtus V, but among the popes of the succeeding century it reappeared under a different form. There were always 2 favoured nephews or kinsmen, of whom one, raised to the cardinalate, acquired the supreme administration of affairs ecclesiastical and political. The other, remaining in a secular station, was married into some illustrious family, was endowed with lands and luoghi di monte, established a majorat, and became the founder of a princely house. If we now ask by whom this mode of nepotism was introduced, we shall find that though its rise was gradual, yet it grew to maturity under Sixtus V. Cardinal Montalto, whom the Pope loved so tenderly that he even put a restraint on the impetuosity of his temper in his favour, gained admission to the Consulta, and had a share at least in the administration of foreign affairs. His brother Michele became a marquis and founded a wealthy house. Yet we are not to conclude that Sixtus thus introduced a system of governing by nepotism. The marquis possessed no influence whatever, the cardinal none over essential interests. To have allowed them any would have been wholly at variance with the pontiff's mode of thinking. There was something cordial and confiding in the favours he bestowed, and they procured him the goodwill not of individuals only, but of the public also. The helm of government was, however, in no case resigned to another hand. He was himself sole ruler. He appeared to regard the congregations with very high consideration, and pressed the members to give their free, unfettered opinions. But whenever any one of them did so, he became irritated and impatient. He persisted obstinately in the execution of his own will. With him, says Cardinal Gritti, no man has a voice even in council. How much less, then, in decision? His personal and provincial attachments were never permitted to interfere with his general government, which was invariably rigid, thoroughgoing, and above all arbitrary. These characteristics were exhibited in no department more strikingly than in that of finance. End of section 46. Section 47 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 7, Finances. The Chigi family in Rome are in possession of a small memorandum book kept by Sixtus in his own handwriting, while yet but a poor monk. With the utmost interest does the reader turn over the leaves of this document, wherein he has noted all the important interests of his life, the places he preached in during Lent, the commissions he received and executed, the books that he possessed, in what manner they were bound, whether singly or together, are here noted down. Finally, all the details of his small monkish housekeeping are given with the utmost exactitude. We read in these pages how Fra Felice bought 12 sheep of his brother-in-law Battista, how he paid first 12 florins and afterwards 2 florins and 20 Bolognians for these sheep, so that they became his own property, how the brother-in-law kept them receiving half the profits, as was the custom of Montalto, with many other matters of like character. We perceive with how close an economy he guarded his small savings, how minutely he kept account of them, and how at length they amounted to some 100 florins. All these details one follows with interest and sympathy, remarking throughout the same economical exactitude which this Franciscan afterwards brought to bear on the government of the Papal States. His frugality is a quality for which he gives himself due praise in every bull that affords him opportunity for introducing the subject, and even in many of his inscriptions. It is certain that no pope, either before or after him, administered the revenues of the Church with so good an effect. The treasury was utterly exhausted when Sixtus V ascended the papal chair in 1585, and he complains bitterly of Pope Gregory, whom he accuses of having spent the treasures of his predecessor and his successor, as well as his own. He conceived so bad an opinion of this pontiff that he ordered masses to be said for his soul, having seen him in a dream enduring the torments of the other world. The revenues of the state were found to be anticipated up to the following October. All the more earnestly did he set himself to the task of replenishing the public coffers, and in this he succeeded beyond his expectations. In April 1586, at the close of the first year of his pontificate, he had already gathered 1,000,000 scudi in gold. To this he added a second million in November 1587, and in the April following a third. Thus an amount of more than 4,5 millions of silver scudi was laid up by the early part of 1588. When Sixtus had got together 1 million, he deposited it in the castle of St. Angelo, dedicating it, as he says, to the Holy Virgin, the Mother of God, and to the holy apostles Peter and Paul. In this bull he tells us that he not only surveyed the billows on which the little bark of St. Peter was now sometimes tossing, but also the storms that are threatening from the distance. Implacable is the hatred of the heretics. The faithful are menaced by the power of the Turk. Azure, the scourge of God's wrath. The Almighty in whom he trusted had taught him that even by night also shall the father of the family be watchful, and shall follow that example given by the patriarchs of the Old Testament, who had ever large treasures stored in the temple of the Lord. He decided, as is well known, on what contingencies those were that would make it lawful to have recourse to this fund. They were the following: a war undertaken for the conquest of the Holy Land, or for a general campaign against the Turks, the occurrence of famine or pestilence, manifest danger of losing any province of Catholic Christendom, hostile invasion of the ecclesiastical states, or the attempt to recover a city belonging to the Papal See. He bound his successors, as they would shun the wrath of Almighty God and of the holy apostles Peter and Paul, to confine themselves within the limits thus assigned them. The merit of this arrangement we leave for the moment unquestioned, to inquire by what means the pontiff contrived to amass a treasure so astonishing for the times he lived in. The direct revenues of the Papal See could not account for it. These, as Sixtus himself informs us, were not in their net product more than 200,000 scudi a year. The savings of the Pope were considerable, but not equal to this amount. His retrenchments were certainly very close, the expenses of his table being reduced to 6 pauls a day, nearly 3 shillings of our present money. He abolished many useless offices of the court, and disbanded a part of the troops. But we have the authority of the Venetian Delfino for the fact that all this did not lessen the expenditure of the Camera by more than 150,000 scudi, and we learn besides from Sixtus himself that his reduction of expenses was to the amount of 146,000 scudi only. We find then that with all his economy, and by his own showing, the net revenue was increased to 350,000 scudi and no more. This would scarcely suffice for the buildings he was engaged in. What then would it do toward the amassing of so enormous a treasure? The extraordinary system of finances established in the States of the Church has already been considered. We have seen the continued increase of imposts and burdens of all sorts, without any corresponding increase of the real income. We have observed the multiplicity of loans by the sale of offices and by monti, with the ever-augmenting encumbrances laid on the state for the necessities of the Church. The many evils inseparable from this system are manifest, and hearing the eulogy so liberally bestowed on Sixtus V, we at once infer that he found means to remedy those evils. What, then, is our amazement when we find that he pursued the same course in the most reckless manner, nay, that he even gave to this system so fixed a character as to render all future control or remedy impossible. In the sale of offices it was that Sixtus found one chief source of his treasures. He raised in the first instance the prices of many that had been obtained by purchase only from periods long before his own. Thus the office of treasurer to the Camera, of which the price till now had been 15,000 scudi, he sold for 50,000 to one of the Giustiniani family, and having raised him to the College of Cardinals, he sold it again to a papally for 72,000 scudi. This second purchaser being also invested with the purple, Sixtus appropriated 1/2 of the income of the office, namely 5,000 scudi, to a monte, and thus mulct, he sold it once more for 50,000 golden scudi. In the next place, he began to sell certain positions that up to this time had always been conferred gratuitously, as, for example, the notariates, the office of fiscal, with those of commissary general, solicitor to the Camera, and advocate of the poor. For all these he now obtained considerable sums, as 30,000 scudi for a notariate, 20,000 for a commissariat general, and etc. Finally, he created a multitude of new offices, many of them very important ones, such as those of treasurer to the Dataria, prefect of the prisons, and etc., and some others. Of his invention are besides the 24 referendaries, from which, as from notariates in the principal cities of the state, and from 200 cavalierates, he derived very large sums of money. When all these means are taken into account, the mode by which Sixtus amassed his treasure is no longer problematical. The sale of offices is computed to have brought him 608,510 golden scudi and 401,805 silver scudi, making together nearly 1.5 million of silver scudi. But if these sales of places had before caused undue pressure on the state, from their involving, as we have shown, a share in the rights of government under plea of a loan, which rights were most rigorously enforced against the taxpayer, while the duties of these offices were never performed, how greatly was this evil now augmented! Offices were in fact considered as property conferring certain rights, rather than as an obligation demanding labour. In addition to all this, an extraordinary increase was made by Pope Sixtus in the number of the Monti. Of these he founded 3 non-vacabili and 8 vacabili, more than any one of his predecessors. The Monti were always secured, as we have seen, on new taxes. To this expedient Sixtus was at first most reluctant to have recourse, but he could devise no other. When he brought forward in the consistory his project of an investment of treasure for the Church, Cardinal Farnese opposed the idea, observing that his grandfather, Paul III, had thought of this plan, but had resigned it as perceiving that it could not be accomplished without imposing new taxes. The Pope turned on him fiercely. The intimation that a previous pontiff had been wiser than himself put him in a fury. That, he retorted, was because there were certain great spendthrifts under Paul III, who, by the blessing of God, are not permitted to exist in our times. Farnese reddened and made no reply, but the result showed that he was right. In the year 1587, Sixtus could no longer endure restraint from considerations of this kind. He laid heavy imposts on the most indispensable articles of daily use, such as firewood and the wine sold by retail in the wine shops of the city, as also on the most toilsome occupations, that of towing barges up the Tiber by means of buffaloes or horses, for example. With the money thus gained, he established Monti. He debased the coinage, and a small money-changing trade having arisen from this fact, he turned even that circumstance to account by selling permission to those who stationed themselves at the corners of the streets with a view to such traffic. His attachment to the March did not prevent him from burdening the trade of Ancona by a duty of 2% on her imports. Even the manufactures which were but just commencing their existence he compelled to afford him at least an indirect advantage. In these and similar operations his principal adviser was one Lopez, a Portuguese Jew, who had fled his country from fear of the Inquisition, and having gained the confidence of the Datary and of Donna Camilla, at length obtained that of the pontiff himself. The mode in which Cardinal Farnese had been silenced rendered the whole college very cautious in their opposition of the Pope. When the wine tax just referred to was discussed in the consistory, Albano of Bergamo remarked, "Whatever pleases your Holiness I approve, but should this impost displease your Holiness, I shall approve still more." By all these means, so many new sources of income were rendered available that the pontiff was enabled to take up a loan of 2.5 million scudi, or to be exact, 2,424,725, and pay interest thereon. It must be admitted, however, that in this system of finance there is something exceedingly difficult to comprehend. the country was most oppressively burdened by these taxes and by the multitude of places. Of the latter, the salaries were made to depend on perquisites and fees, which must of necessity embarrass the course of justice and administration. The taxes were imposed on the trade of the country, wholesale and retail, and could not but seriously impair its activity. And to what end was all this suffering inflicted? If we add the proceeds of the monti to those of the offices, we shall find that the whole sum thus produced to the Camera was about equal to the treasure shut up by Sixtus in the castle of St. Angelo, 4.5 million scudi, and very little more. All the undertakings for which this pope has been so highly praised might very well have been accomplished with the amount of his savings. To collect and hoard superfluous revenues is a proceeding sufficiently intelligible. To raise a loan for some present necessity is also easily comprehended, and in the course of things. But to borrow money and impose heavy imposts merely for the purpose of locking up the proceeds in a fortress as a treasure for some future contingency, this is altogether foreign to the general practice of governments. Such was nevertheless the process which has gained the admiration of the world for the government of Sixtus V. There was doubtless much tyranny and many unpopular characteristics in the administration of Gregory XIII. The reaction of these was most pernicious, but I am decidedly of opinion that if he had succeeded in rendering the papal treasury independent of new loans and imposts for the future, the result would have been highly beneficial to the Roman states, and would probably have rendered their progress much more prosperous. But the energy required to carry his views into all their consequences was not fully possessed by Gregory. It was more especially wanting in the last years of his life. This practical force it was, this power of executing what he willed, that characterized Sixtus V. His accumulation of treasure by means of loans, imposts, and venal offices did but add burden to burden. Nor shall we fail to perceive the consequence. But the world was dazzled by his success, which for the moment did certainly give the papacy increased importance. For the states surrounding those of the Church were in most cases always pressed for money, and the possession of wealth, inspiring the pontiffs with a more perfect confidence in themselves, procured for them a more influential position in the eyes of their neighbours. This mode of administering the state was indeed an essential part of the Catholic system of those times. Gathering all the financial strength of the realm into the hands of the ecclesiastical chief, it first rendered him the complete and exclusive organ of spiritual influence. For to what purpose could all this treasure be applied, if not to the defence and extension of the Catholic faith? And in projects having these ends in view did Sixtus live, move, and have his being. His enterprises were sometimes directed against the East and the Turks, but more frequently against the West and the Protestants. Between these two confessions, the Catholic and the Protestant, a war broke out, in which the pontiffs took most earnest part and interest. This war we shall treat of in the following book. For the present, let us direct our attention a little longer to Rome, which now made her influence once more felt by the whole world. End of section 47.